The 10th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Stevo Pendarovsky, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Stevo Pendarovsky, President of the Republic of North Macedonia, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Počitovan
Honorable President of the General Assembly, Honorable Heads of State and Government, Honorable Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a particular honor and pleasure to speak on behalf of the citizens of the Republic of North Macedonia here in the heart of the United Nations, within the general debate of the General Assembly. At the outset, allow me to wish every success to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, President of the 78th United Nations General Assembly. Every year at this time, the eyes of the world turn towards the largest gathering during which political leaders of nations elaborate on their visions for the future. This year, the focus on all of us is perhaps greater than ever before. The reason for this being that the least common denominator of the emotional state of humanity today is fear. Fear of wars, famine and poverty, environmental disasters, fear for the future of our next of kin. It is an undeniable fact that international order has been shaken to its core at various points of the world. The aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine continues with unabated ferocity, which is flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations and of the principles of international law, and this in continuity. This would be the biggest security crisis after the Second World War, with global consequences that are felt more or less on all continents. With each passing day, the suffering of Ukrainian people becomes greater. Material goods are destroyed, and the danger of escalation becomes imminent. We most strongly condemn the aggression against Ukraine, as was done by a great number of members of our organization. We stand for unconditional withdrawal of Russian-occupied troops and respect for Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. The Charter of this World Assembly is crystal clear in this sense. All open issues anywhere in the world must be resolved by peaceful means, with negotiations and dialogue, and by renouncing the use of force. The war in Ukraine is the most blatant, but unfortunately not the only example of a threat against world peace and security. The global security architecture, the basis of which is this organization, is especially shaken when a state, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, illegally attacks another member state of that same organization. It was not by accident that recently the Secretary General warned that the risk of a nuclear disaster is today at the highest level since the end of the Cold War. This alert, coming from the highest level of the organization, should be a wake-up call for all reasonable political leaders for a global mobilization to preserve peace, undoubtedly the biggest value of humanity. It is high time to silence the drums of war, to respect the Charter of the United Nations, led by independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of states as the fundamental principles and the main core reason of existence of the World Organization. Distinguished colleagues, peace is the fundament of everything. However, the world is facing challenges of various formats, and their tackling requires not only peace among states, but also mutual trust and cooperation. It is certain the trust built throughout decades and mostly in this building has been seriously undermined, and we will need time, efforts, and above all, political will to reinstate it. Independently of all differences existing among us, whether they be political, economic, or cultural, we must act together in the interest of peace, stability, and prosperity of current and future generations. The alternatives to dialogue among nations are frightening, and each postponing will again lead us to the same threat, with the difference that the price to be paid then will be much higher. Ladies and gentlemen, the war in Ukraine creates a state of general unpredictability and a constant loop of crisis, especially in food and energy supply. The shortage of food supplies endangers the poorest and threatens to provoke humanitarian disasters with unprecedented magnitude in many parts of the world. We give our full support to the efforts of the Secretary General to restore the agreement for export of Ukrainian grain via the Black Sea, because we find it completely unacceptable to use food and energy as weapons for the realization of military or political objectives. In parallel with the efforts for peaceful resolution of conflicts, it is necessary to double the efforts for realization of the Millennium Development Goals 2030. The summit held a few days ago in the framework of this year's general debate is a step in the right direction, but it is crucial to turn words into actions. It is beyond understanding that in the third decade of the 21st century, millions of people are left without fulfillment of elementary human needs. What will our authority as political leaders be when we discuss democracy, human rights and prosperity, while at the same time millions of people do not have access to drinking water, food or education? Ladies and gentlemen, global solidarity is not a novelty idea or a concept that needs special elaboration. I myself come from Skopje, the capital of North Macedonia, which exactly 60 years ago was struck by a devastating earthquake. Skopje rose from the ashes, among other things, thanks to global solidarity. We learned the hard way how precious a hand extended in times of trouble is. The devastating earthquake in Turkey in February of this year brought us back again to the very essence of humanism. Vulnerability when faced with natural disasters, but also the primordial need of man to help the weak and the suffering. None of us know what tomorrow will bring, but we do know that we will face all challenges far more efficiently if we use the mechanisms we have already built. Along these lines, it is necessary to address the issue of climate change far more resolutely. Those changes do not acknowledge or recognize borders. Therefore, an efficient response absolutely requires joint action. The region of Southwest Europe, where I come from, is facing phenomena unbeknownst so far, the so-called supercell storms verging on tornadoes, which are a direct consequence of climate change. Global warming, as the Secretary General said, is now becoming global boiling. There is no doubt whatsoever that the world finds itself before an existential challenge, and the only successful counter-response is possible only if we rally around a single global platform. The necessary instruments, such as the Climate Solidarity Pact, whereby developed economies provide financial and technical support to those in development, have already been set. An equitable transition towards a green economy is possible, but only through their adequate implementation. According to the Climate Action Acceleration Agenda, developed countries should not only achieve a level of zero net emissions by 2040, but also keep their promises to the countries in development by doubling the resources for adaptation and funding of the Green Climate Fund. Excellencies, the greatest threat of the present, geopolitical turbulences, wars, terrorism, climate change of massive migration waves, happen at a time when international organizations and the entire multilateral system are going through an identity or a functionality crisis, and most often through both. The only real answer can be renewed and reinforced multilateralism that will value the individual needs of every country, but will also offer a clear vision of the big picture, of the things relating us, of the greater good. There is no better place for that joint endeavor than the United Nations. An urgent need of humanity today is to bring back predictability, early warning and prevention in international relations. It is certain that the prerequisite to this are internal reforms of the United Nations system with respect to the principle of greater representation and inclusiveness in order to reflect the reality of the world today. Moreover, it is necessary to establish mechanisms for better functionality while also reducing the options for paralyzing the work of the organization. In this context, we do provide our full support to the ministerial meeting convened in preparation for the Summit of the Future to be held in 2024. Of course, the need remains to solve old problems while addressing new challenges, although some of them, like fake news and cyber threats, have already become part of our lives. Some others, although newly dated, such as artificial intelligence, are already causing major changes in our lives. There should be no doubt in our minds that without a joint pact for the future, no country or a group of countries will have the potential to offer or implement responses to these challenges alone. Excellencies, dear friends, since day one of our independence, more than 30 years ago, my country has been manifesting in the best possible way its attachment to the principles of peace, profound regional cooperation, and resolution of open issues by means of dialogue. In 1991, we started a process of internal democratic maturation through affirmation of the rights of ethnic communities to the highest degree possible and fostering a culture of dialogue when resolving internal issues, but also in the relations with our neighbors. We accepted compromise as a way of solving problems, not as an expression of weakness, but on the contrary, as an expression of self-confidence in our ability to protect our own interests without damaging the interests of others. Respecting the principles that we believe in, we continue to provide an active contribution to peace, stability, democratic values, sustainable development, and economic prosperity. This year, we hold the chairpersonship of the OSCE, the largest regional security organization. In a time filled with unprecedented challenges, even in such conditions, we strive to maintain the relevance of the organization, led by the fundamental principles of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act. We remain amongst the biggest promoters of regional cooperation in Southeast Europe, working at the same time on the fulfillment of the criteria for membership in the European Union, not later than 2030. There is no dilemma in our mind that strengthening the democratic institutions in continuity and with a guaranteed equity of all citizens is the only possible way to a greater cohesion in a multi-ethnic society. Distinguished colleagues, at the beginning, I mentioned that fear of the future is perhaps the predominant feeling today. However, this must not be accepted as normal. Before us, the political leaders gathered here today, there is a responsibility to substitute that feeling of fear with one of hope and faith in a more just world. A precondition to this is to achieve, as soon as possible, a renewed agreement for respecting the fundamental values and humanistic ideals for which this very organization was established 78 years ago. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of North Macedonia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We shall now continue with the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, over 3 millennia ago, our great leader Moses addressed the people of Israel as they were about to enter the Promised Land. He said they would find there 2 mountains facing one another, Mount Gerizim, the site on which a great blessing would be proclaimed, and Mount Ebal, the site of a great curse. Moses said that the people's fate would be determined by the choice they made between the blessing and the curse. That same choice has echoed down the ages, not just for the people of Israel, but for all humanity. We face such a choice today. It will determine whether we enjoy the blessings of a historic peace, of boundless prosperity and hope, or suffer the curse of a horrific war, of terrorism and despair. When I last spoke at this podium 5 years ago, I warned about the tyrants of Tehran. They've been nothing but a curse to their own people, to our region, to the entire world. But at that time, I also spoke about a great blessing that I could see on the horizon. Here's what I said, quote, "The common thread of Iran has brought Israel and many Arab states closer than ever before in a friendship that I have not seen in my lifetime." I said the day would soon arrive when Israel would be able to expand peace beyond Egypt and Jordan to other Arab neighbors, end quote. Now, in countless meetings with world leaders, I made the case that Israel and the Arab states shared many common interests, and that I believed that these many common interests could facilitate a breakthrough for a broader peace in our region. Thank you. Well, you applaud now, but at the time, many dismissed my optimism as wishful thinking. Their pessimism was based on a quarter century of good intentions and failed peacemaking. And why was this? Why were these good intentions? Why did they always meet failure? Because they were based on one false idea, that unless we first concluded a peace agreement with the Palestinians, no other Arab state would normalize its relations with Israel. I've long sought to make peace with the Palestinians, but I also believed that we must not give the Palestinians a veto over new peace treaties with Arab states. The Palestinians could greatly benefit from a broader peace. They should be part of that process, but they should not have a veto over the process. And I also believe that making peace with more Arab states would actually increase the prospects of making peace between Israel and the Palestinians. See, the Palestinians are only 2% of the Arab world. As long as they believe that the other 90% will remain in a warlike state with Israel, that larger mass, that larger Arab world, could eventually choke, dissolve, and destroy the Jewish state. So when the Palestinians see that most of the Arab world has reconciled itself to the Jewish state, they too will be more likely to abandon the fantasy of destroying Israel and finally embrace a path of genuine peace with it. Now, for years, my approach to peace was rejected by the so-called experts. Well, they were wrong. Under their approach, we didn't forge a single peace treaty for a quarter century. Yet in 2020, under the approach that I advocated, we tried something different. And in no time, we achieved an amazing breakthrough. We achieved 4 peace treaties working with the United States. Israel forged 4 peace treaties in 4 months with 4 Arab countries: the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco. The Abraham Accords were a pivot of history. And today, we all see the blessings of those accords. Trade and investment with our new peace partners are booming. Our nations cooperate in commerce, energy, water, agriculture, medicine, climate, and many, many other fields. Close to 1 million Israelis have visited the United Arab Emirates in the past 3 years. Every day, Israelis save time and money by doing something they couldn't do for 70 years. They fly over the Arabian Peninsula to destinations in the Gulf, India, the Far East, Australia. The Abraham Accords ushered in another dramatic change. It brought Arabs and Jews closer together. We see it in the frequent Jewish weddings in Dubai, in the dedication of a Torah school in a synagogue in Bahrain, in the visitors flocking to the Museum of Moroccan Judaism in Casablanca. We see it in lessons that are given to Arab students about the Holocaust in the UAE. There's no question. The Abraham Accords heralded the dawn of a new age of peace. But I believe that we are at the cusp of an even more dramatic breakthrough, an historic peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Such a peace will go a long way to ending the Arab-Israeli conflict. It will encourage other Arab states to normalize their relations with Israel. It will enhance the prospects of peace with the Palestinians. It will encourage a broader reconciliation between Judaism and Islam, between Jerusalem and Mecca, between the descendants of Isaac and the descendants of Ishmael. All these are tremendous blessings. 2 weeks ago, we saw another blessing already in sight. In the G20 conference, President Biden, Prime Minister Modi, and European and Arab leaders announced plans for a visionary corridor that will stretch across the Arabian Peninsula and Israel. It will connect India to Europe with maritime links, rail links, energy pipelines, fiber optic cables. This corridor will bypass maritime checkpoints, or choke points rather, and dramatically lower the cost of goods, communication, and energy for over 2 billion people. What a historic change for my country. You see, the land of Israel is situated in the crossroads between Africa, Asia, and Europe. And for centuries, my country was repeatedly invaded by empires passing through it in their campaigns of plunder and conquest elsewhere. But today, as we tear down the walls of enmity, Israel can become a bridge of peace and prosperity between these continents. peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia will truly create a new Middle East. To understand the magnitude of the transformation that we seek to advance, let me show you a map of the Middle East in 1948, the year Israel was established. Here's Israel in 1948. It's a tiny country, isolated, surrounded by a hostile Arab world. In our first 70 years, we made peace with Egypt and Jordan, and then in 2020, we made the Abraham Accords, peace with another 4 Arab states. Now look at what happens when we make peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel. The whole Middle East changes. We tear down the walls of enmity. We bring the possibility of prosperity and peace to this entire region, but we do something else. You know, a few years ago, I stood here with a red marker to show the curse, a great curse, the curse of a nuclear Iran. But today I bring this marker to show a great blessing, the blessing of a new Middle East between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and our other neighbors. We will not only bring down barriers between Israel and our neighbors, we'll build a new corridor of peace and prosperity that connects Asia through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, to Europe. This is an extraordinary change, a monumental change, another pivot of history. Now, as the circle of peace expands, I believe that a real path towards a genuine peace with our Palestinian neighbors can finally be achieved. But there's a caveat. It has to be said here, forcefully. Peace can only be achieved if it is based on truth. It cannot be based on lies. It cannot be based on endless vilification of the Jewish people. Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas must stop spreading the horrible anti-Semitic conspiracies against the Jewish people and the Jewish state. I mean, he recently said that Hitler wasn't an anti-Semite. You can't make this up. But he did. He said that. And the Palestinian Authority must stop glorifying terrorists. They must stop its ghoulish pay-to-slay policy of giving money to Palestinian terrorists for the murder of Jews. This is all outrageous. It must stop for peace to prevail. And anti-Semitism must be rejected wherever it appears, whether on the left or on the right, whether in the halls of universities or in the halls of the United Nations. For peace to prevail, the Palestinians must stop spewing Jew hatred, finally reconcile themselves to the Jewish state. By that I mean not only to the existence of the Jewish state, but to the right of the Jewish people to have a state of their own in their historic homeland, the land of Israel. And let me tell you, the people of Israel yearn for such a peace. I yearn for such a peace. As a young soldier over half a century ago, my comrades and I in Israel's Special Forces faced mortal dangers on many fronts, on many battlefields, from the warm waters of the Suez Canal to the frozen slopes of Mount Hermon, from the banks of the Jordan River to the tarmac of Beirut Airport. These experiences and other experiences taught me the cost of war. A fellow soldier was killed next to me. Another died in my arms. I buried my older brother. Those who have personally suffered the curse of war can best appreciate the blessings of peace. Now, there are many hurdles on the path to peace. There are many hurdles on the extraordinary path to peace that I've just described. But I'm committed to doing everything I can to overcome these hurdles, to forge a better future for Israel and all of our peoples, all the peoples in our region. 2 days ago, I discussed this vision of peace with President Biden. We share the same optimism for what can be achieved. And I deeply appreciate his commitment to seize this historic opportunity. The United States of America is indispensable in this effort. And just as we achieved the Abraham Accords with the leadership of President Trump, I believe we can achieve peace with Saudi Arabia with the leadership of President Biden. Working together with the leadership of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, we can shape a future of great blessings for all our peoples. Now, you know, ladies and gentlemen, you know there's a fly in this ointment, because rest assured, the fanatics ruling Iran will do everything they can to thwart this historic peace. Iran continues to spend billions to arm its terror proxies. It continues to extend its terror tentacles in the Middle East, Europe, Asia, South America, even North America. They even tried to assassinate the Secretary of State of the United States of America. They even tried to assassinate the National Security Advisor of the United States of America. This tells you all you need to know about Iran's murderous intentions and Iran's murderous nature. Iran continues to threaten international shipping lanes, hold foreign nationals for ransom, and engage in nuclear blackmail. Over the past year, its murderous goons have killed hundreds and arrested thousands of Iran's brave citizens. Iran's drones and missile program threaten Israel and our Arab neighbors, and Iran's drones have brought and bring death and destruction to innocent people in the Ukraine. Yet the regime's aggression is largely met by indifference in the international community. 8 years ago, the Western powers promised that if Iran violated the nuclear deal, the sanctions would be snapped back. Well, Iran is violating the deal, but the sanctions have not been snapped back. To stop Iran's nuclear ambitions, this policy must change. Sanctions must be snapped back. And above all, Iran must face a credible nuclear threat. As long as I'm Prime Minister of Israel, I will do everything in my power to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons. Equally, we should support the brave women and men of Iran who despise the regime, who yearn for freedom, who've gone out bravely on the sidewalks of Tehran and Iran's other cities and faced death. It is the people of Iran, not their oppressors, who are our real partners for a better future. Ladies and gentlemen, whether our future will prove to be a blessing or a curse will also depend on how we address perhaps the most consequential development of our time, the rise of artificial intelligence. The AI revolution is progressing at lightning speed. It took centuries for humanity to adapt to the agricultural revolution. It took decades to adapt to the industrial revolution. We may have but a few years to adapt to the AI revolution. The perils are great, and they are before us. The disruption of democracy, the manipulation of minds, the decimation of jobs, the proliferation of crime, and the hacking of all the systems that facilitate modern life. Yet even more disturbing is the potential eruption of AI-driven wars that could achieve an unimaginable scale. And behind this perhaps looms an even greater threat, once the stuff of science fiction, that self-taught machines could eventually control humans instead of the other way around. The world's leading nations, however competitive, must address these dangers. We must do so quickly, and we must do so together. We must ensure that the promise of an AI utopia does not turn into an AI dystopia. We have so much to gain. Imagine the blessings of finally cracking the genetic code, extending human life by decades, and dramatically reducing the ravages of old age. Imagine healthcare tailored to each individual's genetic composition, and predictive medicine that prevents diseases long before they occur. Imagine robots helping to care for the elderly. Imagine the end of traffic jams with self-driving vehicles on the ground, below the ground, and in the air. Imagine personalized education that cultivates each person's full potential throughout their lifetime. Imagine a world with boundless clean energy and natural resources for all nations. Imagine precision agriculture and automated factories that yield food and goods in an abundance that ends hunger and want. I know this sounds like a John Lennon song, but it could all happen. Imagine that we could achieve the end of scarcity, something that eluded humanity for all history. It's all within our reach. And here's something else within our reach. With AI, we can explore the heavens as never before and extend humanity beyond our blue planet. For good or bad, the developments of AI will be spearheaded by a handful of nations, and my country, Israel, is already among them. Just as Israel's technological revolution provided the world with breathtaking innovations, I'm confident that AI developed by Israel will once again help all humanity. I call upon world leaders to come together to shape the great changes before us, but to do so in a responsible and ethical way. Our goal must be to ensure that AI brings more freedom and not less, prevents wars instead of starting them, and ensures that people live longer, healthier, more productive, and peaceful lives. It's within our reach. And as we harness the powers of AI, let us always remember the irreplaceable value of human intuition and wisdom. Let us cherish and preserve the human capacity for empathy, which no machine can replace. Thousands of years ago, Moses presented the children of Israel with a timeless and universal choice. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. May we choose wisely between the curse and the blessing that stand before us this day. Let us harness our resolve and our courage to stop the curse of a nuclear Iran and roll back its fanaticism and aggression. Let us bring forth the blessings of a new Middle East that will transform lands once ridden with conflict and chaos into fields of prosperity and peace. And may we avoid the perils of AI by combining the forces of human and machine intelligence to usher in a brilliant future for our world in our time and for all time. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Israel for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Pravin Kumar Jugnauth, Prime Minister, Minister for Defense, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister for Rodrigues, Outer Islands and Territorial Integrity of the Republic of Mauritius. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Pravin Kumar Jugnauth, Prime Minister, Minister for Defense, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister for Rodrigues, Outer Islands and Territorial Integrity of the Republic of Mauritius. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency, Mr. Denis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of states and heads of government, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning. Mr. President, may I begin by congratulating you on your election as President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. I also wish to convey my appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Sabo Korosi, for his sterling leadership of the 77th session of the General Assembly. United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, also deserves our gratitude for his inspiring and commendable initiatives in furthering the objectives of our organization. Mr. President, it is a matter of great pride to see a fellow islander preside over the proceedings of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, especially at a time when the world is faced with a myriad of interlocking challenges amidst conflicts, climate chaos, inequality, and hunger. Let me assure you, Mr. President, of the commitment of Mauritius to the principles that the United Nations stands for, and the hopes and aspirations that we all have in the United Nations. Mauritius is firmly committed to fulfilling its responsibilities as a member of the United Nations. Let me also seize this opportunity to express to the governments and peoples of the Kingdom of Morocco and the State of Libya our solidarity at this tragic moment. Mr. President, your theme this year could not be more timely. It is about how we can together restore confidence in our shared future, confidence between people and leaders, confidence in our institutions and amongst countries. Unless we urgently begin to rebuild this trust, it will prove impossible to tackle the challenges we have to face. No country, no matter how powerful or wealthy, can succeed in tackling current challenges on its own. Our fate and fortunes have never been so closely linked. Indeed, the world is at a critical inflection point as it faces unprecedented and interlocking crisis, with the multilateral system being under greater strain. The ICT revolution has increased connections and complexities to our daily lives, and the list of problems is daunting. From a lingering COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, declining biodiversity, food and energy insecurity, cybercrime, terrorism, large-scale migration, gender inequality, a general pushback against human rights, to inadequate development financing, increasing debt burdens, and geopolitical crises. Our national borders are no match for these challenges. Effective multilateral response is the only way to address geopolitical challenges and rescue our common agenda. We have to give a new direction to multilateralism and to the United Nations. We need to restore trust in multilateralism. As leaders of the world, we should lead by example, show our unwavering commitment, and honor the promises made. More importantly, we need to uphold fairness and justice. In this regard, Mr. President, finding consensus on crucial priorities like poverty eradication, renewable energy, education, and women empowerment is paramount. The Sustainable Development Goals serve as our guiding compass on this journey. And in a world marred by inequalities, our commitment to uplift the marginalized and empower the vulnerable must remain steadfast. We must ensure inclusivity where every individual feels safe and secure. Our society's strength lies in its diversity. An efficient education system is vital in order to achieve such inclusivity. Everyone will need to possess an evolving pool of knowledge, skills, and capacities, or else we will have a two-speed world, deepening inequalities and exacerbating global instability. We need to build an integrated system of lifelong learning and ensure equity, access, and inclusion in relevant curricula. We should work together towards harnessing digital tools and increase investment in education so that it is recognized as a global public good. The surge in health challenges, from non-communicable diseases to global pandemics like COVID-19, underscores the importance of global unity. By fostering cooperation, sharing resources and expertise, we can ensure universal access to highest standard of healthcare in order to protect the vulnerable and strengthen our global resilience. Mr. President, scaled-up action to reduce emissions to align with goals set forth in the Paris Agreement is becoming imperative. Even within the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, SIDS are facing an existential threat. Exceeding this threshold would be catastrophic. To secure a sustainable future, we must collectively phase out fossil fuel usage and hasten the just transition to sustainable energy sources, targeting net zero emissions globally by 2050. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Sixth Assessment Report has already warned that further delay will mean missing, and I quote, a brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all, end of quote. SIDS, like Mauritius, wrestle with coastal erosion, marine pollution, and coral bleaching. Sea level rise and climate-related disasters loom large. Mauritius is facing a rise in sea level of 5.6 millimeters annually, almost twice the global average of 3.3 millimeters. These compounding challenges heighten our inherent vulnerabilities and imperil our sustainable development objectives. Mr. President, as leaders, it is our duty and responsibility to save the planet for our future generation. Mauritius is spending about 2% of its GDP on environment and climate change-related policies. Our Climate Change Act serves as the cornerstone of our commitment to fulfilling our obligations under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, the Paris Agreement, and other related instruments on climate change. In order to build our resilience, Mauritius has implemented a series of adaptation measures such as coastal rehabilitation, mangrove propagation, and flood management programs. We have also formulated a nationally appropriate mitigation actions for low carbon strategy. Mauritius is also committed to implementing a series of adaptation and mitigation measures aimed at reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 40% and achieving 60% of energy production from green sources by 2030. In order to ensure the successful implementation of our national determined contributions, a total of $6.5 billion is required. Despite the economic constraints, we have been able to commit $2.5 billion. Our challenge is to secure the remaining $4 billion. Indeed, all SIDS need adequate and predictable support, including climate finance from the international community. We call on international financial institutions and development partners to ensure that access to climate finance by SIDS is simplified and made easier. We look forward to the swift operationalization of the loss and damage facility agreed upon at COP27. This facility represents hope for those in urgent need and cannot remain a mere promise. Developed countries must urgently deliver on their promise made 14 years ago at the Copenhagen Conference to provide climate finance of $100 billion per year. As it is, this amount is no longer sufficient, so there is a need to make the scale of climate finance commensurate with the challenge through the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. Mr. President, we urge international financial institutions to recognize that GDP per capita is not the sole measure of a country's development. We call on the international financial institutions and development partners to use the Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index developed by the United Nations as a tool in further integrating SIDS vulnerability into their decision-making. SIDS are hopeful that the 4th SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda will deliver a more focused, measurable, and fully resourced program of action that is tailored to the circumstances of SIDS. Mr. President, we look to the Summit of the Future in 2024 to address issues of financial stability, promote financial inclusion and debt sustainability, and embrace sustainability. We call for an inclusive and equitable global governance and not a finance divide. Mauritius believes firmly that the SDG stimulus and the Bridgetown Initiative can accelerate progress towards the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, the United Nations report, SIDS in Numbers 2017, projects that Mauritius will become a water-stressed country by 2025, barely 2 years from now. It is my government's top priority to ensure the continuous supply of clean and safe water to every citizen. We will continue to invest in water storage capacities to face the effects of climate change and achieve long-term water security. Mr. President, the ocean on which we are all dependent is a critical reservoir of marine biodiversity. Mauritius welcomes the adoption of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. And I'm pleased to inform that Mauritius has signed this agreement. This historic, legally binding instrument is a victory for multilateralism and international law, and a game changer towards the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources. We encourage all countries to sign and ratify the agreement so that it can enter into force as soon as possible. In the same vein, Mauritius reiterates its invitation to states, NGOs, and other stakeholders to support the marine protected area, which Mauritius will be establishing around the Chagos Archipelago. We also look forward to the finalization of the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, and ensure its effective implementation. Mr. President, democracy, the rule of law, and respect for human rights are fundamental values which every country must respect and abide by. The instability in some parts of Africa is detrimental to progress. Upholding the rule of law is essential for restoring faith in governance, fostering stability, and enabling sustainable progress on the continent. Peaceful transition of power through democratic means is the only way to ensure peace, development, and prosperity. Mr. President, we proudly welcome the admission of the African Union as a member of the G20. We reaffirm our solidarity with the Palestinian people and reiterate our unwavering support for the two-state solution as we recognize its potential to bring lasting peace and stability into the region. We commend the recent step taken to seek an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice and hope that the Palestinian people will be able to live in freedom in their own state. Mr. President, as we navigate through an increasingly complex path, it is crucial that we adapt our global institutions to effectively address the challenges of the 21st century. The United Nations Security Council has a vital role to play in maintaining international peace and security. However, it no longer reflects the realities of the modern world. Urgent reform of the United Nations Security Council and the revitalization of the General Assembly are essential to strengthen the United Nations for future generations. Mr. President, amidst the Ukraine-Russia conflict, the international community must relentlessly pursue peaceful dialogue. We commend African nations and other mediators for their vital role in this regard. Mr. President, it is now 4 years since the International Court of Justice gave its advisory opinion on the legal consequences on the separation of the Chagos Archipelago from Mauritius, prior to its independence. The ICJ made it clear that the Chagos Archipelago is an integral part of the territory of Mauritius and invited the colonial power to withdraw its administration from the archipelago as rapidly as possible. Ever since, the government of Mauritius made a strong commitment to implement a program of resettlement in the Chagos Archipelago for Mauritian nationals, in particular those of Chagosian origin who have suffered historic injustice by being forcibly removed from their birthplace. We are hopeful that soon they will be able to resettle in the Chagos Archipelago. Indeed, Mauritius and the United Kingdom have started negotiations on the exercise of sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago on the basis of international law. We hope that these talks will lead to the completion of the decolonization process of Mauritius and enable Mauritius to implement its resettlement program. We also appeal to France to resolve the dispute over Tromelin, which forms an integral part of the territory of Mauritius, in the spirit of friendship that characterizes the relations between the two countries. Mr. President, we are at a crossroads. We do not want to be judged by the next generation for having been complacent. Let us seize this opportunity to recommit, to forge ahead the future we want for us and for our future generations. I remain confident that we will discover the common purpose needed to restore trust in our shared future. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for Defense, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister for Rodrigues, Outer Islands and Territorial Integrity of the Republic of Mauritius for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance of Malaysia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of Malaysia. I invite him to address the Assembly. Dipersilakan Yang Amat Berhormat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam Malaysia Madani. Izinkan saya bagi pihak negara dan rakyat Malaysia mengemukakan pandangan ke arah keamanan dan kesejahteraan Assembly was established almost 80 years ago. The world was still reeling from the horrors of a catastrophic bloodletting that our nations resolved should never be repeated. A decision profound in wisdom, magnanimous in intent, and bold in ambition was made so that the General Assembly would become the main deliberative, policy-making, and representative organ of the United Nations. A decision that manifested no less than the very strength and courage of our convictions. By giving equal voice to the sovereign nations of the world, the founders of the United Nations pursued a vision of a more democratic world predicated on the dictates of equity and justice. This was a vision that consigned to the past the predations of the strong of the weak, the strong over the weak, of the rich and powerful over the poor and the marginalized, and of the big powers over the rest. That vision, in my opinion, has been utterly shattered to pieces. Today, we find that the major powers and those that aspire to greater international status are increasingly casting the United Nations aside for smaller, supposedly more efficacious platforms. As the powers that be continue to pay lip service to the imperative of multilateralism, we see the emergence of minilateralism instead, effectively becoming fragmented configurations of power. Mr. President, we are living in a deeply polarized world. We are seeing major power rivalry unfolding with consequences that will negatively impact nations, especially the smaller ones in the regions of conflict. The upshot is that we are confronted with a geopolitical and geostrategic dilemma. While the major powers continue to assure that a binary choice is not being imposed, the reality for many is that it is the only choice offered. Unchecked, this will ultimately lead, once again, to a world where the masses are unrepresented, where the few rule over the many, and the many resent the few. The lofty ideals and principles enshrined in the UN Charter call upon nations to resolve their disputes through peaceful means and refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity and sovereignty or political independence of any state. We condemned unequivocally the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This conflict in Ukraine, for example, underscores the imperative to make peace and settle differences amicably through negotiations. Nevertheless, time is not on our side. And owing to the protracted failure to deal with this Russian-Ukraine crisis, I urge for a concerted multilateral effort led by the United Nations to resolve this. We cannot choose our neighbors, but we can choose to live in peace with them. And peace cannot happen without the cessation of hostilities by all parties. It is imperative for all parties to return to dialogue and resolve their differences through the negotiation table. The extent of the Ukraine conflict has radiated throughout the world as food prices have skyrocketed, leading to shortages and hunger, further malnutrition and despair. As in other conflicts elsewhere, be it in the Middle East or Southeast Asia, forced migration takes place, piling on the problems of refugees and statelessness. Mr. President, in the Middle East, the politics of dispossession continues with a vengeance, with more illegal settlements being built, stripping Palestinians of land that rightly belongs to them. This constitutes a gross violation of international law. It also poses an insurmountable obstacle to a two-state solution, not to mention the continued killings. There is also flagrant hypocrisy in dealing with the issue of Palestine. The international community must speak up against the atrocities committed towards the Palestinians, even as they so vehemently speak out against human rights violations, injustice, and abusive regimes. On Afghanistan, Malaysia remains deeply concerned with the dire humanitarian situation in the country. This is especially so given that the country is grappling with its third consecutive year of drought and devastating locust infestation that severely undermined wheat harvests. On our part, Malaysia is committed to continue its existing people-to-people relations with Afghanistan, including through the provision of humanitarian aid. However, we remain resolute and firm in our call on the authority of Afghanistan to reverse their exclusionary and discriminatory policies against women and girls. Denying their right to go to school is a violation of the teachings of Islam, not to mention the UN Charter and the multilateral framework of human rights. They are also profoundly detrimental to the future of Afghanistan. Mr. President, we are deeply horrified by the continued post-coup violence and instability in Myanmar. This is currently among Southeast Asia's and ASEAN's biggest strategic and humanitarian challenges in recent years. The barbarism and depravity inflicted upon the people of Myanmar is indefensible and goes against the values or principles shared by the peoples and the region, in the region and globally. The support of the international community, including the United Nations, is crucial to urge continuously and maintain the necessary pressure on the military authorities to reverse their course. Inasmuch as the principle of ASEAN centrality dictates the continued atrocities must end, Malaysia calls on Myanmar to immediately implement the ASEAN 5-point consensus towards achieving peace and stability in the country. ASEAN is navigating the rivalry between the major powers in the Asia-Pacific. Malaysia believes that any strategy undertaken should neither start nor exacerbate a race for dominance. Instead, such strategies should contribute to peace and stability, security and prosperity in the region. Mr. President, scientists have confirmed that the world has just experienced its hottest summer in history. We have heard Secretary General Guterres gravely declare that climate breakdown has begun. Even Malaysia is seeing an increase in adverse impacts of climate change, with increasing temperature, rising sea levels, intensified monsoons, and erratic weather patterns disrupting livelihood and degrading local ecosystems. As such, we have not a moment to lose. Malaysia is doing its part by developing low carbon and renewable energy roadmaps to implement mitigating and adaptation strategies. The newly launched National Energy Transition Roadmap should aid us in achieving our NDCs as well as lighting the path towards our net zero aspirations. Discussions on climate change in the absence of equity, justice, and the necessary means to assist and empower countries to undertake greater climate action is an exercise in futility. We also urge the developed countries to fulfill their commitment of mobilizing $100 billion a year to support climate ambition endeavors of developing countries, while recognizing that trillions of dollars per annum will be needed in the near future. Mr. President, the 2023 SDG report has confirmed that we are falling behind, with nearly a third of the targets either at the state of inertia or worse, regressing. The global economy is also projected to continue to be weighed down by geopolitical uncertainties, supply chain disruptions, increase in commodity prices, as well as challenging financial conditions. This has widened the gap between economic growth and income, leading to a continuous disparity. As the growth in income fails to match economic growth, households become burdened with debt. We now have the super rich living side by side with the ultra poor. The contrast lies starkly in the things that matter: food on the table, shelter, access to quality education, healthcare. These factors cry out for drastic systemic reform, a total reset of global institutions that impact our lives. Or else we will continue to face widening inequality, setting apart nations and peoples. Mr. President, we are concerned over the emergence of a new form of racism characterized by xenophobia, negative profiling, and stereotyping of Muslims. This is manifested in an alarming trend of hatred, intolerance, and acts of violence against Muslims and their sanctities. We are appalled by the legitimization of these acts under the feeble defense of human rights. Quran burnings are nothing but a clear Islamophobic act intended to incite hatred. Inaction in the face of such blatant provocation to a religion is simply irresponsible and sends a dangerous message to humanity. We must embody the values of acceptance, tolerance, and mutual respect. We must promote intercultural, intercivilization, and interreligious understanding and cooperation. We must unite our faith in common cause to promote understanding and goodwill amongst our peoples and strengthen peace and harmony among nations. Mr. President, these are indeed tall orders, but that is the very reason we are here. I truly believe that no challenge, however formidable, is insurmountable if we secure the collective commitment of this global community, the member states of this august institution. What we need is trust and the conviction to make the world a better place, the will to work together on a platform of consensus and solidarity. Early this year, I introduced Malaysia Madani, a vision built on the pillars of core values that we believe are indispensable in any harmonious, thriving, and peaceful society. Compassion, ihsan and rahmah, respect, trust and amanah, innovation, prosperity, and sustainability. These basic principles and moral values also apply in the context of our relations with other countries. Whether it is G7 or G20 or G77 or APEC or the world's largest FTA, there is no denying that multilateral collaboration is the sine qua non for any effective and sustainable resolution to the crises that the world is beset with. In this regard, it bears stressing that Malaysia's commitment to the UN and the multilateral system is born out of the strong conviction that all countries, no matter how big or small, rich or poor, strong or weak, have a common responsibility towards creating a better world for tomorrow. The world and our future in it is what we envision and construct it to be. Malaysia believes we can achieve this through greater trust and strengthen multilateralism. The United Nations can be the vessel to take us from despondency to a brighter future, from uncertainty to optimism, and from vulnerability to resilience. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih Yang Amat Berhormat. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of Malaysia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Robert Abela, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Robert Abela, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends. It is indeed a privilege to be once again addressing you on behalf of the people of Malta. And as I was preparing my remarks, I was reminded of those timeless lines by the poet John Donne. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Malta is a proud island nation, but we are most definitely not an island entire of ourselves. Quite the reverse. Throughout our history, we have looked outward to the world, conscious of our unique geographic position at the crossroads of Europe and Africa, consciously stepping up into a unique role, building bridges and building understanding between different traditions. Indeed, earlier this very month, we were very proud to be such a bridge, trusted by both sides to host private talks between the United States National Security Advisor and the Chinese Foreign Minister. Malta, providing a safe space for vital discussions between the world's two biggest powers. And it is to build bridges just like that, that almost 60 years ago, the Republic of Malta was admitted as a full member of the United Nations. It is a sign of confidence our fellow members have in Malta's commitment to working together for the common good, that they have elected our nation to serve on the Security Council for this year and next. It is why, embedded at the heart of our Constitution, is the active pursuit of peace, security, and social progress among all nations. Malta will always be open to the world. Malta will never turn its back on its neighbors. Malta will continue to work relentlessly with our partners in Europe and beyond to stand up for peace and the rule of law. Sadly, the need to stand up for those values has rarely been more urgent or more important than it is today. We witness Russia's violation of international law with its continued assault on Ukraine. Malta's response to the situation in Ukraine and other crises across the world is guided by the value of neutrality, which is enshrined in our Constitution. Malta's neutrality does mean that we will continue to be directly opposed to military aggression and unilateral action against members of the global community and the rule-based order. But Malta's neutrality does not mean that we are indifferent to what happens around us. We will never, and we can never be neutral when we see pain and suffering caused by an illegal invasion. And in the spirit of peace, we call on Russia to withdraw its forces from the sovereign territory of Ukraine. And we urge all nations gathered here to unite to deliver an end to the war. The tragedy of war is not just that those directly involved suffer, but that the consequences reverberate around the world. The already precarious situation of global food security has been made much worse by the invasion of Ukraine. An estimated extra 122 million people across the world pushed into hunger since 2019. Malta urges Russia to rejoin the Black Sea Grain Initiative and to stop standing in the way of vital food supplies leaving Ukraine to feed the world's most needy. Being neutral has never meant Malta ignoring the problems faced by our neighbors. We are acutely aware that many of the challenges which we face at home are best tackled together with our Mediterranean neighbors, which is why I am very proud that our capital, Valletta, will host the next summit of the EU's Med9 members in a week's time. The most pressing issue in the Mediterranean is definitely Libya. The whole peace, the full peace of our whole region depends on a lasting settlement there. Malta wishes to see a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Libya. And this through a Libyan-led political process. It is vital that the entire international community encourages this process and gives the Libyan people the support they need to overcome the instability for which they have already paid such a high price. The need to recover and also rebuild after the tragic devastation of Storm Daniel underlies the urgency and the importance of a lasting settlement that gives all Libyans the effective government they deserve. For Malta, being a good neighbor means offering practical help. Within hours of the disaster hitting, a team from our army and our civil protection department was on the way to Libya to play their part in the rescue effort. Maltese officers also remain on active service within the United Nations forces in Lebanon, proudly wearing blue berets as part of the interim force, underlining the importance which Malta attaches to peacekeeping as well as peace building across the Mediterranean. And as the nation at the crossroads of Europe and Africa, our extended neighborhood stretches beyond the Mediterranean coast. Our objective is to be a true bridge between the continents. My government has underlined Malta's commitment to Africa by opening new diplomatic missions in Ghana and also in Ethiopia, and putting into action our first national strategy for Africa. But strengthening connections doesn't just mean strengthening diplomatic ties. We have already concluded agreements with countries like Ethiopia to facilitate connectivity for businesses and people between the continents. Malta remains deeply disturbed by the dire situation in the Sahel, political turmoil, irregular migration, the jihadist attacks on the civilian population, and food insecurity. We are also particularly concerned about the current situation in Niger and underline the urgency of a peaceful resolution to the crisis. From Ukraine to Mali, Libya to Niger, it can all too often seem like we are living in an era of despair. And the problems which the world faces are indeed deep and profound. It would be all too easy and all too understandable to fall into despondency, to think that nothing can be done. But in the rest of my remarks today, I want to show that things can be done, that we can make a difference, that if a small nation like Malta can play its part in addressing the most urgent issues our world faces, then this United Nations can put in place real and effective solutions globally. I began with that famous quotation that no man is an island, and leaders cannot be an island either. Our fine words to this August Assembly must not stand alone. They must be directly connected to our actions at home and to the priorities of our people. We must show through deeds and not just words that we can address the fears as well as the hopes and aspirations of the people that we represent. One of the advantages of being Prime Minister of a small country is that you are very close to the people that you represent. You hear loud and clear what is worrying them. And one of the persistent worries that I hear is that people feel a niggling sense of insecurity. Post-pandemic, they feel that the world is a less stable and increasingly scary place. And which, with such big global forces at play, too often citizens can feel like they don't have their hands on the levers which control their future. I understand where those concerns are coming from. Addressing them is why I am into politics. It is why I am adamant that every global policy that we put in place must make a difference locally, that we can show that by working together internationally, we can deliver solutions nationally. That way, we can address what pessimists call the new age of insecurity by building a new age of security. Yet, we must be realistic. There is no magic wand. I am also realistic about what any individual nation can do. And I am also acutely aware that there is only so much a small nation can do. But if we all play our part, we can all make a difference. In short, we are stronger together. No one can feel secure about their family's future unless they feel secure about the future of the planet on which we all live and the natural world on which we all depend. The biggest threat to our planet is clearly climate change. And climate change isn't some sort of abstract problem. This is a very real emergency, the consequences of which are being felt in every part across the world. Current pledges and the current targets are not sufficient to keep the 1.5 degrees objective of the Paris Agreement within reach. Malta wholeheartedly commends the Secretary General's initiative to help states accelerate efforts at the global level. We must all play our part, and we must all work together. The time for excuses is long over. Malta is a proud maritime nation. The sea plays a profound part in Malta's national life and has a special place in the hearts of the Maltese people. Rising sea levels are a severe threat to the security, the livelihood, and indeed the very existence of island countries like ours. Securing the future of our seas and oceans is an urgent imperative of the government of Malta, which is why we have made climate and oceans the #1 priority during our term on the United Nations Security Council. And to give the debate new momentum, we made a high-level meeting on the implications of rising sea levels for peace and security, the signature event of our presidency of the Security Council last February. And we enthusiastically extend our support for the newly created coalition on addressing sea level rise and existential threats. It is not just the direct consequences of rising sea levels that we need to be concerned about. As land is degraded, freshwater shortages, displacement of people, and food insecurity all risk undermining global security, generating new conflicts and exacerbating existing ones. Rising sea levels also threaten the very territorial integrity of states as a result of coastal inundation, with a consequent danger of disputes and conflict. So, I wish to reiterate in the strongest of terms, as I already did at COP27, that no coastal state should lose any of its existing rights over its maritime zones due to rising sea levels. As a United Nations, we must preserve the sovereignty of coastal states, no matter what the ravages of the sea. As island nations, we turn to the world, but we don't turn our backs on each other. Solidarity between small island countries is a key value for Malta, and a value that we turn into practical support. Like the majority of nations in the EU, in the UN, Malta was late to develop. And we have experienced many of the same challenges which are currently being faced by developing countries. That's why we have made raising awareness of the unique vulnerabilities of small island developing states a top priority. And why supporting sustainable development for small island developing states is a cornerstone of our foreign policy. To do this, we are committed to our Island for Islands initiative, delivering concrete, practical support for those small island nations, the nations which are most exposed to the impacts of climate change. We share best practice and help build capacity, and we were indeed delighted that Malta's scholarship program for students from small island developing states has been recognized with a UN Partnerships Award. Protecting our planet is indeed a mammoth task, but by taking visible, measurable action, we can and we must show our citizens that they have reason to believe in the security of the Earth's future. There are those who state that securing the planet can only be achieved at the expense of economic growth. I firmly reject that thinking. In fact, I believe that the opposite is true. Environmental security can only be achieved if citizens feel economic security. Only if you feel secure about your family's economic well-being can you turn your attention to the well-being of the earth. And only by delivering sustainable economic growth can we deliver sustainable environmental protection. From the perspective of an outward-facing trading nation like Malta, there is one overwhelming, clear, and present danger to economic security: the prospect of a new era of protectionism. If protectionism grows unchecked, it could do untold damage to an export-orientated island economy like ours. The Maltese people have benefited hugely from the opening up of the world economy. As vested interests have given way to innovation, they have seized the new opportunities. And like many young economies, Malta has harnessed digital technology and the breaking down of trade and tariff barriers to expand into sectors that were previously off limits to small nations like ours. What the world economy and the world's citizens need is not a new era of protectionism. Instead, we need a new age of social protection, not putting up barriers to trade, but putting in place standards and rights for our workers. I understand and also appreciate how some people feel left behind by the sheer pace of economic change this century. The pandemic showed the need to think through the geopolitical risks of supply chains. But the answer isn't to turn back the clock. The answer is to get the future right. One of the themes of this year's General Assembly is rebuilding trust to achieve sustainability for all. And this is exactly what we must do. Too often, smaller and developing countries have been excluded from the decision-making process and have suffered as a result. Malta's clear. Trust on trade can only be achieved if genuine solidarity is maintained with all member states. Often, and open trading should be fair trading. Open economies should be fair economies. Only with fairness will citizens' sense of security be rebuilt. I came into politics passionate about building a country where decision-making is based on fairness and opportunity, with a commitment to equality, which is also a commitment to competitiveness. Take gender equality. Empowering women powers economic growth. One of our government's proudest moments and achievements is the introduction of free childcare that has enabled more parents to re-enter the workforce, increasing women's economic power and increasing growth for the economy as a whole. I am also proud to be speaking to you in the same month that Malta hosted a hugely successful Europride, crowning recognition for the transformation in our nation's approach to LGBTIQ+ rights that has taken place since my party was returned to government, and a huge boost for our island's profile and also our island's economy. And take closing the digital divide, equipping more citizens of all ages and from all backgrounds with the digital skills that they need, which both increases their individual earning and adds to the nation's productivity, which is why we've extended ICT as a compulsory subject in all our upper secondary schools. So, Malta calls on the international community to work harder to ensure that the digital divide is narrowed, not just within each nation, but also globally. Similarly, upholding the rights of the child, as enshrined in the UN Convention, is of paramount importance to Malta. We work very hard to ensure that each and every child has the opportunities they deserve, no matter what the circumstances of their birth. By tackling child poverty and ensuring equal access to education and healthcare, we aim to ensure no child is left behind. Rightly, it is a moral imperative, but it is also an economic one. Leaving any of the next generation of workers without the skills they need isn't just damaging to the individuals excluded from prosperity. It is also damaging to economic growth. None of us can feel secure unless each and every child in our societies is safe and secure. One significant manifestation of the feeling of insecurity has been the number of people facing mental health difficulties. None of us can feel secure unless we know that mental health is taken as seriously as physical health by our healthcare systems. Even if we don't have mental health issues ourselves, knowing that care and support is there should we or those we care for needed is part of the reassurance that an active state should provide. To help provide that reassurance, in Malta, we have implemented a comprehensive mental health strategy to build capacity, address causes, and offering continuing support to individuals with mental health needs and also to their families. Through initiatives like the National Mental Health Helpline launched last year, offering a one-stop 24/7 resource to connect patients with the services that they need. And one of the biggest drivers of mental health worries is the fear of the future. Indeed, none of us can feel secure about our lives if we don't feel secure about what is coming tomorrow. Right now, one of the biggest fears many have is of technology. We have lived through 2 decades of unprecedented change, from the basic mobile phone and text messaging to smartphones and face recognition. It can often seem like society has lost control, that the technology itself is in charge. And now, with the advent of generative artificial intelligence, the risk is that that seems truer than ever. How we feel about our future is unfortunately not helped by lurid media headlines about the machines taking over, spreading fear about AI taking jobs and rendering human effort obsolete. Let's be clear. AI will have a huge impact on all aspects of society. But let us also be clear that if we as leaders take the right decisions, that impact can be a positive one on our societies. Again, as with trade, the answer isn't to try and turn the clock back, to close our eyes to the inevitable and hope that it will go away. Indeed, the answer is to get the future right, to take the decisions now so that we can harness the power of AI for the public and the common good, not fear it as a coming catastrophe. In Malta, we are already doing just that. We are already seeing and experiencing how AI can enhance public service, improving lives for all our citizens. We have currently six pilot projects covering areas from healthcare to traffic management, taking ownership through leadership and not trying to ignore the future. Though, yes, naturally, there is a limit to what any one country, especially a small one, can do. To make AI a global good, we need global action. Malta stands resolutely behind efforts to increase and enhance international cooperation on AI. Technology is changing too fast. Its potential so vast that failing to work together isn't really an option anymore. Of course, it is not just in the tech field that we need to work together. Working together is not only a key value for Malta, it is at the very center of the political tradition I proudly represent. Put simply, that standing together, we can achieve so much more than working alone. That yes, none of us, nations, leaders, societies, stand as islands isolated from each other. We are all connected in even more ways. We live in a new age, in an age where you can send a video to the other side of the world faster than you can walk to the other side of the room that you're sitting in. In an age when the decisions about how to generate energy in one country can impact the very survival of another country oceans away. In an age where the aggression of one country against another can lead to hunger across a different continent. In such an age, the importance of working together will only become stronger. The word for it, multilateralism, may not trip off the tongue, but it is more important than ever. To make multilateralism work in this age of insecurity, we need to ensure that a much wider group of voices are heard in this United Nations and around the globe, the voices of all countries, large and small, rich and poor, developed and developing, the voices of all sections of civil society, women, not just men, young as well as old, gay and not just straight, all backgrounds, all ethnicities. I refuse to believe, Malta refuses to believe that a new age of insecurity is inevitable. I know, Malta knows, that we must build a new age of security, not by trying to turn the clock back, but by getting the future right. If we work together, if we listen to and learn from each other, if we understand and appreciate the desire of our citizens to take back control of their lives, we can and we will get the future right. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mark Rutte, Prime Minister and Minister for General Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mark Rutte, Prime Minister and Minister for General Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In 1864, Abraham Lincoln wrote a letter to Edwin Stanton, his Secretary of War. He observed that you cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. It was a different time, with different problems and different ways of solving them. A lot has changed since then, and yet Lincoln's words remain as relevant as ever. They show that responsibility has always been a watchword, because our very future depends on whether we choose or refuse to take responsibility. Today, there's no time to be lost. There's never been so much at stake at one time. We must combat climate change, fight hunger and poverty, and protect peace and security in many places all over the world. It's human nature to prioritize the issues that affect us most directly. Let's be honest, that goes for all of us here today. Every one of us has come here to discuss the issues we face in our own countries. But if you look beyond our borders, we see that none of those issues stand alone. All the big issues of our time intersect. Their impact is global. Take climate change, or poverty, or conflict. These issues are all related, and we are all affected by them, though perhaps not always in the same way. In Europe, peace has been shattered by Russian aggression. And yes, I am asking once again for your support in ending this terrible war. And at the same time, I realize that some of you are thinking, what about our own challenges? What about our own security? Will you support us there as well? I understand how you feel, and you're right. As the late Secretary General Kofi Annan put it, if the United Nations is not as united as it should be, that is because it is a reflection of the world we live in. And he was also right. For too long at the UN, some interests have weighed more heavily than others. The United Nations is structured as if it were still 1945. But the world has changed. It's taken a long time for that realization to sink in. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. In this world, in this time, we all need each other. All 193 countries. Because we all face a common task. Consider the global distribution of wealth. The Netherlands is not only one of the UN's most loyal development donors. We also support the reform plans of institutions, such as the World Bank. And consider climate change. We need to reduce our footprint, a footprint that leaves its mark on countries far beyond our borders. So that's what we are doing, by building a circular economy by 2050, by making our financial sector more sustainable, and by combating deforestation and loss of biodiversity. In each of these areas, partnerships are essential. Above all, partnerships with the countries hit hardest by climate change. Today, I will speak with several small island development states about climate adaptation, about ways of exchanging knowledge, expertise, and innovative solutions. And yes, such partnerships begin with talking. But they must go beyond words and promises. The Netherlands is increasing its annual contribution to international climate finance to 1.8 billion euros by 2025. And over half of that will go to climate adaptation. You all understand how important this is. In 2 months' time, we will gather in Dubai to take stock of our progress towards the Paris climate goals. But we already know that we are way off track. So something has to be done right now. The Netherlands will fulfill its responsibility by providing 100 million people in developing countries with access to renewable energy by 2030, by massively scaling up our renewable energy investment, and by helping to set up and scale up green hydrogen corridors together with South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Namibia, and others. Currently, only 2% of global investment goes to Africa, despite the huge potential there. We have a collective interest in making sure that potential can be tapped. Because if we don't help Africa to grow sustainably, we will all miss our climate goals. COP28 must mark a course correction. There we must agree and explain how the world will get on track to meet the 1.5-degree goal. If not, the consequences will be disastrous. The examples I've offered of Dutch action together with our kingdom partners in the Caribbean show that we are willing to fulfill our responsibility, that we are willing to pick up the phone, to answer the knock at the door. The most striking of truth is also the most obvious. We aren't as different as we might think. What unites us is bigger and stronger than what divides us. I see that in my bilateral discussions. I see it in the European Union. And I see it here at the UN. However different our backgrounds are, however different our countries, we share the same universal values. Peace, freedom, justice. On the 17th of July 2014, those values, which the Netherlands holds so dear, were trampled underfoot. It was the day that flight MH17 was downed by Russia. The day the Dutch people and people everywhere were reminded in such a painful manner that peace, freedom, and justice are not givens, but require our constant efforts. Those values, those collective aims, form the basis of the United Nations. They are the reason we are here today. With that in mind, let me talk about Ukraine. Every day, millions of people feel the effects of Russia's aggression. Above all, the Ukrainian people, who are the victims of terrible crimes. Every day they live in fear. Am I still safe in my own home, in my city? Will I ever see my family alive again? These are questions no one should ever have to ask. In Europe, we thought we'd never need to ask them again. But we were wrong. And so now it's up to us to respond, to pick up the phone, to answer the knock at the door. We can't leave one country to fend for itself. I know some countries are hesitating, asking themselves why they should get involved in someone else's war. To them I say, it's your war too. Because even if there is no shooting in your towns and your cities aren't being bombed, this war affects everyone. People in vulnerable countries know exactly what I'm talking about. The global food supply is being used as a weapon of war and food prices are soaring. Millions of people are being pushed back into poverty and hunger. And it's precisely the most vulnerable countries that are being hit the hardest. You won't find them on the official casualty list. But those countries and the people who live there are also the victims of Putin's aggression. Russia's conduct goes against everything that we in the UN stand for. That alone is reason enough to take action. The Charter of the UN, our common foundation, is very clear on this. When push comes to shove, we can't neglect our duty because it's not convenient, because we have other things on our minds, or because it seems too hard. No, no, no. The Charter is intended for moments like these, for a time and a place like this. The General Assembly of the United Nations is the ultimate time and place to hold each other to account, to remind each other of our responsibilities. That goes for all of you and that goes for me too. I've explained how the Netherlands will fulfill its responsibility. You can hold us to that and you can call us to account for our actions. And in the same way, I'm calling on you. Speak out against Putin and Russia's violation of the UN Charter. Support the peace plan. Support Ukraine, even if it takes time, even if there are setbacks, especially if it takes time and there are setbacks. And tell Russia to give back the stolen children of Ukraine. Some countries feel they are supporting peace in Ukraine simply by calling for an immediate ceasefire. They think that this will help end the war, that peace, freedom and security will return automatically. They see it as an expression of nuance. They want to see the good in others. They don't want to point the finger of blame. In the case of the war in Ukraine, there is no shared blame. There is no doubt about who the perpetrator is and who the victim. Russia attacked Ukraine, a sovereign nation, not the other way around. So there can be no shared solution. Russia is the aggressor here, and it is not Ukraine supporters that are prolonging the war. It is Russia. Putin has occupied 20% of Ukraine. An immediate ceasefire now would mean victory for Russia. That is the reality. And a just and lasting peace can be achieved only if we recognize that reality. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot at stake here. Putin is counting on us being divided. He is counting on us ending our support as the war drags on longer and costs more than we thought. He is counting on us losing interest and returning to our own problems. This is Putin's strategy. And now that push has come to shove, we must show that we have learned from the past, that we will all pick up the phone, that we will all answer the knock at the door, that we will all fulfill our responsibility. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for General Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Anwar ul-Haq Kakar, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Anwar ul-Haq Kakar, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, Excellencies, Head of State, Government and delegations, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government and people of Pakistan, I convey to you, Mr. President, our warm congratulations on your elections to guide the work of this historic session of the UN General Assembly. I'm confident that your vast diplomatic experience and the sunny disposition of your beautiful island country will enable you to steer this assembly to a most successful conclusion. Mr. President, we are meeting at a tense and pivotal moment in modern history. Conflicts rage in Ukraine and in 50 other places around the world. Tensions between the global powers have continued to escalate. We see the rise of new and old military and political blocs. Geopolitics is resurging when geoeconomics should have primacy in the world. The world cannot afford Cold War 2.0. There are far greater challenges confronting humankind which demand global cooperation and collective action. The world's economic prospects also appear gloomy. Global growth is slow. High interest rates could trigger a recession. A succession of exogenous shocks, COVID, conflict, and climate change have devastated the economies of many developing countries. Many countries of the global south have barely managed to stave off defaults. Poverty and hunger have grown, reversing the development gains of 3 decades. At yesterday's SDG summit, far-reaching commitments were made to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. We must ensure implementation of the SDG stimulus, the rechanneling of unused special drawing rights for development banks, and the resolution of the debt problems of the 59 countries in debt distress. Pakistan also looks forward to the fulfillment of the climate change commitments made at COP28 by the developed world to provide over $100 billion in annual climate finance, allocate at least half of such finance for adaptation in developing countries, operationalize the fund and funding arrangements for loss and damage, and accelerate their carbon emission, mitigation targets to keep alive, the goal of restricting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Attempts to selectively provide these funds on the basis of geopolitical considerations should be resisted. Mr. President, Pakistan's triple food, fuel, and finance challenge is a prime illustration of the impacts of COVID, conflicts, and climate on developing countries. Pakistan is one of the worst affected countries from the impacts of climate change. The epic floods of last summer submerged a third of our country, killed 1,700, and displaced over 8 million people, destroyed vital infrastructure, and caused over $30 billion in damage to Pakistan's economy. Pakistan is gratified by the commitment of over $10.5 billion for Pakistan's comprehensive plan for recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction with resilience. The 4RF plan at the Geneva conference last January. Specific projects are being submitted to ensure timely funding and execution of the 4RF plan. I hope our development partners will accord priority to allocation of funds for our resilient recovery plan, which has been costed at $13 billion. Mr. President, Pakistan government is committed to rapid economic recovery. We will stabilize our foreign exchange reserves and our currency, expand domestic revenues, and most importantly, mobilize significant domestic and external investment. Facilitation Council, SIFC, to expedite investment decisions. 28 projects have been identified in priority sectors: agriculture, mining, energy, and IT, for implementation in collaboration with Pakistan's partners. Pakistan's long-term shift to geoeconomics is well underway. The second phase of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has been initiated, covering railway, infrastructure, and manufacturing projects. Pakistan also looks forward to the early implementation of the connectivity projects with Central Asia. Mr. President, development depends on peace. Pakistan is situated in one of the least economically integrated regions in the world. Pakistan believes that region develops together. Therefore, Pakistan desires peaceful and productive relations with all our neighbors, including India. Kashmir is the key to peace between Pakistan and India. The Jammu and Kashmir dispute is one of the oldest issues on the agenda of the Security Council. India has evaded implementation of the Security Council's resolutions, which call for the final disposition of Jammu and Kashmir to be decided by its people through UN-supervised plebiscite. Since 5th August 2019, India has deployed 900,000 troops in illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir to impose the final solution for Kashmir. To this end, India has imposed extended lockdowns and curfews, jailed all genuine Kashmiri leaders, violently suppressed peaceful protests, resorted to extrajudicial killings of innocent Kashmiris in fake encounters, and so-called cordon and search operations, and imposed collective punishments destroying entire villages. Access to occupied Kashmir, demanded by the UN High Commission for Human Rights and over a dozen special rapporteurs, has been denied by New Delhi. Mr. President, the UN Security Council must secure the implementation of its resolution on Kashmir. The UN Military Observer Group for India and Pakistan should be reinforced. Global powers should convince New Delhi to accept Pakistan's offer of mutual restraint on strategic and conventional weapons. Mr. President, peace in Afghanistan is a strategic imperative for Pakistan. Pakistan shares the concern of international community with respect to Afghanistan, particularly the rights of women and girls. Yet we advocate continued humanitarian assistance to a destitute Afghan population in which Afghan girls and women are the most vulnerable, as well as revival of the Afghan economy and implementation of the connectivity projects with Central Asia. Pakistan's first priority is to prevent and counter all terrorism from and within Afghanistan. Pakistan condemns the cross-border terrorist attacks against Pakistan by the TTP, Daesh, and other groups operating from Afghanistan. We have sought Kabul's support and cooperation to prevent these attacks. However, we are also taking necessary measures to end this externally encouraged terrorism. Mr. President, Pakistan welcomes the progress made towards ending the conflicts in Syria and Yemen. In particular, we warmly welcome the normalization of relations between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Unfortunately, the tragedy of Palestine continues, with Israeli military raids, airstrikes, expansion of settlements, and eviction of Palestinians. Durable peace can be established only through a two-state solution and the establishment of a viable and contiguous Palestinian state within the pre-June 1967 borders, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Mr. President, UN peacekeeping has been a success story. Over more than 6 decades, Pakistan has contributed 230,000 peacekeepers in 47 missions across the world. Today, UN peacekeepers face complex and unprecedented challenges, especially from criminal and terrorist groups, as in the Sahel. We must ensure the safety and security of peacekeepers. Pakistan shall continue to work with the UN to develop the capabilities and more robust mandates required for successful enforcement actions by UN and international forces where needed. Mr. President, we must counter all terrorists without discrimination, including the rising threat posed by far-right extremist and fascist groups, such as Hindutva-inspired extremists threatening genocide against India's Muslims and Christians alike. We also need to oppose state terrorism, address the root cause of terrorism, such as poverty, injustice, and foreign occupation, and distinguish genuine freedom struggles from terrorism. Pakistan prospers the creation of a committee of the General Assembly to oversee the balanced implementation of all 4 pillars of the global counter-terrorism strategy. Mr. President, our progress based on rich history of cooperation, understanding, exchange, and synthesis of ideas among civilization is impearled today. The narratives advocating a clash of civilization have done considerable harm to humanity's progress. Such ideas have done considerable harm to humanity's progress. Such ideas have bred extremism, hatred, and religious intolerance, including Islamophobia. Make no mistake, it's a latent threat that undermines millennia of progress. We need to cherish and celebrate our diversity and different ways of life. Mutual respect, sanctity of religious symbols, scriptures, and personage should be ensured. While Islamophobia is an age-old phenomenon, however, after the 9/11 terrorist attacks, it has assumed epidemic proportions, as manifested in the negative profiling of Muslims and attacks on Islamic sites and symbols, such as the recent public burnings of the Holy Quran. Last year, this Assembly adopted a resolution proposed by Pakistan on behalf of the OIC, declaring 15th March as the International Day to Combat Islamophobia. Earlier this year, the Human Rights Council adopted an OIC resolution submitted by Pakistan urging states to outlaw the burning of the Holy Quran and similar provocations. We welcome the legislation initiated by Denmark and contemplated by Sweden towards this end. Pakistan and the OIC countries will propose further steps to combat Islamophobia, including the appointment of a special envoy, creation of an Islamophobia data center, legal assistance to victims, and an accountability process to punish Islamophobic crimes. Mr. President, the complex global and regional challenges that the world faces today can be best addressed through effective multilateralism within the framework of the United Nations. However, multilateralism is being eschewed due to the unilateral policies of and strategic rivalry and tensions between global powers. Pakistan will continue to work actively to strengthen multilateral institutions and enhance global cooperation. Pakistan looks forward to continuing negotiation on the scope and elements of the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future, building on the convergence that emerged in earlier consultations. The summit's preparatory process must not disrupt existing negotiating processes, such as the intergovernmental negotiations on the reform of the Security Council. Mr. President, Pakistan does not believe in elitism. With the Committee of Nations, the UN Charter principles of equality and sovereignty must be preserved in the interest of global peace and prosperity. Pakistan believes that additional permanent members to the Security Council will further erode its credibility and legitimacy. The widest possible agreement can be best achieved on the basis of the Uniting for Consensus Group's proposal for expansion of the Council only in the non-permanent category, with provision for a limited number of long-term seats. Mr. President, Pakistan believes that to build, preserve, and promote peace and prosperity today and in the future, it is vital to reduce great power rivalry and tensions, ensure strict adherence to the UN Charter, consistently implement Security Council resolutions, eliminate the root cause of conflicts, and respect the principles of non-use of force, self-determination, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, non-interference in the internal affairs of the states, and peaceful coexistence. Pakistan will work diligently and actively with all member states to realize these vital elements of a new, equitable, and peaceful world order. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Mia Amor Mottley, Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Mia Amor Mottley, Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like at the outset to congratulate my dear brother from Trinidad, and Tobago for his assumption of the office of the presidency of this General Assembly. I'd also like at the outset to thank the Honorable Secretary General for his continued determination and holding us and the rest of the world to the principles that are sacred to this august institution. The truth is that the speech which he delivered at the beginning of this General Assembly can be adopted wholesale by the government and people of Barbados because it reflects our aspirations and it reflects our view of the current status of the world. I asked myself on Monday night, as we met to determine the halfway point of the SDG goals, how many roads we have to walk just to make it to the door, only to be told that the door is closed. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Rocky Dawuni, a famous reggae artist from Ghana, nominated by M4 for awards multiple times. But his words ring because in a very real sense, are we going to trod the roads only to be told that it's too late? Too late for us to save as many as we can from the climate crisis. Too late for us to save as many as we can from the conflicts of war. Too late for us to be able to provide the food that so many need, as we reflect on the fact that more people are likely to be hungry in this world in 2030 than in 2015, or as we get to the basic numbers that 735 million people suffered chronic hunger last year at a time when so many others had so much to throw away and to use. Are we going to be too late for the SDGs that are really the promise of development and the promise of the conferral of dignity on our people? We have today to determine what is the will of this body comprised of the member states to make the fundamental governance changes that will deliver in the third decade of the 21st century. Our world, as you know, is replete with issues. And I don't need to stand here and recount them in detail, for you have heard them in almost every speech delivered from this podium. But what is the issue is whether we can summon the determination that is required of us to make the changes that are appropriate to the age in which we live. Our democracy cannot survive if we do not have the same facts. But yet we live in a world where the generation of fake news is almost a daily occurrence, and where people act on those premises without consideration for whether the news is true or not. The role that artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, will play in our world must be for good purposes and not evil. But if we are to ensure that is the case, then an appropriate framework for regulatory action must be put in place. We therefore support the actions of the Secretary General, recognizing that the question will come one day from some as to whether you sought to preserve our democracy or whether you allowed it to crumble, and whether you have failed us as individual citizens of the world. We ask that question, recognizing that AI is not in the immediate focal point of many, because the drama and the crises that surround climate is taking out all of the oxygen, literally, in the world. Those people who died in Libya recently were going about their business. They had aspirations. They had business that they were hoping to do, families that they were trying to protect. And in the flash of an eye, all of that came to an end. And not because we didn't expect it or anticipate it. The records of the multinational companies who are engaged in fossil fuels will show that they have always known for a considerable period of time the consequences of their actions. And while they themselves are not the immediate cause, the absence of technology to be able to limit what they are emitting is the cause. And by extension, therefore, they must take responsibility. We can go no further without an engagement of the oil and gas companies that is meaningful and credible. And we need to stop talking about it and just simply ensure that that kind of conversation can happen. But it is not just the oil and gas companies, and we have nothing against them. We do not want to bankrupt them. But their actions continue to have implications for too many of our people. Their actions are equally bolstered by what I call the fit group, the financial institutions, the insurance companies, and the transport companies. They get a buy or a pass because they are invisible to the transactions and to the activity that lead to the problems that the world is facing. But they too are as responsible and need to step up to the plate. The notion that we can preserve global public goods only with public money ignores the fact that we have seen for the last 50 years the absolute dominance of the capitalist markets leading to a consolidation of wealth, and hence the ability to be able to play their role must be summoned by the rest of us. We cannot continue to put the interests of a few before the lives of many. I ask us today truly to pause, because what keeps ringing in my head is that simple phrase, don't fail us now. Don't fail us now. And that phrase can come from that little boy or girl who is a victim of hunger, one of the 575 million people last year. That plea can equally come from those who lost families in the multiple crises across the world in the last few years. That plea can come from small states that may not exist in the future. I ask us, therefore, my friends, to ensure that we summon the will. We listened to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands just now, and he reminded us ably that time is not on our side. And if time is not on our side, what must we do? The truth is, we have made some progress. 2 years ago, the International Monetary Fund did not have a mechanism to focus on cause of the problems that led to massive macroeconomic instability. We now have the establishment of the Resilience and Sustainability Trust that for the first time will make funds available to middle-income countries that are vulnerable. 20-year money with a 10.5-year moratorium. A year ago, the president of the World Bank was questioning whether there was a climate crisis. Today, we have a World Bank that for the first time acknowledges that there should be debt clauses that are suspended, debt pause clauses as they call it. Our battle now is to ensure that those debt pause clauses are not just for future instruments, but for existing instruments. If not, it will not help many. So we have made progress, but there is still much to be done. The issues of debt sustainability cannot be left on the sidelines, particularly with the number of countries, more than 60 countries facing debt row today as we speak because of the polycrises. Countries being forced to choose between development and building of resilience to fight climate. In our small island states, we value education and healthcare and the dignity of life, and therefore it will be anathema for us to tell our citizens that we do not have the space to provide for you those things that were the promise of independence. It is compounded by the failure of the developed world to accept that reparatory justice is a solemn obligation which we must confront. The conversation King Charles told us at the opening of the Commonwealth Heads of Government when he was Prince Charles was a conversation whose time had come, that of reparatory justice. But it can't be a slow conversation taken up when people feel like. It has to be a conversation in which equal partners discuss. It cannot be an act of charity of those who simply feel that their conscience must be cleansed. We were about to write the leaders of the European Union last year on this issue of reparatory justice, and we paused because of the Russian incursion into Ukraine. But it seems as though there are not those who want to make peace there or elsewhere in the world, and therefore we have to lift our finger off the pause button and resume the discussions, because the development deficit caused by centuries of exploitation is now affecting our capacity to build the resilience that is necessary in our nations. Similarly, I want to thank, because a year ago we did not have the Paris Agenda for People and Planet, we had the Bridgetown Initiative, and the Bridgetown Initiative has allowed us to keep the debate going, because we need to change, as I said Monday morning in this hall, the belief that we can have short-term money financing development and building resilience. I shan't go into all of the details because we don't have the time, but suffice it to say that we are committed to the twin battle of saving people and planet, and to ask us to do anything else is a false construct that does not work. The markets have to be educated as to why long-term capital is the only salvation for developing countries and ultimately for people and planet. And my friends, year after year we talk about the need for global moral strategic leadership. I shan't go into all of the details, but in my own region, in Africa, in Latin America, in the Pacific, there are too many examples where we fall short. And I speak specifically now first and foremost about Haiti. The world owes Haiti a resolution. It is not a matter of options. The world owes Haiti a resolution. A year ago, we knew that the gas riots had led to serious instability. And 12 months later, we cannot get out of this building and into the support that the people of Haiti need. There is no doubt a need for a legitimacy with respect to the government of Haiti, and therefore a national unity government may well be the only bridge that can carry us to safety. The Caribbean community has appointed 3 former prime ministers as an eminent persons group. And as we heard the Secretary General say in this hall, politics is the art of compromise. Diplomacy is the art of compromise. I say simply to those who act in the name of the people of Haiti, there must be compromise in constituting that government of national unity if we are to provide the bridge, to provide the security, to stop women from being raped, stop people from being killed, stop people from being affected by cholera and other public health diseases. But even when we put in the institutional support that Haiti may need, and I want to thank the governments of Kenya and Rwanda, who from as far back as 12 months ago committed to being able to provide the kind of institutional support and leadership that the Haitian police need. But as they did that commitment, what they have not necessarily accounted for is the continued reduction in the numbers of the police, largely because of persons fleeing to lands of greater opportunity and being facilitated in so doing. This cannot wait much longer. And I hope that those who constitute the members of the Security Council will recognize that they cannot use Haiti as a pawn because they have suffered for too long and by the hands of too many. I return now to the issue of Cuba. That Cuba can help so many in this world and yet be the continued victim of a blockade of over 60 years, but worse than that, a designation as a state sponsor of terrorism is wrong, wrong, wrong. We left Cuba last week, and what the people of Cuba are being asked to face on a daily basis because of a designation by a dying presidency is wrong. And the voices of the global community, many of whom have been the beneficiaries of Cuban assistance, need to stand united and to be able to say that we cannot fight these battles when we need all hands on deck to save the planet. The artificial division of who is right and who is wrong and who is good and who is bad in the eyes of those who are powerful cannot continue to be the way in which this world functions. And let us go to Venezuela. Oil is likely, oil prices, to go over $100. And those small countries who do not produce oil will be the victims of it, as will be our people, including in large countries like the United States of America. We must bring resolution to these issues. And it is not incapable of resolution. When the United States of America and many countries in Europe determined that they were recognizing President Guaido without there being a presidency for him to assume because he faced no election, the members of the Caribbean community came to this august institution and met with the Secretary General and met with a number of countries. And little by little we saw people apply their hearts to wisdom and to recognize that the Charter of the United Nations did not allow for that kind of unconstitutional conferral of presidency on anyone. I say today that there must be transparency. It cannot be that the Caribbean community that needs a mechanism for stabilization in an energy crisis cannot have access to the concessionary prices that the government and people of Venezuela are prepared to make available to its neighbors to minimize the suffering. How is it possible for Chevron and the European Union to access the oil and gas of Venezuela, but the people of the Caribbean cannot access it at the 35% discount offered by the people of Venezuela? How is it possible that we should have to carry a cost of an additional 4% of GDP in my own country simply because the rules that allow for one do not allow for the other? There must be transparency and there must be moral strategic leadership if we are to build the team to save the planet and to save and attain the SDGs in today's world. My friends, there are many other things that we can discuss. We support the United Nations accepting the responsibility for tax. Why? Because as quickly as the world has been able to find a mechanism for a global minimum corporate tax, is as long as it has not found a mechanism to be able to inflate the financing opportunities available to developing countries. It cannot be. We know how to run fast in one set of circumstances when it suits one set of people, but yet we run very slow when it matters to billions of people and their access to life and livelihood. I do not want to prey on your time anymore, but suffice it to say that we have reached a point where we must give thanks for the progress made, but recommit ourselves. For the mission was never simply to make progress. The mission is to be able to save the planet and to give the people of the world the best opportunity for life that is necessary for them as human beings. To be able to save the biodiversity of this world. To be able to save the soils of this world that must nurture the food that we eat. To be able to allow us to have access to safe water. And if we don't change how we do our business, if we don't recognize that the Security Council needs to put itself in a position not to speak to climate change, but to protect us against the climate crisis, because it is as much of a crisis as the war in Ukraine or the wars in Africa or the instability and conflict elsewhere in the world. And if we don't take a proactive approach, then we truly shall be victims of it. I believe that reform is critical at this point. But what I believe doesn't matter. What matters is the action of each and every country in this. And will we always be in a position of flux? No. There is hope because human beings want to survive. But the problem is that those whose actions we most need may be so confident in their survival that they do not act early enough for us. And that is why I say, will we trod the road to be able to get to the gates only to find that we are too late and the gates have closed? It will be open for some, but it will be closed for many. You know, vision without action, Nelson Mandela told us, is just a dream. An action without vision just passes the time. But vision with action can change the world. Our citizens believe that we come into a talk shop when we come here. You and I know that it's potentially different. But it will only be different when those of you who have the responsibility to act on behalf of governments can ask your governments to come to the point of the decisions that we need to make to provide the funding, the tools, and the solidarity, rebuilding the trust that this debate calls for. And if we can do that, then we will not save all, but we can save the majority of people who are currently on the front line. We, for those of us who work on the SDGs, believe that as we work to save the planet, we have to redouble our efforts. And I leave you with one thing. The efforts to provide education and to save people from hunger and to remove gender discrimination are not simply the actions of governments. They have now equally to be the actions of individual citizens. But governments must help personalize those SDG goals for their citizens. If we can do that and we can continue to make the case for finance and if we can continue to stay focused on the climate crisis, then yes, we shall see a better world and we can shine the light on the future of many. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Seta Thavisin, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Kingdom of Thailand. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Seta Thavisin, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Kingdom of Thailand. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the delegation of Kingdom of Thailand, allow me to congratulate you, Mr. President, upon your election to preside over the Grand Assembly at its 78th session. Thailand has marked a new chapter in our democracy. I have only assumed an office for a few days ago, with the mandate of the people to strengthen democracy, institutions, and values in Thailand, and to uplift the well-being of the Thai people who have been through difficult times over the past several years. In our foreign relations, we will play a proactive and a constructive role in partnership with international communities. My government will also be reaching out to friends and partners all over the world to forge closer ties of partnership through commerce, investment, and trade agreements. Today, we meet at a time of multiple global challenges, including fragile global peace, declining human development, and the sustainability of our planet. These challenges require multilateralism and the spirit of international cooperation. And Thailand intends to work closely with all nations to meet these challenges head-on. Mr. President, it is the pursuit of peace that the United Nations was founded almost 8 decades ago. Now more than ever, we must continue to lay a strong foundation for the prosperity of our people by striving for sustainable peace. In this regard, Thailand welcomes the Secretary General's effort to establishing a new agenda for peace. We believe that this will spearhead the effort to revive multilateralism and enhance the UN role as a platform for the achievement of global peace. Thailand's vision for effective multilateralism is one that is inclusive, resilient, and result-oriented. In the world of increasing international conflicts, violence, and shifting global order, we reaffirm our commitment to maintaining peace and inclusivity. Thailand will pursue peaceful and collaborative relations with all members of international community. We believe that long-lasting peace can be achieved if we can strengthen our multilateral relations that is based on mutual trust, understanding, and respect. Mr. President, sustainable peace and development are linked with respect for human rights, human dignity, and freedoms. To this end, the Thai government is working to advance equality and justice, especially for the most vulnerable and the marginalized. We plan to strengthen the rule of law and increase transparency within the government. We will ensure that the law is fair, strictly enforced, and applied to everyone equally. Thailand is the ASEAN candidate for Human Rights Council for the term 2025 to 2027. This reaffirms our sincere commitment to the advancement of human rights at home and abroad. We will ensure that Human Rights Council is well equipped to address new and emerging human rights challenges and contribute positively to the international community. Since its inception in 2002, Thailand's universal health coverage has ensured that all Thai citizens are entitled to essential preventive and curative health services at all life stages. In the coming years, we plan to further invest to upgrade our universal health coverage to improve the quality of the program and to give all patients the freedom to choose the healthcare provider best suited for them. This will ensure that access to high-quality health services will continue to be a universal right for all. If the recent global pandemic has taught us anything, it is that access to healthcare is one of the most essential services a government can provide to its people. Dealing with contagious disease is not one country's problem, but the world's shared responsibility. The global health architecture should be reformed and strengthened. We hope that the pandemic treaty can be established so that we can have a more resilient, responsive, and future-ready global public health infrastructures. Mr. President, Thailand welcomed the SDG Summit which reaffirm that sustainability is the only way forward to protect our planet and the well-being of our people. Yet, achieving the Sustainability Development Goals by most benchmarks still prove elusive, as only 12% of the goals are on track. This is why we must accelerate the implementation of the 2030 for Sustainable Development Agenda. To achieve the sustainable development, we must first take care of our people. My government plans to enact policies to stimulate job creation and provide financial support for low-income families and other vulnerable groups. This will help level the playing field and aid in the creation of a more just society. For many years, Thailand has been a strong advocate for a more balanced, people-centered, and sustainable path to growth. The Sufficiency Economy Philosophy, or SEP, our long-standing, locally driven development approach, has consistently been applied to promote balance of all respects. Building on the SEP is the Bio-Circular Green Economy model, which leverages science, technology, and innovation to advance economic growth while conserving the environment and ecosystems. These are not merely concepts, but they are being implemented in Thailand. For example, we have piloted the Sustainable Agronomy model, which reimagines the way farmers cultivate their lands and manage their water supply. This will not only reduce the impact on the environment, but also reduce vulnerability to climate change and enhance the well-being of farmers nationwide. Thailand is ready to reform regional and global partnerships for sustainable development, and including through South and South and triangular cooperation. As an ASEAN coordinator on sustainable development cooperation, we are committed to forging closer partnership among ASEAN countries and beyond to drive forward sustainable development and build resilience. Mr. President, July this year was the hottest month ever recorded in the human history. This is in line with the Secretary General's statement that the era of global warming has ended and the era of global boiling point has arrived. The climate crisis is one of the most urgent threats that require our collective and immediate action. To this end, Thailand welcomed the Climate Ambition Summit to accelerate climate action that will mitigate the destructive impacts of the ongoing climate crisis. Together, we must devise the means to adapt and enhance climate resilience. As the global climate change crisis continues to worsen, so too will the issue of food insecurity and malnutrition. As a leading exporter of food and agricultural products, Thailand is suffering from the effect of global climate change and the effect of El Nino. To ensure food security for the world, we are working hard to improve our water management systems and farming techniques. We are doing our part to make sure that food security can become a reality. To achieve a more sustainable future, we must invest in the planet. Thailand is implementing green finance mechanism, including the issuance of sustainability-linked bonds and the Thailand Green Taxonomy to boost growth and investments in environmental and social projects, while contributing to the effort to address the challenge of climate change. To do our part, Thailand is determined to deliver on our pledge 40% of greenhouse gas emission reduction by 2040, carbon neutrality by 2050, and net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2065 by mainstreaming climate actions in all economic activities. Our National Energy Plan has integrated our climate targets by enhancing energy efficiency, increasing the share of renewable energy, making a model shift of transport to domestic electric vehicles production. Mr. President, the United Nations represents the common aspiration of the global community. We must redouble our efforts to ensure that the organization continues to be the best representation of our collective humanity and solidarity. As such, Thailand has great expectation for the Summit of the Future to foster a better future for all. Based on the spirit of multilateralism, with the UN at the helm, in the global push towards sustainable peace and sustainable development. Thailand believes now is the time to pursue our common agenda for peace, prosperity, and sustainability for all. We invite every nation to be more ambitious in our goals, accelerate our actions, and work harder together to address these challenges. Only together can we build our better future. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Kingdom of Thailand for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Xavier Espot Zamora, Head of Government of the Principality of Andorra. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Xavier Espot Zamora, Head of the Government of the Principality of Andorra. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Senyor President, Senyor Secretari General, Excel·lències, senyores i senyors.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start my statement by congratulating His Excellency Ambassador of Trinity and Tobago, Dennis Francis, for his election to the presidency of the General Assembly, and His Excellency Csaba Kőrös of Hungary, who in an international context which is difficult has maintained the effectiveness and the rigor of the activity of the Assembly since the 77th session. We thank you, Mr. President, for the leitmotif that you chose, which is rebuilding trust and reigning global solidarity, accelerating action in the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. We make it our own because it fully corresponds to the principles with which Andorra works, both from a political point of view domestically and from the point of view of international policy. And you can count, Mr. President, on the loyal support of our country, Andorra, for this 78th session, and we wish you many successes. Just a few weeks before the holding of this general debate, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, launched a new appeal to countries for them to take radical and urgent action because, as he warned us, and I quote, "The era of global warming has ended. The era of global boiling has arrived. Climate change is here. It is terrifying, and it is just beginning." There is no rationalizing nor denying the evidence. Greenhouse gas emissions have been caused by unrestrained consumption of natural resources and led our planet to exhaustion, which was never more obvious than this summer. extreme temperatures led to more than 61,000 deaths in Europe in 2022. The wave of fires on the North American continent and the Mediterranean continent, or the phenomenon El Nino, are all habitual phenomena which dry the world, make the land less arable, and push the people to abandon their place of origin because the degradation of the environment have made them climate refugees and condemned them to living far from their homes. We humans are guilty of climate change, and that is why the solutions to stop it will not come from nature itself, which we are degrading, but from our capacity to change our production model and organization of our societies. It's late to avoid the consequences, which is, unfortunately, they are already irreversible. But to slow them and to prevent global temperatures from increasing more than 1.5 degrees between now and the end of the century. And to that end, indeed, we need huge transformations, economically and socially, because fighting climate change and becoming aware of what is needed is not just a scientific matter or a technocratic matter anymore to be left in the hand of experts. It's rather a political issue, social, economic in nature, even ethical or philosophical, which allows us to see the enormous inequalities in our world. And thus, it is our conviction that solutions are to be found in a new form of multilateralism that is more geared towards collective action and stronger than ever. These solutions must strengthen and contribute to reconstructing international cooperation with a view to providing adequate resources in those regions that need them and promoting inclusive governance and coordinated and solidarity-based policies. And it is here, ladies and gentlemen, in the United Nations that we must identify the crises and take positions, take action, and undertake clear commitments in favor of the common good. We must, more than ever, support and remember the original values of this body and this organization, born of the ruins of war, which was the most devastating in history. This is an organization in the service of peace, dialogue, and multilateralism, which was destined to prevent the scourge of war. And yet, war is here. Europe is worried about a conflict which ended up becoming a war that is unending and with enormous consequences for the Ukrainian civilian population. From our country, we energetically condemn this violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. We have supported, amongst other things, the declarations of this General Assembly, the positions set forth by various bodies such as the Council of Europe, international sanctions, and especially those of the European Union. Yemen, Pakistan, Ethiopia, and Sahel, and other territories are no longer on the news as front-line stories. And yet these areas are areas of frozen conflicts where people are more than ever fragile and are the main victims. Andorra contributes to supporting the most vulnerable, especially men, women, and children, through UNICEF programs, the International Red Cross, and their courageous work in the field. Throughout all of these years, the African continent has never stopped being a source of concern, with breaks in democracy in many states from east to west, often under a terrorist threat. In the month of last July, we commemorated the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Rome Statute Act, which was the founding act of the International Criminal Court. This event serves as a powerful reminder of the imperious need to promote justice for all victims of war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and violations of human rights. And it is armed with this conviction that Andorra was, amongst other European microstates and with civil society, standing firm with NGOs and was key in creating the International Criminal Court and would like to continue to do so in order to further strengthen that body. Mr. President, this year, representing my country within the General Assembly is more important and unique than ever. On the 28th of July last, Andorra celebrated the 30th anniversary of its accession to the United Nations as the 184th member state. The adoption of the Andorran Constitution in 1993 made it possible to obtain international recognition and to make our voice heard beyond our borders and to align ourselves with international law. And if I may, in the context of commemorating that very event, a very important event for all citizens of Andorra, I'd like to recall the words of the head of state of our government, Oscar Ribes Recht, that he said from this very rostrum, now 3 decades ago, about the way a small country can contribute to improving this world. And he said, "We are a small state, but we are aware of the value of what is authentic. And in a world that is out of dimension and proportion, the small size can mean something in terms of contributing balance and coexistence." What should the ideal size of a state be? Obviously, it's neither the economy nor the political science that can bring a response to this question. Aristotle noted in his work, Politics, and in his volume, Cities, that policy needs to allow the world to understand the nature of others. The territory, as he said, should be contemplated completely from the very summit of a mountain all the way through. Andorra responds to these human and geographic characteristics that he mentioned. And it is from this human perspective of value, of what is authentic, of freedom, that it's worthwhile being preserved and benefiting these 750 years of our history being recognized. And it is in that context that we can contribute our knowledge and our commitment to meet the common challenges of our world in the context of multilateralism. Ladies and gentlemen, in the schools and spaces reserved for the children of the Principality of Andorra, there are posters that recall the 17 objectives of Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. And they are in view of all adults, the metaphor of our society, an appeal to children and adults, a reminder that the time is passing and the future is in our hands. It's a last warning of our responsibility and credibility vis-a-vis accelerating the process to go further, to reformulate current structures and make progress towards creating financial governance, technology, environmental governments based on sustainability, cooperation, and equality for our young people in the future. The Agenda 2030 is a roadmap. It's a universal one that leads us to the future of the planet for more sustainable societies that are more resistant. The commitment of Andorra in accomplishing these goals is firm, as seen in the presentation of our voluntary reports in follow-up of the SDGs. And this is why Andorra adopted a national strategic plan for implementing the 2030 Agenda, whereby our government's involvement was demonstrated from institutions all the way to Andorran society as a whole in order to work towards the sustainable development of our planet, because that is the only way to achieve our goals and leave no one behind, to construct more fair societies. And from that point of view, we recognize and applaud the work, the untiring work of the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, and the Presidency of the General Assembly to unite our efforts, because we all have a window of opportunity here to ensure a viable future that's sustainable for everyone. And specifically and concretely, the organization these recent days of the SDG Summit, whereby Andorra participated actively. To achieve these goals, education is necessary as a tool. It's the basis of progress, and it's an accelerator for societies and a fundamental element of personal growth, collective growth, and a guarantee of equality of opportunity, respect, civics, democracy, and the future. Andorra took an active part in the Summit on Transforming Education Summit last year, with the conviction that we can make a contribution by sharing our experience working with UNESCO, UNICEF, and the International Organization of Francophonia in order to implement SDG 4 to guarantee quality education, which is inclusive, equitable, and multilingual, and promote the possibilities of learning throughout life for all young people, because education is one of the greatest advantages for everyone. Andorra attaches specific importance to education, which allows us to propose an elementary formula of excellence for children and young people. 65 different nationalities are involved, all growing in a context of learning fundamental values in democracy, human rights, with a high degree of social cohesion and diversity. and a strong feeling of belonging. Along with education, access to health care is a pillar of any society. And the COVID pandemic was a test of our resistance, and we were able to overcome it in Andorra. We have a sound system due to professionals in healthcare that make it up, that honored the profession by making a considerable effort to save the people. We must also underscore the World Health Organization's role, this year celebrating its 75th anniversary. 74 years devoted to fighting disease that threatens the very existence of some countries. Not all epidemics have the name of COVID-19, and to grapple with structural inequalities in terms of access to health care or physical or mental health that the people must deal with. Gender equality is a subject of historical social injustice. We cannot, of course, change the past, but we can take action to progress towards a more egalitarian society, because if we want to achieve the necessary transformation for the sustainability of our planet, we cannot leave anyone behind in humanity. And in that regard, in recent years, our country has made gender equality and non-discrimination one of its key values and has created pioneer legislation which is bold and ambitious to defend gender equality. And it is being taught in our schools. Education of girls and training of women is a major priority for us, and also is very important in the context of our international cooperation. Andorra is a country of high mountains, especially sensitive to climate change, which unfortunately is threatening our biodiversity, our water cycle, and even our our way of life. Given the geographic specificity of our territory in the Pyrenees, we are very active members of the Mountain Partnership, and we have advocated for the Aspen Declaration to be included, to include a specific mention of the Pyrenees, as has happened for other mountainous regions. We have advocated for the particular vulnerability of mountainous regions throughout the world, that they should enjoy specific attention in international fora in fighting climate change. This is a battle that can only be won if we focus specifically on energy transition and meet the challenges of the world that each country needs to meet, responding clearly to international and national commitments towards our citizens in order to achieve carbon neutrality. Andorra's accession as a member of the Coalition for Carbon Neutrality allows us to learn and to share our experiences with other member states. We were pioneering in establishing a green tax of 30 euros per ton of carbon for coal, which allows us to make progress towards a more sustainable world. We adopted a circular economic law which sets the year 2035 as our goal in order to achieve a production model for dealing with most of the waste and transform it into subproducts that can be reintroduced in the chain of production, with a special mention for fighting against waste of resources and specifically food waste. And we've also set up a system of generalized gratuity for public transportation to aid families with fewer resources. Mr. President, we are a state which seeks to adapt to the European Union because we cannot get around this one certainty. Geographic interdependence and demographic interdependence of our country with Europe is complete. Europeanization of our values of our society, our legislation, are a strong inspiration of community law and professional aspiration for our young people, who every day in the labor market, which is more and more demanding, are all reasons which are sufficient to push us to not turn our backs on Europe. Similarly, it is key to continue working to defend the values of multilateralism, such as human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. They have helped us to promote peace and security throughout the European continent and in the rest of the world. Excellencies, we have subjected this planet to a number of different kinds of pressure, and as I said earlier, there is a window of opportunity open right now, but what's also more and more certain is it could close suddenly and brutally. We must take advantage of this era of scientific knowledge, and in that regard, I'd like to here highlight the importance of science in helping us to improve our living conditions due to medicine or artificial intelligence. Today, we know a great deal more about the behavior of the atmosphere of Earth, on our interaction with Earth and oceans, and the consequences of water resources and the survival of the species thereof. And this scenario to be followed cannot be a monologue, but needs to be a dialogue amongst all people and for all people. And that's why, from our country, we are prepared to seek more than ever points of convergence as necessary to rebuild trust and reigning global security, solidarity, accelerating action for the 2030 agenda, as I mentioned earlier. The Summit of the Future that will take place in 2024 for peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all is all the more important in that regard. After almost 8 decades of existence, the United Nations allows us to draw a number of lessons in a number of areas in terms of peacekeeping, fighting climate change, are just a couple of examples. And there are other lessons about common denominators here, and that is that the great challenges for humanity require the participation of all countries and all peoples, because the international community only makes progress by becoming aware of its interdependency and the fact that no country is big enough to grapple with these challenges alone. And we also learned that these solutions, to be fair and sustainable, need to include everyone. They need to lay a sound foundation for the future where no one is left behind or alone. And there is the responsibility of the requirement of sharing responsibility fully. And this is how we, Andorrans, believe that efforts must be focused on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, strengthening economic institutions, and all aspirations of the international community which have resounded throughout this General Assembly. You know that you can count on Andorra to continue making headway together. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of the government of the Principality of Andorra for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Philippe Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Philippe Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, other distinguished heads of delegations and delegates, let me join in the congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election as President of this august body. This is the first time that a national of your country, Trinidad and Tobago, has assumed this office, and only the 4th occasion that a representative of a Caribbean community state has been so elected. Let me, therefore, not only wish you success as you preside over our deliberations, but also, Mr. President, let me assure you of the fullest levels of respectful cooperation from St. Lucia as we work together to advance the collective interests of our common civilization. Mr. President, there are many amongst us, the small and marginalized islands of our globe, surrounded by rising seas and scorched by rising temperatures, who are beginning to question this annual parade of flowery speeches and public pretense of brotherhood, otherwise known as the UN Annual General Assembly. What is the point, we are beginning to ask, of meeting here every year when every time the international community is called upon to take the agreed collective actions on the critical issues affecting the poor and the powerless, there is always some hesitation, some delay, once we vacate this historic building. And so, with just 7 years left to the target year of 2030, we are gathered at this 78th session of the General Assembly to discuss accelerating action towards the 2040 agenda because its Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are in peril. We have been summoned here to rebuild trust and to reignite global solidarity for the 2023 agenda, when trust and hope are the devalued currency of global dialogue. Despite our greatest efforts to maintain faith and belief in the principles of global engagement, our entire post-independence experience has been one of dashed expectations and institutional frustration. In the 1990s, we watched helplessly as powerful countries utilized the World Trade Organization to dismantle St. Lucia's marketing arrangements for bananas in Europe, forcing hundreds of our farmers into poverty, while these already rich countries provided huge subsidies to their own farmers. When some of our Caribbean countries successfully developed our financial services industries, we were blacklisted and graylisted like lepers and global undesirables. However, the Russia-Ukraine war has now clearly revealed to us which metropolitan capitals are the real tax havens and which are the true pipelines of illicit money. And now today, our citizenship by investment programs, which we have successfully pursued for decades, are being undermined, while the Golden Passport and Golden Visa programs of some OECD countries remain unquestioned, untouched, and unmolested. We nonetheless remain committed to keeping our programs transparent, even whilst we strengthen our due diligence regime. Mr. President, St. Lucia has come to the 70th session to say there must be justice in the relations between developed and developing countries, and that we are no longer willing to come to this annual parade merely to lend our voice to support of this or that global conflict, or to condemn whoever, from year to year, is the new global enemy. No powerful nation's global agenda is more important than our own, and we insist that our legitimate concerns be listened and be acted upon. Mr. President, the people of the Caribbean and St. Lucia have been designated by the African Union as part of its sixth region, which comprises people of African origin residing outside the continent. We feel ourselves obliged to seek justice for reparations for the crimes against humanity that tore our ancestors from our African homeland and enslaved them in the lands of the Western Hemisphere. It is laudable that for the last decade and a half, the United Nations has been observing the 23rd August as the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the slave trade. The UN is also to be commended for proclaiming International Decade for Peace for People of African Descent, which ends in 2024, and we look forward to the proclamation of a second decade. However, the time has now come for the issue of reparations for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in the Western Hemisphere to become a more central part of the global agenda and work of the United Nations, and not an issue only to be whispered about in the corridors and at the margins. It was the 400 years of the enslavement of Africans and colonialism that has led to the need today for action to achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. The Secretary General of the United Nations made this unambiguously clear in his message this year to mark the International Day of Remembrance of Slavery and the Slave Trade. He said, "We can draw a straight line from the centuries of colonial exploitation to the social and economic inequalities today." Reparations for slavery, Mr. President, therefore mean that the countries which benefited and developed from 400 years of free labor from enslaved humans should now pay back for that free labor. We urge that the UN embraces this principle as a central part of its work in the coming years, with set goals, timelines, and programs of action. In the same way, Mr. President, we cannot speak of accelerated action for the Sustainable Development Goals for developing countries when developed countries do not treat the climate challenges facing developing countries with the urgency and importance they deserve. These challenges not only negatively impact our economic growth, but they threaten our very existence. Yet, developed countries behave as though they are blameless and not responsible to repair and compensate for the damage they have inflicted on our planet. Have they not understood that climate change is a danger not only to the existence of small island states, but to the survival of all countries today and not tomorrow? In just about 2 months, we shall be traveling yet again to another conference on climate change, COP28 in Dubai. We'll be doing so with the current extreme and extraordinary weather events graphically demonstrating the gravity of the climate crisis. On behalf of the people and government of St. Lucia, I extend sincere sympathies to the people and governments of the Kingdom of Morocco, Libya, and the other countries that have recently suffered the obvious ravages of climate change. The new manifestations of the crisis are signaling to us that the goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius to stay alive is now very much at risk. It is said that the Roman Emperor Nero fiddled while Rome burnt. We cannot continue to be like Nero-like, talking away while the planet is literally burning and sometimes drowning. If COP28 is to be transformational and not another disappointing Nero-like conference, then it must deliver an ambitious global climate action plan to 2030 if it is to answer to the necessity for climate justice for developing countries like St. Lucia. Having said this, Mr. President, I wish to reiterate, however, that what is critically needed is a complete reform of the global financial system to make development financing truly developmental and climate financing truly just. As has been said so many times before, and in so many different fora, and by so many small island developing states, the negotiations and the agreements for developmental assistance for these states must take into account their peculiar vulnerabilities. Consequently, one area where accelerated action is certainly necessary is that of the adaptation of Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, for small island developing states, in order to replace the gross national income per capita as a primary measure for concessionary financing. Another measure that should be considered is the Recovery Duration Adjuster, RDA, as proposed by the Caribbean Development Bank, which measures the internal resilience capacity of a country after a shock or natural disaster. It is past time for the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions to introduce these reforms. But global financial reform has to be comprehensive and radical, as put forward in 2 recent proposals, which I commend to this august body and to international financial institutions. The first is the Bridgetown Initiative, presented last year by my CARICOM colleague, Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, which argues for resilient finance mechanisms that will address both the climate and developmental crisis facing developing countries. The second is the UN Secretary General's SDG stimulus to deliver Agenda 2030, tabled in February this year. Both plans are an appeal for immediate action, and they provide a practical pathway to sustainable development and climate justice. There is therefore no deficit of ideas for reform of the international financial architecture. There is simply a dearth of goodwill. Mr. President, in the declaration issued in 2015 on the adoption of a 2030 agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals, it was said that there can be no sustainable development without peace and no peace without sustainable development. Today, 15 years later, we are in a world without peace and the Sustainable Development Goals are in jeopardy. How can trust and global solidarity for sustainable development be rebuilt when the unwarranted Russian war in Ukraine rages on, with its collateral economic damage to other countries the world over, of biting inflation, particularly on high food prices, high oil prices, and shortage of food. If trust and global solidarity for sustainable development are to be rebuilt, the unjust, unilateral, and inhumane economic embargo against the people of Cuba must be immediately withdrawn. The unmerited and cruel sanctions against the government and people of Venezuela should cease. The Palestinian people should have their own state alongside Israel, in accordance with relevant United Nations resolutions. The people of the Republic of China on Taiwan should be allowed the continued enjoyment of their right to self-determination and the exercise of their democratic freedoms without threats to their autonomy and with a place in international fora. There must be an end to the conflicts in Africa and a halt to all forms, whether old or new, of neo-colonial exploitation of the continent's resources, so that the African people can fully benefit from the riches of their lands and from the greater unity among African nations. In our Caribbean region, the member states of the CARICOM community, CARICOM, remain gravely concerned over the deteriorating political, social, humanitarian, and security crisis in Haiti, their sister member states. Haiti needs the urgent and dependable support of the international community. The response to date has been underwhelming. UN efforts of a few months ago to raise $780 million for humanitarian purposes have received low pledges. The need for robust security assistance to counter the murderous armed gangs is clear. Yet the decision to enable this is meandering slowly through the Security Council. The Caribbean community hopes that the establishment of the multinational force will be given full endorsement by the United Nations Security Council as a demonstration of the commitment of the international community to support the restoration of law and order and improve the humanitarian conditions of the people of Haiti. CARICOM welcomes the government of Kenya's willingness to lead such a multinational force. Member states of the Caribbean community will contribute personnel as well. The community will also continue its good efforts through its eminent persons group to assist the Haitian stakeholders find a solution to the political crisis, a critical necessity to pave the way towards an improved future for the people of Haiti. I urge the various Haitian stakeholders to cooperate with CARICOM to find a political compromise for the sake of the Haitian people and in honor of the heroic and fabled ancestors whom they revere so much for daring to break the chains of slavery 200 years ago and bring freedom to the black people of the Caribbean. Mr. President, the immorality of the suffering, the destruction and death that these conflicts are bringing to the world are not the only reasons for our appeals to end them. The immorality is only matched by the absurdity of the expenditure on arms that sustain these wars and inhibit peace. This should be of grave concern to all of us. What is of equal concern to states like St. Lucia is the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons, which ran into billions of dollars in 2022. Not only do these arms and light weapons fuel lesser conflicts all over the world, but illegal arms facilitate criminal activities in St. Lucia and other CARICOM member states. Illegal firearms were responsible for 70% of the homicides in the Caribbean community in 2022. And in St. Lucia, the majority of homicides are firearms related and involve young people both as victims and yet, Mr. President, neither St. Lucia nor its fellow CARICOM member states manufacture small arms, light weapons, and ammunition. Their sources are our continental neighbors to the north and south of the Caribbean. St. Lucia therefore continues to strongly support the international instruments aimed at preventing and curbing the illicit trafficking in small arms and light weapons. Mr. President, I welcome the announcement by the United States administration earlier this year to provide technical assistance to support and to combat illegal weapons smuggling into the Caribbean and in solving gun-related cases. Let us be reminded that SDG 16.4 aims at significantly reducing illicit arms flows. There is, however, hope for global solidarity. In June this year, the Intergovernmental Conference on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction adopted the historic Marine Diversity Treaty. For St. Lucia, a small island development state, the protection of the oceans is an imperative, since the oceans and their resources do not belong to one country, but are the heritage of all mankind. St. Lucia signed the treaty this week, and we will move towards its ratification in the shortest possible time. Mr. President, I offer my congratulations on the opening of the UN Youth Office. As I said in my address last year, the importance accorded to the youth by the UN is in harmony with my government's policy of giving priority to youth affairs for the creation of a youth economy, in which young people with state assistance can turn their talents, skills, and hobbies into businesses that will provide sustainable self-employment. I'm therefore pleased to report that our youth economy was formally launched in March this year and has been met with enthusiasm and success. To date, about 300 young people in St. Lucia have benefited from funding and training from the government to assist them with starting or supporting their businesses, and the numbers continue to grow. Once again, I invite the international community to engage with us on mutually beneficial relationships and projects to promote the youth economy. Through the youth economy, we are responding to the SDGs, and with my government's policy of putting people first, we are addressing the other SDGs. Mr. President, after the destruction and ruin of the 20th century world wars and the Cold War, one would have thought that the start of the 21st century would have ushered in a new era of global solidarity. It has not. In conclusion, I ask these questions, for which we must all provide urgent responses, as the fate of Agenda 2030 depends on our answers. Is there the political will and commitment to divert financial resources away from destructive activities like wars and other conflicts? Is there the political will to place these financial resources instead into the productive action of responding to the climate crisis? Is there the political will to use these trillions of dollars to end starvation and underdevelopment in the world and provide justice for reparations? Is there the political will to put people first and not weapons first? Is there the political will to develop trust and build a lasting peace that will rekindle our sustainable development goals and lead towards prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all? For the sake of us all and for future generations, we must find it. Mr. President, to quote St. Lucian-born Nobel laureate, Honorable Derek Walcott, hope is not a thing to be deferred, but a thing to be pursued with all hungry passion of our existence. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Sitiveni Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Climate Change and Environment, Civil Service, Information and Public Enterprise of the Republic of Fiji. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Sitiveni Ligamamada Rabuka, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Climate Change and Environment, Civil Service, Information and Public Enterprise of the Republic of Fiji. I invite him to address the Assembly.
The President of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Dennis Francis, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, fellow leaders, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Mr. President, Excellencies, the world that I see today is full of pain, full of mistrust, mysticism, cynicism, and apathy. There are interconnected, complex crises that have been created by our own self-centered ambitions. Growing geopolitical rivalry is contributing to escalating tensions around the world. Rather than leveraging multilateral determination to overcome the poly crises that threaten us. We're now living in an unpredictable world. We must act to survive these interesting times. Our collective effort is necessary to address enormous challenges and reduce the risk associated with the unpredictable environment that we face today, not only as sovereign nations, but as a whole of our humanity. Instead of leveraging global cooperation to manage our shared challenges and associated risks, growing geopolitical rivalry is escalating these tensions. Our Blue Pacific is at the center of geopolitical tensions. At the end of World War II, peace finally returned to the Pacific. But today, we are facing renewed geopolitical competition with a similar but very complex buildup. Mr. President, Excellencies, for the Pacific, climate change has been identified as a threat to peace, security, and our very own existence. The reality is that no country is exempt from the impact of climate change, and no nation can address it alone. As we mobilize to address the impacts and associated challenges, we must at the same time come together to share our common wealth. This is the only way we can ensure that no one is left behind. We in the Pacific directly bear the brunt of climate change on our coastlines, our communities, our livelihoods, our security, and indeed, our very statehood and identity. In addition, small island developing states are struggling to respond to global supply shocks with soaring debt levels impacting progress in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The inequality gap continues to widen. Mr. President, Excellencies, This year marks the midpoint review of the SDGs. Earlier this week, the outcomes of the SDGs Summit issued a call to action. That was a rallying call. The targets of the SDGs are now in danger. This demands bold and ambitious and accelerated actions. In that regard, Fiji is committed and will continue to support the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda in the acceleration of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We commend and fully support the initiative by the Secretary General in convening the Summit of the Future next year. It is pivotal, a pivotal opportunity to leverage global cooperation addressing critical challenges in the lead up to 2030. In our commitment towards achieving the 2030 Agenda, we presented our second voluntary national review on Sustainable Development Goals in July this year. It is clear from the review that this is a watershed moment. We only have 7 years left. That underscores the need to forge stronger and robust partnerships to respond to the call to action. Mr. President, Excellencies, the COVID-19 pandemic conflated the impacts of recent natural disasters and worsened the burden on all sectors of the Fijian economy. We experienced a significant economic downturn as tourism, the backbone of our economy, came to a virtual standstill. Our economy is now on the recovery path led by the tourism sector, which has rebounded to pre-pandemic levels. Mr. President and Excellencies, our challenges are interconnected. They must be addressed by integrated responses through effective multilateralism. International cooperation and solidarity are essential to protect our collective interests through targeted engagement. Peace and security are fundamental for sustainable development. Fiji will continue to uphold global peace and security, as we have done for the last 4.5 decades. I'm proud to be standing here, having commanded 2 of our peacekeeping battalions. Currently, our peacekeepers are participating in 6 United Nations missions, contributing to the search for peace. We are committed to the Secretary General's new Agenda for Peace, which outlines a vision for multilateral efforts based on international law for a world in transition. This new Agenda for Peace echoes and is consistent with the bold declaration on regional security issued by Pacific Forum leaders, which declared the Pacific to be a region of peace. This concept of peace is the premise for our future. I believe it is time that we must consider the Pacific as a zone of peace. We have had discussions on that concept at the regional level, and I am convinced that this will be the Blue Pacific's contribution to world order, the zone of peace. Mr. President, Excellencies, the Blue Pacific is the world's largest ocean. It is also an important carbon sink. Therefore, it is important for humanity that it must be protected and sustainably managed. The large ocean states of the Pacific are guided by the 2050 strategy for Blue Pacific continent to navigate challenges and leverage collective strength to create a prosperous and sustainable future for our peoples. Mr. President and Excellencies, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and my 75th year of life. We are committed to our obligation to implement human rights covenants and conventions emanating from that Universal Declaration. I'm also pleased to confirm that the government that I lead is committed to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, and ILO Convention 169 on the rights of tribal and indigenous peoples. We join the international community to affirm the implementation of indigenous peoples' rights and aspirations. Mr. President, Excellencies, the Climate Ambition Summit earlier this week called for enhanced commitment for climate action. We must commit not only to reduce emissions, but also support vulnerable communities and foster climate resilience. We look forward to COP28, in particular the finalization of the loss and damage fund modalities. We remain hopeful that the pledges towards the 100 billion climate finance goal will be met this year. Climate finance is inaccessible, in particular for small island developing states. Therefore, there is an urgent need for reform of the global financial architecture if future targets are to be met. Fiji welcomes the announcement by President Biden earlier this week for his commitment to contribute $11 billion a year to international climate finance to help lower-income countries implement their climate goals. I also commend the United States leadership in the reform of the World Bank, which is geared towards helping low and middle-income countries to access finance. Mr. President and Excellencies, whilst the midterm review of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030 recognized some progress in implementation, there is room for improvement in the pace of implementation. In Fiji, we continue to strengthen our disaster risk reduction approach through building resilient infrastructure, strengthening early warning systems, enhancing community preparedness, improving disaster response capacities, and promoting ecosystem-based approaches. Fiji will continue to deploy humanitarian and disaster relief and rehabilitation to its neighboring countries, including for bushfires, severe tropical cyclones, earthquakes, and tsunami. We are also undertaking climate mobility adaptation strategies. As of today, we have relocated 6 coastal communities out of the 42 communities that have been identified for urgent resettlement and relocation. Mr. President, Excellencies, as a party to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, Fiji continues to recognize the significance of ocean conservation and the sustainable use and management. Earlier this week, I joined other leaders in signing the Treaty on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdictions, BBNJ Treaty, with the intention to ratify as soon as practicable. I'm pleased to report that Fiji will ratify the World Trade Organization Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies after endorsement by the Fiji Parliament last week. To combat plastic pollution, Fiji is actively engaged in negotiations for the new treaty. We urge countries to finalize the treaty by 2024, before it is too late. Mr. President, Excellencies, for small island developing states, the triple burden of non-communicable diseases, mental health, and the climate emergency are straining the health infrastructure and resources. Health financing, infrastructure, supply chain management for medicines, consumables and medical equipment, and workforce retention and deployment and development are critical for Fiji and other small island developing states. The WHO SIDS Voluntary Health Fund established this year will address the technical capacity building needs of SIDS. We encourage development partners to contribute to that fund. Fiji also supports an overarching WHO accord for pandemic prevention, which is currently being negotiated. Equity must be at the center of our global health responses. Mr. President, Excellencies, we welcome the progress made thus far on Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, to support access to credit through concessional financing and debt relief. Achieving the 2030 Agenda will require a new framework for development finance institutions that is responsive to and relevant in addressing the needs of small island developing states. Mr. President, Excellencies, leaders, the people of Fiji, on whose behalf I address this August Assembly, have given me the responsibility to lead our large ocean state. I cannot fail them. We need genuine and durable partnerships that ensure our collective security, that ensure we facilitate economic prosperity, ensure that we safeguard our resources. It is time to tell it as it is. It is time to be bold and to be blunt, to do what is necessary for our very survival. We want a future where global solidarity and the collective well-being of humanity is the ultimate objective. In the midst of the multifaceted crises that threaten our very own existence, it becomes vital to uncover our resolve and the untapped reserves of courage and resilience within our innermost selves. We all hold the power to be a catalyst for the change that we need. I believe that together we can. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Climate Change and Environment, Civil Service, Information and Public Enterprise of the Republic of Fiji for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We will now hear, the Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Xavier Bettel, Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister for Communications and Media, and Minister for Religious Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Xavier Bettel, Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister for Communications and Media, and the Minister for Religious Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you for the people and the friends still in the room to be able to listen to my speech. La session.
Vice President, our debate on the topic of rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. And quite rightly, you call on us to accelerate work underway to achieve the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals for peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. You're calling on us to rebuild international peace and security, to show leadership in the fight against climate change, and to support efforts seeking to promote and guarantee the full enjoyment of human rights for all. Your priorities are also ours. To respond to global threats, from the war of aggression waged by Russia against Ukraine to climate change, from poverty to pandemics, we must act. We can't not do anything. We must act together as truly united nations. And indeed, what's important to say is to raise the question, what does it mean to be united? Because I have the impression that everyone has their own definition of what that means to be united today. The first thing, it means to be able to count on each other to be united. We know that there are some are bigger than others, and we are there to support each other. And I come from a country, Vice President, that is not the biggest. But we've always believed that union is doing something with others, and that makes us greater. It makes us stronger. And we're one of the founding members of this institution. We're also founder of the EU, of NATO, the OECD, the Council of Europe. And indeed, so we've always believed in the international order and the fact that we can work together to build something together. And as Europeans, we work day in, day out to defend the principles rooted in the UN Charter and indeed to strengthen multilateralism at a time when the majority of people think that solutions to current problems is to build walls, to cut off relations. I am one of those who is convinced that we want to build bridges. That is the way of finding solutions. So allow me first of all to speak about Luxembourg's assistance for sustainable development. We had the SDG summit, and this was held here a few days ago. And it reminded us, indeed, of the pressing need of redoubling our efforts if we want to achieve these SDGs by 2030. We've seen the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the war waged by Russia. And all of this has led to indicators of poverty worsening in some developing countries. And we must continue in Luxembourg. We must continue to express this level of solidarity with others. For years now, we have allocated 1% of our GNI to overseas development assistance, and our support is focused on least developed countries and basic social protections. And I must admit, Vice President, we see in many European countries that one of the first budgets that we cut when we come to power is cooperation, because it's true, it's not very popular to say we're going to help someone at the other end of the world, whereas we have problems back at home. But we don't realize then that the problems that we have at home, believe me, they are luxury problems compared with other problems in countries around the world. And the problems that they have are a question of survival, whereas the majority of the time at home, they are things that sometimes we can do without occasionally. And that's something I am convinced of. And we've had the honour also to prepare with South Africa the high-level dialogue on financing for development, which was held on the 20th of September. And this indeed allowed us to identify ways of bridging the funding gap for the SDGs in partnership with international financial institutions and the private sector. And this is a question of mobilizing resources that developing countries need to get out of debt and ensure funding. Our climate action, of course, it's not necessarily popular today, because as soon as we take measures, as soon as we change someone's day-to-day life, it doesn't go down well. We know that we have to change something, and it's not something that people like to see. But we will be judged by future generations if we do not shoulder our responsibilities today. So perhaps taking unpopular measures today, but if we want to keep a quality of life as we like to see it, we need to be aware of this. And those who don't believe in climate change, and I've heard people speak at this rostrum who doubt climate change almost. So I don't know what it's like where you live, but we have tornadoes, floods, things that we did not have before. What we saw on the TV before, it happened elsewhere, the other end of the world, but now it's happening at home. And that is nothing compared with some colleagues, some heads of state and government in this room who don't know if their country will exist in the long term. Can you imagine? Coming from a country, saying that your country risks disappearing because icebergs are melting. Think about that. What do you want to build for how can you build for the future? How can you fight this? So we share the commitment of the Secretary General, and we aligned ourselves. I was lucky enough to be Prime Minister in 2015 for the Paris Agreement, and we need to continue to work towards this. We supported negotiations. Also, we will support negotiations at the COP28 to create a new loss and damage fund to help those most vulnerable countries. We're also strengthening our international climate funding. In addition to our ODA, our government has also decided, indeed, to increase Luxembourg's contribution to the Green Fund for Climate by 25% for the period 2024 to 2027. And we are also working in close collaboration with the European Investment Bank in the field of sustainable financing. Luxembourg's financial position, particularly its Luxembourg Green Exchange, emitted the first green bonds, and we've also mobilized private capital. And only yesterday in our embassy, we received a colleague from Cabo Verde and colleagues also from Rwanda. And together, we were able to show that we can connect public and private if we want to address things together. We can't do it alone as the public administration. We are really, if we want to do this, if we want to achieve this, we need to get the private sector on board. So you are welcome to Luxembourg to visit our country to see the different options that exist to bring together the public and the private to see that how we can make progress together. President.
And I just listened to the former speaker who spoke about human rights. I'm sure if we would ask all the delegates today what means human rights for one and the other, it's a shame that still in 2023, human rights depends where you are born. It depends of your religion. It depends if you're a girl or a boy. It depends of your sexual orientation. Today to know that depending on your place of birth, the human rights are different for the one than for the other is still a shame to have that in 2023. And it's not about human rights, it's also about civil rights, economic rights, rights to education, rights to be different. Rights of diversity, rights of women, rights of the capacity to choose yourself, and not that someone else thinks he knows better what is good for you. That's the reality still in 2023 when we speak about human rights and universal human rights, and when we speak about United Nations. No, we are not united when we speak about human rights. The definition of human rights depends still today where you were born, and I can tell you that's not the best success that we have. And we still celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Declaration of the Human Rights. And for us, the defense of human rights for women and for children will stay a priority. And we are also proud to have supported an initiative about the decision also to create an institution for the people who disappeared in Syria. For us, you have to be we have to fight intolerance. And I would ask you just to be intolerant to intolerance. Is it still normal that nowadays in some political parties try to explain us, for example, that Second World War was not such a terrible period? Just go to Auschwitz and see what happened in Auschwitz, where millions of Jewish people were killed. They were killed because they were Jewish, they were gypsies, they were gays, or they were left-wings. Go there, you will see thousands and thousands of luggages. You will see crutches, you will see hairs, you will see glasses. And people were just a number. This was what happened on my continent. And we still today, some people think that this is just a small part of our history. I thought we would learn from the past when I see what happened also after Second World War. When you see today that being gay, being lesbian, being trans is still a death penalty. If you realize I'm myself gay, it's not my choice. I didn't wake up in the morning to ask myself, oh, why I'm gay today. The most difficult part was to accept myself. And so realize that being gay is not a choice. But being homophobic is a choice. And we have to fight against people who do not accept diversity in our nations. I could continue for all these different words about religions, about anti-Semitism, anti-difference, when we still speak about being a United Nations and wanting to share values together. We still have to play also a role in peace and international security. And when I see the situation in Africa, I have to tell you that I'm not assured about what happened. I have a special moment to think about my colleague, the President Bazoum. He was one of the stable country as president of Niger. He's now in custody. I want to tell you that for us it was important to support also the African countries who condemned the coup. It is not the power of the strongest, of the one who has the weapons, who has to win against democrats. We have to continue to fight for this. When I speak about also here, is it normal that the procedures that we have in the United Nations makes it possible that a permanent member can block situations where we have all to agree that there is a problem? And again, last year I did already a message to the Russian delegations. Please listen to us and try to stop this unnecessary war. I belong to the few leaders I had calls with President Zelensky and with President Putin. I got criticized for having done this call, but I don't regret it. If we want to find solutions, we need to speak to the one and to the other. But when I realized that there was no will from Russian side to find the solutions, there was no will to save lives, I gave up. So the Russian delegations, please, there is no reason to kill innocent civilians, to rape women, to kill children. I grew up in peace. I never lived a war. But on my continent, still in ex-Yugoslavia, we had a war not that long time ago. And if I'm free in front of you, it's because other countries supported Luxembourg. I have an American military cemetery with thousands of young guys and girls. They didn't even know where my country was, and they died for me to be able to sit in a free country today. And that's the reason why we won't leave Ukraine alone. Ukraine has no choice, and we cannot accept that the power and this decision is the decision of the biggest neighbor who decides what is good for you. I had it in my life when Germany thought they would know what is better for Luxembourg than we do. And so we will continue to support Ukraine, and we want them leave alone. And we need to make it understand to the Russians that they did the wrong decisions. And we need also to sue. We cannot accept that crimes has been done and won't be punished. Dear friends, it's the 8th time that I'm able to make a speech in front of you, being Prime Minister now for 10 years, since 2013. And I'm proud about the contributions and the work my country has done also during this period in the United Nations. We have been an active member of the Security Council between 13 and 14, and during this strong experience, we also wanted to re-propose a candidature in 2016 for the Security Council for 31-32. In 13, we also decided to be a candidate for the Council of Human Rights, and we've got elected in October 21 for the mandate 22-24. In October 22, we presented also our candidature for the Council Executive of UNESCO for the period 25-29. It's not to be candidate just to be candidate or to sit in a room. We want to have an added value when we put candidature also. We want to continue to fight for what I told you before. We want to continue for being United Nations, what it means to be united. And if we have differences, to respect, but I try at least to convince, to exchange, and to move on to closer United Nations than we have it done before, with young people, with a civil society. And we should think really about the procedures also, with the fact that with the procedures we had, usually we do procedures where everything is okay, but we realize then we have troubles with a permanent member, it is difficult to move on. And also, we have to give a voice to the African countries today in these institutions too. Dear President, just to conclude, we will be a united nation, as I told you before, where wherever you get born, wherever your parents did, whatever religions they have, whatever your sexual orientations will be, your political orientations will be, you will be able to have the same right to live, to be educated, and to be as you are, and not like other people would love you to be. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister for Communications and Media, and Minister for Religious Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. You will now hear, the Assembly will now hear, an address by Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bangladesh. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bangladesh. I invite her to address the Assembly.
I am delivering the abridged version of my statement due to time constraint. The copies of the original and longer version have been provided to you all. Mr. President, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I am here today to deliver my 19th statement to the UN General Assembly. I would like to congratulate you on your election as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I assure you of Bangladesh delegation's full cooperation throughout the session. I also commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Sabah Qureshi, for his successful steering of the 77th session. I would also like to express my deep appreciations to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his strong commitment to strengthening multilateralism, for his efforts, bold statements, and for his far-sighted and pragmatic steps towards making the UN deliver its mandates and stand up to the challenges of the current world. At this critical juncture, Mr. President, your call for rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity reminds me of the maiden speech by our father of the nation in this August Assembly. Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman stated in his address to this Assembly in 1974, and I quote, "The great economic upheavals that have shaken our world should generate a sense of urgency for building a just economic order. Only a regeneration of the feeling of human solidarity and brotherhood and an acknowledgement of interdependence can bring about a rational solution and urgent action needed to avoid such catastrophe." Unquote. In this connection, we deeply appreciate the Secretary General's initiative to convene the Summit of the Future next year. We hope that this process will amply complement our efforts to attain the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Mr. President, since assuming office in 2009, we have transformed Bangladesh from a lower middle-income country to a middle-income country. We have reduced poverty rate from 41.5% in 2006 to 18.7% in 2022, and extreme poverty rate from 25.1% to 5.6%.
we have expanded the social safety net coverage to ensure social and financial security for destitute women, widows, the elderly, persons with disabilities, persons of third gender, and other marginalized segments of the society. 40 million people are receiving the benefits of our social safety net program directly or indirectly. In the current fiscal year, a total of $12 billion have been allocated for the social safety net programs. This year, we have introduced the Universal Pension Scheme, through which any citizen aged between 18 to 50 can avail of the old age benefits. Mr. President, we are committed to ensure women empowerment and gender equality within a stipulated time frame. We have given special attention to overall education, including female literacy. We have been providing textbooks free of cost up to secondary level since 2010. Starting from the primary to higher education, about 23 million students are being provided with stipends, scholarships, and one-time grants. More than half of those recipients are female. Mr. President, despite contributing less than 0.47% of global emissions, Bangladesh is one of the most climatically vulnerable countries in the world. The adverse effects of climate change pose serious threats to our security and economic prosperity of our present and future generations. Urgent, bold, and ambitious collective actions are needed to address these threats. We established the Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund back in 2009 to finance climate adaptation and allocated $480 million to this fund so far from our own resources. Under Astayan Project, a landmark initiative of my government for the landless and homeless people, 5 million people from 840,000 families have been provided with houses free of cost. Mr. President, the developed economies must fulfill their $100 billion commitments. We demand an urgent operationalization of the loss and damage funds as agreed in COP27. We call for a stronger global solidarity in shaping the burden of climate migrants induced by sea level rise, salinity increase, river erosion, floods, and droughts. The interlinked crises of the past few years have pushed up prices of food, energy, and commodities globally, which have left negative impacts on our economy. We have ensured food for everyone. We are providing 10 million people in low income bracket with rice and other commodities at affordable prices. We have taken different initiatives to keep inflation under control. I thank the Secretary General for forming the Global Crisis Response Group in 2022 and for the group's continued advocacy and solutions in addressing the global food, energy, and financial crisis. We are deeply concerned that the Black Sea Grain Initiative has become defunct and call upon all parties concerned for its early restoration. Besides, for the countries like ours, uninterrupted access to fertilizers must be ensured. As part of Vision 2041, my government is heavily investing in building a smart Bangladesh to transform the country into a high-income, poverty-free, developed nation, grounded in proper utilization of science and technology and powered by innovation. Mr. President, in Bangladesh, we have achieved exemplary success in bringing primary healthcare services to the grassroots level through community clinics. Bangladesh's success has been recognized and appreciated by this august assembly. After peaceful settlement of maritime boundaries with our neighboring countries, the blue economy has opened up a new horizon for development of Bangladesh. We believe the provisions of UNCLOS need to be effectively implemented to ensure sustainable use of marine resources. The day before yesterday, I signed the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, known as BBNJ Agreement. Mr. President, our commitment to global peace and security is well manifested in our contribution to the UN peacekeeping operations. As of now, 188,000 men and women from Bangladesh have served in 55 UN peacekeeping missions in 40 countries. Owing to our own experience, we are also actively contributing to the post-conflict reconstruction efforts through our leadership role in the UN Peacebuilding Commission. We strongly support the role of the Commission in strengthening the UN's prevention agenda. Mr. President, we remain concerned at the continued prevalence of terrorist threats, which are now taking new shapes due to misuse of information and communications technology. My government maintains a zero-tolerance policy against terrorism and violent extremism. Acts that hurt communal harmony and harm peaceful coexistence of people of different faiths and beliefs are serious crimes. Bangladesh believes in communal harmony. As an elected member of the Human Rights Council, we are working with the fellow member states towards safeguarding all human rights of people around the world. In this session today, I would like to unequivocally reiterate that we will continue to promote democracy, rule of law, and freedom of expression in line with the Constitution of Bangladesh. Mr. President, this year marks the 75th anniversary of Nakba, the catastrophe inflicted upon the people of Palestine. It is deeply troubling that the legitimate rights of Palestinian people have remained unmet. We will continue our efforts to realize the rights of the people of Palestine. Bangladesh will always stand by Palestine. It has been 6 years since the forcibly displaced Rohingyas from Myanmar have been expelled from their country. Out of humanitarian concerns, we have given them temporary shelter. The displaced Rohingyas want to return to their own country and live in a peaceful life there. Let us ensure that those destitute people can return to their own home soon. Mr. President, on 15th August 1975, my father, the father of our nation and the incumbent president of Bangladesh, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, was brutally assassinated. A total of 18 members of my family were killed on that day, including my mother, my 3 younger brothers, 2 sisters-in-law, and my parental uncles. Only my younger sister and myself survived the brutality as we were abroad at that time. Before that, in 1971, 3 million people of our country were killed during the Great War of Liberation. 200,000 women were heinously tortured and abused. As a victim of and witness to brutalities of war and assassination, I can feel the pain and agony that people endure due to the horrors of war, killings, coup d'etat, and conflicts. Therefore, today my appeal is to you, to the leaders of the world, let us shun the path of war, sanctions, and confrontation. And work collectively for enduring peace and welfare of the humankind and for the economic prosperity of our people and the future generations. I thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. May Bangladesh live forever.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, may God and peace blessings be upon you all. First, I would like, and on behalf of the government and people of Iraq, to offer our sincere condolences and our solidarity to the Kingdom of Morocco and the State of Libya, government and people, over the catastrophe of the earthquake in Morocco and the floods in Libya. And we ask God Almighty to grant peace to the families of the deceased and a quick recovery to the injured. Mr. President, I come to you today bearing the salutations of the Iraqi people. Iraq was among the 50 states that founded this important organization 78 years ago. Iraq has always, and to this very day, believed in the general principles that the United Nations was founded upon, and it contributes to all of its programs because it believes that our only path is the path of human brotherhood and solidarity to guarantee the safe existence of the world as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit of consensus has prevailed in the new Iraq, and we have overcome some difficult days. We now have a government that enjoys a widespread political coalition that covers all aspects and shades of the Iraqi society. This government has adopted a comprehensive and ambitious reforms programs to correct our path and to regain trust in the political system and to offer a dignified life to our citizens and to secure their future and build a capable and strong Iraq. On this path, we have adopted a program with crucial priorities that reflect issues that must be implemented without delay and which relate to the basic needs of our people. These priorities include employment opportunities, overhauling the services sectors, poverty eradication, raising the standards of living, fighting corruption, and enacting comprehensive reforms economically and in the sectors of management, finances, and banks in order to overcome the obsolete legacy of previous management systems that were unable to keep pace with changes and global advancements. We have made important strides in this direction and in record time. The investment climate in Iraq has developed and has opened up to the global economy and to fruitful partnerships. We have signed many agreements in a variety of sectors. Iraq has become a safe environment that attracts investors to opportunities that are filled with promise. Iraq continues to be an important oil state. It is a pivotal state in the global energy market. It offers opportunities and projects and businesses of extreme importance in this field. We have launched the Road to Development project. This pioneering project is one of the most modern projects in the region. It is a vital land corridor that connects essential economic parts in our developing area. It is the best path for trade and economic exchange in the region. It is important in the field of transport and economy. This project is a strategic Iraqi vision, a vision of connectivity and outreach to the world, and positive economic interaction. Many international organizations have issued reports citing the spread of corruption in Iraq. We have diagnosed this disease, and we have named it the corruption pandemic, making combating it the top of our priorities. We are tracking down wanted persons wherever they were, and regardless of their ranks and affiliations. We have surrendered them to the judiciary, the Iraqi judiciary, so that this disease can be stamped out. Here, we ask our friends and our partners to help us combat corruption in all its stages. We ask them to facilitate pursuing those who perpetrate corruption. We must all work together and cooperate in combating corruption. We must return the money that they have stolen, because we believe that there is a symbiotic relationship between corruption and terrorism, and this is what we all want to fight. Esteemed delegates, we have established an independent and balanced foreign policy that is targeted towards cooperation and that is based on bringing views closer together and focusing on commonalities. We want Iraq to be a source of stability in its regional and international sphere. We want Iraq to be part of the solution to any international or regional problem. We want Iraq to be an enabler of understanding and cooperation. We seek to build constructive partnerships that are based on mutual respect and on incentivizing all the different parties. We aim to help in drawing policies that would establish and achieve sustainable development for our peace-loving peoples. The Republic of Iraq reaffirms its commitment to the principles of international law. We reaffirm our respect for all United Nations resolutions. We stress our determination to establish the best of ties with everyone, especially our neighbors. We reject any interference in our internal affairs, regardless of the excuse. And our Constitution stipulates that Iraq will not be a launching point for any aggression towards other states. Similarly, we ask everyone to respect Iraq's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We reserve our right to take the necessary measures as established by international laws and conventions to repel any violation of our country. Here, we reaffirm that we extend a hand of friendship to our neighbors to maintain the security and stability and progress and prosperity of our region in a manner that would guarantee prosperity for our peoples. We hope to achieve regional integration. We hope to remove anything that obstructs the free flow of trade in the region. We aim to facilitate the movement of persons and capital and goods through political borders, and we aim to connect infrastructures together. All of these are factors that would mitigate the potential for armed conflict and would limit the further escalation of existing conflicts. We see that we can achieve economic integration by standardizing and streamlining economic policies and custom fees and laws and connecting economic infrastructures together through joint investments and offering opportunities. And as a gesture towards pushing forward these efforts, we are working on holding the Baghdad 2023 Conference for Economic Integration and Regional Stability. We will not follow a policy of polarization. Rather, we will deal with everyone in accordance with our national interests. We continue to bolster Iraq's natural place in the field of international cooperation and take every action to enhance stability. Our government has placed the file of IDPs and the forcibly displaced persons at the top of our priorities, and we have taken many national measures to find solutions, sustainable ones, to secure their voluntary and safe return to their homes and to rebuild their liberated cities. We have also sought to resolve the issue of missing persons who were disappeared by the criminals of Daesh. We offer material and psychological support to their families and work on their reintegration. In Iraq, we are moving towards endorsing a policy of the protection of civilians so that we would entrench the concept of preserving human rights and respecting international humanitarian law. We train our security forces and we monitor their performance in the field of protecting civilians, especially in terms of any mistakes that are committed in armed conflicts. We also seek to protect civilians during natural disasters. This would make Iraq the first state in the Middle East that adopts such a policy and creates an environment of cooperation between security forces and the citizens. We are making steady progress towards holding local elections in the governorates towards the end of this year, after a 10-year hiatus. These elections are a pillar of decentralization in Iraq. They are an important part of the resilience of the governance system and state establishments. The federal government, through its comprehensive and multiple programs, enjoys the best of relations with the region of Kurdistan and all of the governorates of Iraq on an equal footing. It is in constant contact with the representatives of the region and the local governments in all of Iraq's governorates so that we would transform opportunities to projects that would enhance the development of resources and the Iraqi economy. Ladies and gentlemen, our region and our country specifically, the land of Mesopotamia, the land between the two great rivers, is suffering from a drought that is a result of climate change, and there is an extreme need to preserve our rights in water resources and international river basins. The natural water bodies in Al-Ahwar, the Iraqi marshes, is one of the lungs of the entire planet. Having these marshes dry out would be a biological, ecological, and historic loss to all living beings on this planet. There would be a loss of a human heritage and a chapter in the book of humanity and its civilization. Iraq witnessed the first international treaty, and this treaty was on water, and it was signed 2,550 years ago. Therefore, the cradle of civilization must not be allowed to die of thirst. This environmental disaster will have a harsher impact on Iraq and the region due to the unprecedented increase in temperatures, which turns every aspect of daily life into an almost impossible task. Therefore, Iraq is working on and calling for exerting more efforts between the relevant regional states so that we could work together and we could find an effective coordination mechanism so that we could form a negotiating bloc within the Climate Convention. We call for establishing an integrated mechanism to manage cross-border water resources and to address the effects of droughts and sandstorms and heat waves. We stress the need to mobilize international efforts to guarantee the sustainability of water resources. Here, we call for establishing a regional grouping that would be comprised of the coastal states of the Gulf, including Iraq and Iran and the member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council, because these are the states that will be disproportionately subject to the temperature rise. This grouping would be tasked with coordinating regional efforts to manage water resources and address climate change and bolster environmental protection and work together in leading action to confront the drought. Our government at the national level has taken the necessary measures to lessen emissions and stop gas flaring and the environmental pollution it causes. We have also launched several projects in terms of waste recycling and encouraging the use of clean energy. Our government has endorsed and ratified a national strategy to combat pollution and its impacts for the years 2023 to 2030. Iraq believes that addressing these challenges requires establishing institutions that are able to deal with economic challenges and, more specifically, climate challenges. Your Excellencies, despite the cross-border challenges that we face, as they face all of humanity, we seek to confront them effectively and within our national capabilities by cooperating with our partners and friends. And the most important of these challenges is the challenge of drugs. Drugs hinder all efforts to establish development and invest in human resources and the development of youth. Therefore, our government has adopted a national strategy to combat drugs and psychotropics for the years 2023 to 2025. We, as the international community and governments in the region, have no alternative except to intensify our efforts and to coordinate our work in combating drugs and any related activities that would facilitate them falling in the hands of our children and our societies. And it is no secret that there is a direct relationship between terrorism and drugs. Mr. President, Iraq is classified, and according to population surveys, it's classified as a youthful state, in that youth, males and females, constitute 60% of the Iraqi population. Therefore, the government of Iraq has given them priority attention in its government program and seeks to support the youth because they are the best investment. The Iraqi government has established many programs and strategies and projects and initiatives to support youth in every aspect. We have launched the initiative called Riyada, translated as Pioneer, for development and employment, and it aims to support students and youth and empower them and develop their creativity so that they would be able to find employment opportunities and create effective economic action. And we aim to develop practical and productive energies so that we could encourage students and youth to keep up with the changes of the labor market and technological advancements and to invest skills, and creativities so that we would allow for innovation and provide thousands of employment opportunities to youth so that they would live in a dignified manner. We have also established a Supreme Youth Council that is chaired by the Prime Minister, the Ministers of Youth and Sports, and the Ministers of Planning and Finances and Labor and Social Affairs and Education and Scientific Research and Culture. And thanks to the sponsorship of the Iraqi government, by the Iraqi government of the youth sector and through its construction of sports centers, Iraqi sports teams and students teams were able to win many accolades and titles in several tournaments and championships. And here we would like to reiterate that our government continues to implement programs to empower women and to grant women their effective right to contribute in every stage of development. Women have been an important partner in all of our victories against terrorism, and women continue to be our partners in overcoming all the difficulties that we are facing. Mr. President, we say to the world that we have a firm stand on the Palestinian right to establish an independent Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital. We also reiterate Iraq's support for the unity of Syria, land and people. We call for ending the suffering of the Syrian people and allowing them to exert full control over all Syrian territory. Mr. President, we note the continued threat posed by terrorist organizations and their ability to recruit elements that would threaten our security and target our states. We note the need to distinguish between instigating violence and spreading hatred and attacking the beliefs of others on the one hand and the freedom of expression on the other. Burning the Holy Quran is a hate crime, and it aims to offend and aggress the beliefs of a quarter of the world's population and those who respect sanctities. This cannot be marketed as freedom of expression. We in Iraq know the bitter taste of religious extremism, and we know the effects of this extremism. And such actions are the main ingredients towards creating such extremism and encouraging it. And terrorist Daesh is the best example of this. In closing, time has come for Iraq to regain its natural place in the international community after its glorious success in combating terrorism on behalf of the world. And the defeat that we have established with the help of friends and partners. We defeated this terrorism. The people of Iraq have registered and have made immortal epics in battling the most vicious of crimes. And here we would like to note the wise guidance of Grand Ayatollah Ali As-Sistani and his blessed edicts. And we note the valor of all the security and military forces of Iraq in these victories and in their efforts to establish the basis of social peace. With this spirituality, Iraq has become safe and stable, and we will work through productive diplomacy so that Iraq would become a center where brothers and sisters and friends and partners meet to build a region that is safe and prosperous, that serves all of our people. Iraq now enjoys the strength of its resources and its geographic location and the will of its people who confront challenges and who has emerged victorious as always. I thank you for your kind attention. Peace and God's blessings be upon you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear now an address by His Excellency Gaston Alphonse Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Gaston Alphonse Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates. Antigua and Barbuda congratulates His Excellency Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago on his election as President of this 78th session of the General Assembly. We are very proud of the contribution that the countries of the CARICOM community are making to advance internationalism in this United Nations organization and other multilateral bodies. In this connection, we regard as a further acknowledgement of CARICOM's capacity the election of Guyana to the Security Council from 2024 to 2026. Of course, Guyana's further service on the Security Council follows 2 years of active participation by yet another CARICOM state, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the smallest nation in the world to serve on the Security Council. What these accomplishments demonstrate is that size or smallness is not an impediment to making significant contributions to international decision-making. Consequently, we expect that the Alliance of Small Island States, EOSIS, will be given a seat at the table in significant fora, including the G20 meetings, even as an observer. Mr. President, the world is failing developing countries. Those are not my words, but I certainly adopt them. They are the words of the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, spoken less than a week ago. Developing states, against many odds, have remarkably lifted hundreds of millions from the depths of poverty. They have been active participants in the United Nations, fervently searching for and offering global solutions. Yet, despite these strides, they find themselves ensnared in a myriad of global crises which they had no hand in creating. We are caught in a vortex of skyrocketing prices, overwhelming debts, and the undeniable increasing frequency of climate disasters. The current global frameworks, shaped largely by the more affluent nations, remain largely unresponsive to these crises. A united front can compel the global community to sit up, to listen, and to act. The developing world must build that unity of purpose, not in confrontation, but in collaboration, not in division, but in cooperation. So today, I call on the nations which have been excluded from global decision-making and which have been left behind to bridge the separation of their geographical distance and to join to advance their collective interests. That is why, Mr. President, Antigua and Barbuda has embarked on strategies, building alliances with the willing to counter the threats we face from the impacts of climate change and the failure of the international financial institutions and their policymakers to respond to the urgent needs of our peoples. One of these initiatives, which is currently taking place, was initiated 2 years ago in the margins of COP26 in Glasgow by the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, Kozia Natano, and myself. Frustrated by the lip service being paid by the world's major emitters and the broken promises of every previous COP meeting, we decided that we would seek an advisory opinion from the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, ITLAS, and that was concerning the obligation of states to combat pollution linked to climate change and its ensuing marine repercussions, such as ocean temperatures, rising ocean temperatures, sea level rise, and ocean acidification. Joined by other small island states, we co-founded the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, COSIS. COSIS sought and received a favorable agreement by ITLAS to hear our pleadings, which began on September 11th in Hamburg and which will continue until September 25th. Why did we go to ITLAS? We went to ITLAS because It is the guardian of the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. It is a natural venue to seek legal clarity on the obligations of states to protect our marine environment. Small island, developing states, SIDS, are primarily maritime states. We depend on the ocean not just for sustenance, but as a crucial part of our heritage and our identity. The ocean is also a vital carbon sink. With increasing ocean and terrestrial temperatures reaching record highs this summer, literally burning the planet and simultaneously causing unprecedented storms, flooding, and droughts, all nations must act now to safeguard the oceans as critical or as a critical component of the Earth's climate system. The countries of COSIS are not seeking to rewrite laws. We are seeking clarity on existing ones. SIDS cannot sit idly while our countries sink beneath our feet or are crippled by a burden of debt as we are left abandoned by the international system to rebuild within our own limited means, one disaster after another. However, taking the case to ITLAS is not an initiative just for the survival of SIDS. It is a vital effort for the preservation and prosperity of all nations in our shared world. In this connection, Antigua and Barbuda and other members of COSIS will also stand with this General Assembly in its decision initiated by Vanuatu to seek an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states with respect to climate change. We consider this as a duty of care for the peoples of the world. Mr. President, another bold initiative we have championed revolves around the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, as set out by the General Assembly in 2021. Why the MVI? Because it is crucial. SIDS, though not the poorest countries, are extremely vulnerable to climate and other shocks, and they lack resilience due to structural problems of limited human and financial resources, lack of economies of scale, and higher costs due to their isolation from major manufacturing hubs. Therefore, the sole criterion of per capita income denying us access to concessional financing is unfair and unjust. The MVI is not just a tool. It is our gateway to essential financing, to robust national planning, to debt servicing, and possibly our final beacon when seeking insurance and compensation against the rising tides. Mr. President, we intend to continue to advance these contentions in the international financial institutions. Particularly, we will raise this urgent issue at the joint meeting of the IMF and World Bank in Marrakesh next month. We call on all SIDS and all fair-minded countries to join us in advancing the MVI as a vital component in facilitating access to concessional financing. Mr. President, Antigua and Barbuda greatly look forward to hosting the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States from May 27th to 30th, 2024, under the theme, Charting the Course Towards Resilient Prosperity. I've highlighted the stark realities faced by SIDS. We are grappling with the impacts of global phenomena, from the lingering effects of COVID to climate change, and the international economic and financial repercussions of Russia's incursion into Ukraine. Additionally, we are burdened with staggering debts, unfavorable trade terms, and a global financial architecture that fails to meet our needs. Our upcoming conference is therefore more than just a forum. We must aim to develop a bold, decade-long strategy that will illuminate the path forward, addressing our unique and interconnected challenges to ensure a resilient and prosperous future for our citizens. Given these challenges, and in collaboration with the private sector and UN entities, Antigua and Barbuda will establish a center of excellence for SIDS that will enable all SIDS to achieve sustainable, resilient prosperity. The truth is unavoidable. many major greenhouse gas emitting countries have not met their commitments. The previously set boundary, a temperature rise of no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, will be breached on the current trajectory. The risks we face are not just on the horizon. They are here and they are now, requiring an urgent commitment to reduce emissions. Small island states' capacity to adjust and to build resilience cannot keep pace with the fast occurrence of extreme climate events. And I emphasize that we will suffer first, but what we will endure is only the precursor of the fate of every nation. We are all running out of time, and we need to act now to save our planet. Mr. President, the summit meeting of the Conference of the Parties, the COP in Dubai, will be crucial for the future of our planet. Not only does COP28 comes at a time where the world is witnessing climate chaos, but this summit is particularly important because it will include a global stocktake. Countries will assess how far they have come on cutting planet heat and pollution. However, the awful truth is already clear. 8 years after the climate agreement in Paris, global progress has been far from sufficient. The world is currently not in line with the temperature targets outlined in the Paris Agreement. According to the European Union's Climate Change Service, this year's June to August period was not only the warmest since 1940, but it also saw temperatures soaring towards 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. A red line once deemed sacrosanct will be crossed if urgent action is not taken. Warnings have turned to imminent danger. Therefore, what was already a crucial matter for action at COP28 has now become an imperative for action. And that is the Loss and Damage Fund, for which small island states have been praying, pleading, and literally begging. Not that we should be begging. Now, we must recall that all that happened at COP27 last year is that the world's great polluters agreed only at last minute that such a fund was important. But agreement was not establishment. What we got was the formation of a transitional committee to make recommendations for consideration at COP28. And certainly that was not sufficient. The issue was once again deferred. Now, we must insist at COP28 that the Loss and Damage Fund must be made operational and adequately funded. So it must provide adequate financing to help SIDS withstand the inevitable ruin that the actions of the major polluters are continuing to wreak. If COP28 fails in this critical mission, it risks undermining global trust, potentially sabotaging cooperative efforts on myriad global challenges. It is my ardent hope that when we gather in Dubai, the shared spirit of responsibility will prevail, such that the dying embers of hope can be reignited by the flame of action. Mr. President, Antigua and Barbuda unequivocally asserts that climate justice and reparatory justice are deeply intertwined. They are inseparable. It is essential for this esteemed assembly to understand that climate justice is not a standalone concern. As I said before, the issues are inseparable. Historically, the nations that thrived on the Industrial Revolution did so on the backs of enslaved and victimized generations from the Caribbean and other corners of the African diaspora. It is unjust that countries that paid the highest human price are now bearing the heaviest climate burden. I say to this august body that that is unjust and must be addressed with urgency. A recent UN report aptly underscores that while legal routes to compensation may be complex, it by no means nullifies the moral and ethical obligations stemming from these historical wrongs. These historical wrongs must be addressed, and we urge the nations complicit in the dark legacy of enslavement to recognize, to reconcile, and to redress soonest. Our shared future must be built on justice, understanding, and cooperation. Mr. President, another pivotal theme of this General Assembly resonates deeply with us. That is, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, which now stands on shaky ground. It is worth emphasizing that no nation, large or small, can truly flourish amid such global turbulence, particularly for smaller states like mine, which rely heavily on the consistent hum of global stability for essential sectors like tourism. The stakes are incredibly high. Our plea is simple. We beseech the world's formidable nations to engage in dialogue and embrace mutual respect. These are not just pathways to global peace, but also the avenues that ensure the prosperity of every citizen. Join on this theme of trust, I urge the United States to revisit its stance on Cuba. It is high time for the U.S. to remove Cuba from its list of state sponsors of terrorism. You know it's not true. And to bring an end to the outdated embargo that harms the human populace. Your policy against Cuba is cruel and wicked and ought to be addressed with urgency. Similarly, we advocate for the removal of sanctions in Venezuela, especially those that hinder the Venezuelan government's access to the U.S. financial system and literally block oil imports from the state-owned PDVSA. It cannot be ignored that these sanctions amplify the human crisis in Venezuela, contributing to the very large number of refugees into neighboring countries. So the United States ought to take responsibility for the amount of refugees and not blame the administration in Venezuela. The sanctions also harm innocent Caribbean countries that hitherto benefited from the Petro-Caribbean Initiative, which served as an energy stabilization mechanism for these countries. We are hurting too, and that is why we argue in this August forum that the sanctions should be lifted. As members of this United Nations organization, we are all bound by its charter that enshrines dialogue and peaceful conflict resolution. Today, I fervently urge every nation to recommit to these cornerstone principles, ensuring that they are respected, that they are followed, and to be followed as the bedrock of all international relations. Mr. President, I now turn to the crisis in Haiti. The enduring challenges faced by Haiti remain at the forefront of international consciousness. Historically, the scars of Haiti's struggle for freedom from enslavement are juxtaposed with the exploitative economic interests of France in the 18th and 19th centuries and have left deep imprints. The burden of compensation to France for over a century, essentially buying their liberty, has curtailed the developmental prospects of the Haitian people for generations. Subsequent interventions compounded these problems. Internally, episodes of autocratic leadership have further eroded the national fabric. The recent mission by the CARICOM Eminent Persons Group, seeking a resolution to Haiti's political deadlock, voiced deep concerns over the rising dominance of gangs and the ensuing human rights crisis. The immediate imperatives are clear. An urgent, comprehensive, coordinated intervention is required that will concurrently restore governance, security, and the rule of law while resolving the humanitarian crisis. The CARICOM Eminent Persons strongly recommended that a broad-based transitional government is the linchpin for effective governance. It is our aspiration that this proposed representative transitional government materializes to provide the necessary leadership that is required with external assistance to restore order and bring lasting peace and prosperity to the suffering people of Haiti. Antigua and Barbuda stands resolutely in solidarity with the Haitian people. In this regard, I reaffirm my government's pledge to cooperate with all Haitian stakeholders and with the international community in the efforts to reinstate the rule of law, restoring democracy, and assisting with the security and humanitarian relief. The people of Haiti deserve no less. Mr. President, I now turn to the use of illegal guns. The use of illegal guns accounts for a significant percentage of all recorded homicides in the Caribbean. At an average of 15.1 per 100,000, the region has one of the highest homicides in the world, 3 times the world's average. Yet, Mr. President, no country in the Caribbean manufactures a single weapon or a single round of ammunition. Not one. The majority of these weapons originate in the United States, from which they are smuggled or trafficked to bolster organized criminals involved in trafficking illicit narcotics. In any event, the fallout from these illegal guns is their increasing use in Caribbean countries and the clear threat that they pose to our societies and the capacity of our law enforcement to cope. Given that all our countries are bordered by vast expanses of sea, we face further challenges to obtain modern technology, including satellite imagery, radar, and surveillance systems to try to stop the smuggling of weapons. But, Mr. President, while our region is confronting the threats to our security arising from illegal traditional weapons, we're even more alarmed at the potential for autonomous weapons to fall into the hands of organized criminals. Consider drone, meticulously programmed with facial recognition technology, set to target an individual. It scans, identifies, and eliminates its target, all while operating undetected. Mr. President, this isn't the plot of a dystopian novel, but a looming reality. Just a month ago, under the theme of a new agenda for peace, the UN Secretary General sounded the alarm bell. He has urged nations to formulate a legally binding instrument by 2026 to prohibit lethal autonomous weapon systems. Antigua and Barbuda fully supports this recommendation, and we will work with other nations to successfully conclude an international treaty that shields our societies and safeguards our nations to ensure our national security from this threat. Mr. President, Antigua and Barbuda is small in size, without military might and financial influence, but our spirit stands tall. We refuse to let our size diminish our voice or lessen our rightful place at the decision-making table. Since our first steps as a sovereign state in 1981, we have championed a world where equity, fairness, and social justice are not mere buzzwords, but lived realities. And yet, with a heavy heart, we note the ever-widening chasm between the affluent and the struggling, between those who hold the reins of power and those who yearn for their rightful share. Year after year, leaders like myself stand at this podium. We speak of financial justice, of climate justice, but our cries, it seems, echo in a vast void. Words abound, but transformative action remains elusive. I often sense the skepticism from my fellow citizens when they ask, why speak when it feels like the world isn't truly listening? But, Mr. President, I remember this. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was the tiniest of microbes, unseen, unanticipated, that brought nations, great and small, to their knees. It wasn't an arsenal of weapons or a mountain of wealth that provided a beacon in those dark times. It was global cooperation. Let us not forget, It was collective global action. The same truth applies beyond pandemics. Whether we aim for worlds steeped in peace, basking in prosperity, or forward-looking in progress, our only hope lies in banding together. We're all part of a human civilization. We're all fundamentally one and the same people, and we must band together. Every nation, regardless of its power or wealth, shares this interwoven destiny. Therefore, let us never relent in our pursuit of change. For the sake of humanity, for our shared planet, let us shape a world that is not only better, but also just, prosperous, and inclusive for all. Antigua and Barbuda stands ready, as ever, to play its part. We call on the powerful and the rich to do the same. I thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
I thank, on behalf of the Assembly, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnership of Antigua and Barbuda for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Raymond Ndong Sima, Prime Minister of the Gabonese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Raymond Ndong Sima, Prime Minister of the Gabonese Republic, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I'd like to extend my warm congratulations to you on your election to the presidency of this 78th Ordinary Session of the General Assembly. I further pay tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Xaba Korozi, for his work during his term. And I'd like to express the confidence of my country to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his bold and multiform action to implement reforms, to achieve and accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals on the one hand, and to promote international peace and security. Mr. President, I stand before this august assembly in an unprecedented context for my country which has emerged from trials and tribulations following a chaotic electoral process which was interrupted on 30 August by the security and defense forces. This intervention was, of course, condemned by the international community as a violation of the democratic requirements for the handover of power. It would, however, be useful to provide a balance of information and to allay some suspicions. It would be useful to recall specifically what the Gabonese political context was which preceded this takeover of power and justified it. It would be a mistake, from our point of view, to hand down judgments or to lump things together and not take into account the reality of our context. If I may, first and foremost, I'd like to recall for everyone here the experience of the 2016 presidential election. And the current situation is a result of that election. Everyone will recall that election was reported on by the electoral mission of the European Union, which looked at the circumstances around it and denounced it as a fraudulent process, one that was insincere and stripped of any transparency, with results that challenged the very laws of statistics. It was characterized especially by violence, the loss of human life in significant numbers, and damage to goods for all. In order to mitigate the situation, the social cost of which was quite high, in 2017, a dialogue was organized, which ended up in a return to elections twice. This small concession to democracy, which was once again postponed to 2013 before it could even take place. So the regime had no intention of renouncing its fraudulent strategy. Between 2017 and 2022, there were no preparations made for the elections that were supposed to be held according to the Constitution at the very latest on the 26th of August 2023. The preparations only started in February of 2023 and led to an unimaginable number of twists and distortions in the constitutional framework, the legislative and regulatory framework for the elections, including when the election process had already been launched. I could mention just a couple of examples in a non-exhaustive list of them. Let me start with the return to one round of elections. The choice of a president of the Gabonese Election Center, which was notoriously partial, as a member of known to the party in power. The absence of reliability of the electoral lists, which had people on it that were known to be deceased, the suppression of provisions that allowed for the representation of candidates in several different locations with a flagrant violation of the principle of equality, modification in the violation of the simple principle of the hierarchy of norms and legislative provisions as part of the laws set forth for elections, and the merging of candidates for presidential and legislative elections. We can see that these modifications were rejected without any review by a constitutional court when the people appealed for justice. Any observer who is attentive, honest, and in good faith of Gabonese political life in recent years would be fully aware of the unraveling of the situation. Everyone within the Gabonese opposition sought out diplomatic missions on the ground in August, and then on the 9th of August 2023, went to the special representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations for Africa, Central Africa, residing in Libreville, to try to alert him to the shape of things in the electoral process and the danger of maintaining the state of affairs. And I need to state this here without any ambiguity. Neither the political actors nor the voters themselves, no one was prepared to accept, once again, electoral misconduct. This determination, which was known to all, did not prevent the Gabonese Center for Elections from sending urns under its exclusive control and that were not sealed, and then to proceed to fraudulent records of the elections and the results. And the results obtained in this manner could only lead to, after they were announced, clashes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, given the situation, the Defense and Security Forces had a choice. They could either prepare to repress the protests, running the risk that sooner or later they would be persecuted in international courts for their responsibility, or they could choose to decide to interrupt a fraudulent and dangerous electoral process, one that was dangerous to national cohesion. They chose the second option in order to put an end to the risk of a fire which would have engulfed the very foundation of Gabonese society and that would have not have spared the many foreign people living in Gabon. They chose what was responsible. They chose the second option to stop the possibility of a fire which, as I said before, would have completely overwhelmed Gabonese society. It would not have been reasonable or responsible to allow such a situation to continue. The ensuing cycle of violence would have led to overwhelming disaster. As a result, this military intervention, without any bloodshed, without any material damage, was seen as the lesser of two evils. And the people approved it with a very large majority, as reflected by the spontaneous outbreaks of jubilation that were seen in images broadcast around the world, and whereby the majority of the political class was actually relieved to have avoided an uncertain outcome. Henceforth, to condemn such a process would be to support the idea that it would have been better to allow the clashes and conflict to take place and then to be counting the number of victims afterwards, since no one in the opposition, no one was prepared to allow this election to be hijacked once again. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, while this intervention was necessary, we could not be satisfied with allowing the status quo to prevail. Without any delay, in an inclusive manner, we need to prepare reform and return to an ordinary institutional process that would allow for the handing over of power through elections. The transition government's roadmap, transition government that I have been leading for the last 2 weeks, is geared to restoring confidence and to making major correction to the electoral framework and to restore institutions and prepare them for implementing these reforms. The expected deliverables will come following national conferences, adoption of a new constitution that reflects our social contract, and enacting laws that include legislative elections that lead to free, transparent, and credible elections. And that's why already next week we have planned a press conference where I will at that time indicate the timeline for consultations with the political class as a whole and civil society. And I will take that opportunity to outline the program and schedule of the various stages that will lead to new elections. And from this point of view, what Gabon needs most is encouragement and accompaniment to accomplish these tasks in a timeline that everyone sees as reasonable. And I take this opportunity then to launch a solemn appeal to all of our bilateral, regional, and multilateral partners to accompany us and support the people's desire for national health with a view to strengthening the rule of law and democracy for shared prosperity. At this turning point in our destiny and in our history, the Gabonese people are united in its support for the Committee for Transition and Restoration of Institution, and will remember with appreciation the solidarity and the trust of the peoples of Africa and around the world who stand at their side in order to preserve our place in the concert of nations.
Monsieur le Président,
President, 78 years after the UN was created, an endless cycle of crises continues to cloud aspirations and darken the horizon for sustainable peace between and within nations. The multiple crises of solidarity, security crises, humanitarian crises, health crises, climate crises, geopolitical crises fuel sentiments of mistrust vis-à-vis international institutions and mechanisms. Indeed, the system of collective and indivisible security advocated for by the United Nations Charter patently appears as fiction in numerous regions of the world, prey to the upheavals of war, particularly in Africa and the region of Sahel, the Horn of Africa, the region of the Great Lakes. They have become true epicenters of instability. In the majority of these regions, predation for natural resources is a significant source of conflict, to a point where these resources become a real curse for the countries that possess them. President, today we are at an inflection point which requires each and every member of the international community to take ownership once again of the objectives of the UN Charter. And it requires that they reconcile a reconciliation with the aspirations of peoples of the world. It is crucial to reframe the social contract between nations, whatever their size or population, and bearing in mind that every people counts. We must, above all, recalibrate how we project our identity as peoples of the world, prioritizing dialogue each and every time over fighting, prioritizing cooperation over the spirit of us versus them. We must, without further ado, carry out a real structural transformation of the peace and security architecture of our organization and adapt mechanisms for promoting peace and security to a global context marked by ever-changing crises and conflicts. This is why the theme of this session is so relevant. It is focused on the need to rebuild confidence and to reignite solidarity, to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. President, Gabon reaffirms that prevention is a tool that is more than essential. It must be at the heart of our actions if we wish to see consolidated and lasting peace. The efforts of the international community in terms of prevention have so far been slow, ill-adapted, and underfunded. Indeed, the absence of sufficient resources for the work of our organization for prevention and peace building has alas contributed to a resurgence of crises during transitions, or it has given rise to new conflicts. Our generation has a responsibility towards future generations to leave them a world that is safer, a world where the threats to peace and security linked to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction has been curbed. We should leave them a world without a nuclear threat. President, there is still a considerable gap between our actions and our commitments. It is time to bridge this gap, particularly on the crucial issue of financing climate action. Gabon has invested for decades on the preservation of biodiversity and has shown constant commitment to the fight against climate change. New financial debt for nature compacts provide opportunities to increase budgets allocated to protect biodiversity and to respond to the unsustainable debt of developing countries and to fight climate change. Through this new green financing mechanism, my country has just benefited from a restructuration of 3% of its debt in return for a commitment to invest $163 million to preserve our marine ecosystems. We must go further in this vein. I invite, therefore, international financial partners to increase the numbers of initiatives to convert debt so that we can address the challenges of global warming, the loss of biodiversity, and sustainable development. It's through a multilateral approach and by reviewing how we respond to these challenges that we'll be able to effectively address the multiform challenges that are standing before humanity. President, the Agenda 2030 is our shared roadmap to address global challenges. However, with less than 10 years to go, progress is unequal and insufficient. Poverty, hunger, social inequality, shortcomings in terms of health and education, and lack of sufficient funding for the SDGs, all of this is seriously jeopardizing the implementation of this ambitious agenda. Throughout the transition period that I'm leading, I plan on redoubling my country's efforts to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda through strengthening in a practical and pragmatic way our national policies, and also through encouraging public-private partnerships that are innovative. Also, I intend to focus on local action carried out by authorities, civil society and the private sector, fully involving citizens, particularly young people and women. It is crucial that the international community be able to increase its support to developing countries. Further funding is indeed necessary, particularly for the most vulnerable countries. The various different summits that have been organized in the sidelines of this session, particularly on financing for development, climate ambition, universal health coverage, are all an opportunity for the international community to translate goodwill into joint action and to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. President, within the United Nations system, exclusion and marginalization loom large over our efforts to coexist. Africa must be able to find its rightful place as a fully fledged actor on the international stage and not simply a stake for the world's powers. Indeed, more than 78 years after the creation of the UN, the world has completely changed. The international context has completely changed. The geopolitical landscape has completely changed. The nature of wars has literally been transformed. Technology has completely revolutionized our day-to-day life, but the structure of our institutions essentially remains unchanged, particularly in terms of our collective security. To address the challenges of the future, our security architecture must reflect current and future realities. We must update our international institutions, as well as our mentalities, how we envisage lasting peace, shared prosperity and coexistence. We must reinvent solutions to contemporary threats, particularly climate change and cyber insecurity. We must, when faced with a crisis of international solidarity, which is fueling adjacent crises on the economic, humanitarian, health or food fronts, we cannot address these challenges of this century with the tools from the last one. President, in the light of these stark facts, we are convinced of the need to act, to implement 3 fundamental axes that are able to make the multilateral system more credible and more inclusive. Firstly, we must reform the Security Council without further ado. It must represent today's reality and the current and future challenges we face. Secondly, we must also redefine our rules and our mechanisms so that we can address how insecurity and terrorism are evolving. It's a question of guaranteeing inclusivity and solidarity, so that there is no more room for double standards. We must also more concertedly attack the root causes of conflicts and crises. Thirdly, we must build a new social contract, a new global compact between generations, between those who govern and those who are governed, between the global and the regional, but with a focus particularly on young people, women, civil society, and the private sector. In this new social contract for the future, bridges must always replace walls. Education must always loosen the stranglehold of ignorance and intolerance. Multilateralism must prevail over unilateral stances, and the logic of dialogue must always prevail over the logic of antagonism and jockeying for influence. President, to conclude, I wish to underscore our demand to respond to present and future generations. This intergenerational solidarity is a moral obligation vis-à-vis those who will have no choice but to inherit the consequences of the choices we make today. We owe them a response that assuages their fears, meets their needs and their legitimate aspirations to live in peace, in dignity and prosperity. It's with these existential questions in mind that we have shouldered our responsibilities and that we have resolutely committed to put our action in line with the expectations of our peoples. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Gabonese Republic for the statement just made. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 11th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
The 11th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Manasseh Damokana Sogavare, Prime Minister of Solomon Islands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Manasseh Damokana Sogavare, Prime Minister of Solomon Islands. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Head of States, Head of Governments, Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring greetings from the people of Solomon Islands to this august chamber. We reaffirm our commitment to the principles of this 78-year-old organization for a world of peace and shared prosperity, progress, with partnership and sustainable future, with dignity and liberty. Mr. President, the people of Solomon Islands extend our congratulations to a fellow islander from Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency Ambassador Dennis Francis, on your election as President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We also acknowledge your predecessor, His Excellency Ambassador Saba Korosi, for his stewardship throughout the 77th session of the General Assembly, and I wish him every success in his future endeavors. I too would like to join the international community in conveying on behalf of the people of Solomon Islands our deepest condolences to the government and people of the Kingdom of Morocco and Libya, respectively. We pray for their speedy recovery and that the Almighty give strength and comfort to those who have lost their loved ones, livelihoods, and homes. Mr. President, the choice of this year's theme is very interesting given our current state of world affairs and is one that resonates well with Solomon Islands. 8 years ago, in this very hall, we made a pledge to save our planet, eradicate poverty, and address the climate crisis. Collectively, we resolved to adopt the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in our bids to ensure that no one is left behind. The Paris Agreement is also a testament of that unified resolve. However, today, the health of our planet has declined and poverty has increased. We are also presented with a runaway climate crisis that threatens our very existence and questions our resolve. These multiple predicaments, coupled with the toxic mix of geopolitical power posturing, conflicts, and economic downturn, has interrogated our collective commitments to the very purpose of our organization and the effectiveness of multilateralism in our fast-changing world. Taking stock of our achievements, it is unacceptable that 85% of global sustainable development goals are either off track, regressed, or stagnant. The gravity of this situation cannot be ignored, especially for LDCs and SEEDs. The theme presented not only highlights the failure of multilateralism, but raises the immediate need for us to restore our trust and reignite our solidarity by holding our global commitment within the principles and spirit of the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, the theme further presents an opportunity for us to take stock of our own shortcomings and to see where we can breathe new life into the 2030 agenda. If it means re-engineering our method of collaboration and raising our ambition to bolster and accelerate global action in the next 7 years, then we must start today. As a LDC, we are heartened by the international community's support to extend our preparatory period to graduate in 2027. We thank you for your solidarity and support. Solomon Islands remain committed to have our smooth transition strategy in place by the end of 2024. We are reviewing our 2016 to 2035 National Development Strategy and have prioritized infrastructure resilience, digital connectivity, technology transfer, investment, trade and energy reforms to ensure our graduation is resilient, sustainable, and irreversible. This is our effort to save and rescue the 2030 agenda. To propel our economic recovery and build our resilience, we need bilateral and multilateral support. To advance our development aspirations and address our vulnerabilities. And in that vein, we once again reiterate our call for an enhanced UN in-country presence. Mr. President, we therefore call for the immediate implementation of the 6 priorities of the Doha Program of Action 2022-2031 and translating these commitments into reality. We also welcome Solomon Islands' inclusion in the pilot phase of the early warning systems through the resilience building mechanism and look forward to the utilization of the iGrad facility and to support our transition initiatives toward graduation. The world's commitment to multilateralism must be strengthened. Solomon Islands calls for a stronger political will for the halves to grant LDCs with non-reciprocal trade arrangement and generalized system of preference arrangement. Good neighborly relations means caring and striving for all. The 47 LDCs account for only 1% of global trade. We acknowledge the value South-South cooperation because it is less restrictive, more responsive, and is aligned to our national needs. We applaud the People's Republic of China for the initiative in accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda through their Belt and Road Initiative, Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative. During my discussions with President Xi Jinping in July 2023, Solomon Islands and China reached an understanding to establish a comprehensive strategic framework that aims to achieve our national development strategy and the 2030 Agenda through these transformative initiatives. These initiatives carry significant importance in promoting, implementing, and achieving the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. And we call on all partners to adopt this transformative partnership model. If we are to rebuild trust and reignite solidarity, then let us start by changing how we engage and reforming our international financial architecture. Our appetite for transformative change has never been higher, and we look forward to working closely with all partners who are genuine to partner with us in our path to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, I call on the establishment of a SIDS permanent seat in decision-making body within the international financial architecture to ensure inclusivity. As a small developing state, we support the 4th Small Islands Developing Countries Conference scheduled to be held in Antigua Barbuda in May 2024. The gathering is expected to present a roadmap of collective action to succeed this Samoa pathway, and we have every confidence this new partnership will be ambitious and recommit global action to the unique and special needs of SEEDS. Solomon Islands supports the call for the adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index and its implementation and operationalization during the 78th United Nations General Assembly. This is a SEEDS initiative that takes into account the cross-dimensional vulnerability of SEEDS to recover and build back better. Therefore, the modus operandi of the international financial institutions must be reformed to address our special circumstances vulnerability. Mr. President, there can be no sustainable development without peace and no peace without sustainable development. The world cannot achieve the sustainable development goals with all the conflict and wars that is going on. The past 7 years has shown us that. Solomon Islands reiterates its call for the cessation of all conflict, including the Ukraine war. We must restore faith in our charter and give peace a chance. We must better understand and listen to each other more and seek diplomatic solution to all conflict. Wars have exacerbated our vulnerability, broken our trust, and undermined our solidarity. It remains a great distraction from our development agenda. Swords must be now converted to plow. It is time we sow seeds of peace so that we can reap the fruit of progress, prosperous, and sustainability. Mr. President, we continue to call for an expanded, democratic, equitable, transparent, and accountable Security Council that represents today's realities. This includes a dedicated small islands development state seat. Solomon Islands registered our interest 9 years ago to serve in the Security Council for the period 2031-2032. Today, we continue to seek international support for our candidature and thank those who have given their support. We again reiterate our strong belief in multilateralism and reaffirm our commitment to the spirit and purpose of the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, Solomon Islands will host the 17th Pacific Games, the region's largest and premium multi-sporting event for the first time in our history from 19 November to December, 2nd of December. Our shores will be graced by the presence of more than 5,000 athletes of 24 countries and territories within the Pacific region, including Australia and New Zealand. And we stand united and proud to deliver on this regional commitment. Solomon Islands is grateful and appreciates the ongoing support from our bilateral and multilateral partners, in particular the People's Republic of China, who has become our leading infrastructure partner. We also thank Saudi Arabia, Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, the Republic of Korea, and Japan for their support as well. Mr. President, countless voices have echoed the same sentiment that climate change remains the single greatest threat to our people and planet. But have we seriously and truly taken heed? Ambition under the Paris Agreement remains low. We need to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius alive and close the mitigation gap. The global stock take under the Paris Agreement is critical to keep everyone honest. Now, where we are, what we need to do, and how to keep the 1.5 goal alive. Loss and damage mechanism needs to be resourced and operationalized. Global trust needs to be restored to uphold the credibility of the Paris Agreement. We must walk the talk by taking drastic climate action. Solomon Islands welcomes the International Court of Justice deliberations on the Vanuatu Initiative for Climate Change. We must accelerate our transition to a low-carbon economy and further support the Port Vila Initiative for a just transition from fossil fuels. Developed countries must take the lead in financing the construction of climate-resilient safe islands in SEADS. This must be a global priority. Mr. President, Solomon Islands is pleased to inform the General Assembly that we have ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, the National Disability Inclusive Policy, and the Mental Health Policy provides the framework for implementation to ensure the rights of persons with disabilities are promoted and protected at all levels. We are cognizant of our duty to provide an enabling environment and mechanism that enables our people to exercise their fundamental rights as provided under our Constitution. Solomon Islands, Mr. President, reaffirmed the right to self-determination as enshrined under the United Nations Charter. And on the question of New Caledonia and French Polynesia, Solomon Islands notes with deep concern the credibility of the latest referendum in New Caledonia. We urgently call on the relevant body and stakeholders to look into this matter. Mr. President, Solomon Islands note with deep concern the 6-decade-old embargo imposed on Cuba. This unilateral action undermines the spirit of multilateralism and Cuba's progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda. We urge our friend and partner, the United States of America, to lift the unjust economic embargo placed on Cuba. This is an opportunity to rebuild trust and reignite solidarity. Embargoes do not augur well with the resolve of this august body to leave no one behind. I take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Solomon Islands to thank Cuba for the support to our health sector through the training of our medical doctors over recent years. Mr. President, 2 days ago, Solomon Islands signed and become amongst the first signatories to the agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, a subsidiary to the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. Solomon Islands, in collaboration with the Pacific Island Forum Fisheries Agency, will host a summit on the implementation of SDG 14.4 next year in Honiara. This will be done in coordination with United Nations Special Envoy for the Ocean. The summit will showcase Pacific leadership in tuna fisheries management. The outcome will feed into the 3rd UN Ocean Conference in June 2025. We note the ongoing work of current intergovernmental negotiating committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. This is critical to maintaining the health, productivity, and resilience of our ocean, and is in line with 2050 strategy of the Blue Pacific continent. Mr. President, the Pacific has been a victim of power politics long before we become a member of this organization. The Battle of Guadalcanal is recorded in history as one of the fiercest battles of World War II, a war that was not of our making. The lack of urgency 8 decades ago to remove these UXOs comes to a great loss to Solomon Islands and in finance and lives. And on this juncture, I would like to thank the government of the United States of America for their continued assistance to the efforts to date. However, more needs to be done to address this threat, and I call on responsible countries to remove the UXOs and compensate lives affected and lost. Since the inception of the United Nations in 1945, the Pacific Islands remained a stage for power projection by developed nations. As a consequence, from 1946 to 1996, approximately 300 nuclear devices were tested in the Pacific, including the Marshall Islands, French Polynesia, and Kiribati. Did we have a say in this? We never did. Mr. President, these countries and their people must be compensated commensurably. Mr. President, nuclear footprint of big powers in the Pacific is intrinsically carved into our history and genes. Certain populations to this day continue to suffer from health issues because of nuclear testing and dumping in the Pacific. As a signatory to the 1985 Treaty of Rarotonga, Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, our commitment to keep our blue Pacific continent nuclear-free is non-negotiable. We ratified the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty early this year, which is a testament to our conviction and principle to a nuclear-free Pacific. We remain concerned on the development of military nuclear investment within the Pacific region and its potential to trigger nuclear arms race and its implication for our nuclear-free status. Mr. President, Solomon Islands stands with like-minded Pacific Islanders and is appalled by Japan's decision to discharge over 1 million tons of treated nuclear wastewater into the ocean. We note IAEA's assessment report is inconclusive and that the scientific data shared remains inadequate, incomplete, and biased. These concerns were ignored. If this nuclear waste is safe, it should be stored in Japan. The fact that it's dumped into the ocean shows that it is not safe. The effect of this act is transboundary and intergenerational, and it's an attack on global trust and solidarity. So the message is clear. Our lives, our people do not matter. The increased warming and acidification of the ocean against the discharge of treated nuclear water over a period of 30 years plus poses worrying risk for our people's well-being and future. We call on Japan to explore other options in addressing the treated nuclear waste water and immediately stop discharging it into the Pacific Ocean. If we are to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, we must be honest and frank in protecting our oceans, which is the lifeblood of our people. Mr. President, I am morally and ethically obliged to speak for humanity, the voiceless, and our children's children. We are the ocean. It is our past, our present, and our future. It is the foundation of our very existence. It is our identity. Please stop the discharge of nuclear-treated water, or history will judge us. In conclusion, Mr. President, in framing the future, we need a reformed, rule-based international system that is future-ready and responsive to today's reality. A change of attitude and approach is needed. The need to understand and reach out to the vulnerable is critical. We must restore our faith in the United Nations Charter and end all wars. Renew and reaffirm our focus with vigor, matched with resources to deliver our 2030 agenda. Mr. President, we only have one life to live, so let us right the wrongs of the past by rebuilding trust and reigniting solidarity to accelerate action on the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. I close by paraphrasing Winston Churchill. Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duty and so bear ourselves that if humankind and United Nations last for 1,000 years, men and women will still say this was their finest hour. Unite together for a better United Nations. To God be the glory. Great things He has done. May God bless you all and may God bless the United Nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh, Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Pham Minh Chinh, Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Denis Francis on his election as President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. I'm confident that with his wealth of experience and excellent capability, he will help ensure success of the session. I also wish to voice my appreciation for significant contributions by His Excellency Kaba Korosi, President of the 77th UN General Assembly, and His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, having endured great sufferings, sacrifices, and losses from war, separation, embargo of the past century, Vietnam fully understands better than anyone else and appreciates profoundly the value of peace, cooperation, and development. With perseverance and tireless efforts in the spirit of putting the past behind, overcoming differences, harnessing similarities, and striving towards the future, to turn enemies into friends, confrontation into dialogue, and through contending and cooperating, turn adversaries into partners. By doing that, Vietnam is recognized by international friends as a model for post-war cooperation, recovery, and reconciliation for the common development and prosperity of all parties concerned. To this end, it would be remiss not to mention the three most important and decisive factors in international cooperation: trust, sincerity, and solidarity. Trust helps erase animosity and bridge differences and is the prerequisite for solid, effective, and substantive ties. Sincerity brings sympathy, reinforces hope, trust, and solidarity domestically, which makes up the strength for state, nation, and all of its people. Solidarity internationally enhances multilateralism and creates global strength. This is also the spirit that we wish to underscore and promote at this year's session. Only by building upon trust, sincerity, and solidarity around the world, strengthening of the UN's role, and mobilizing the active participation of all states, can we together address difficulties, overcome challenges, promote peace, cooperation, and prosperity globally, regionally, and nationally, and bring about happiness and well-being for all people. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, over the past years, we have been facing tremendous hurdles. While peace and stability prevails at the macro level, hostilities, conflicts, and tension remain at the micro level. I would say that in addition, arms races and increasing risks from weapons of mass destruction loom large. Consequences of COVID-19 continue to persist while the global economy records slow and unequal recovery with high inflation and growing risk. At the same time, non-traditional security challenges, natural disasters, climate change, environmental issues, food, energy, water, and cyber security are evolving in a complex and unpredictable manner. Moreover, our world today is facing four critical crises. First, there's a crisis of trust amid the most intense geopolitical tensions since the Cold War. Second, there's a crisis of multilateral cooperation due to fragmentation and division. Third, there's a crisis of legal principles reflected through the undermining of international law and the UN Charter in certain corners. And fourth, there's a crisis of resources to respond to global issues such as poverty eradication, education, health, humanitarian assistance, diseases, natural disasters, and climate change. Against this backdrop, critical question is that as leaders of the world, what do we need to do to help our respective nations and the world as a whole overcome current obstacles? The answer, in my opinion, is we need to jointly build trust, showcase sincerity, foster solidarity, enhance bilateral and multilateral cooperation, effectively respond to global and whole population challenges, promote sustainable development with the people as a center, the actor, the goal, the driver, and the resource for growth. I'm of the view that global challenges require global solutions. In addition, as the issues affect each and every nation, so we should adopt a whole population comprehensive and holistic approach. In this spirit, I would like to outline 5 clusters of solutions as follows. First, it's necessary to build upon sincerity, reinforce strategic trust, and call upon countries to uphold responsibility as the basis for our efforts. Sincerity and trust need to be fostered and intensified through candid dialogue on the basis of mutual respect, shared interests, and joint efforts to address differences as well as the prevention and containment of conflicts. Responsibility is showcased through complying with international commitments, international law, and the UN Charter. It's also reflected in the refrainment from the use of force, power politics, unilateralism, divisive and fragmenting actions. In this regard, major powers play a crucial and pioneering role in building trust, promoting sincerity, and upholding responsibility through stronger commitments and more comprehensive support for global development. Second, a global solution is to enhance international solidarity and cooperation. Each country needs to place their interests in the broader picture of the international community's interests and join hands to protect and promote multilateralism and strengthen the central role of the United Nations. This can be achieved through new and more robust multilateral initiatives and action for the interests of all countries and peoples. We need to support the UN Secretary General's SDG stimulus via vigorous, concrete, practical, and effective commitments and actions. Let us pursue unity instead of division, dialogue instead of confrontation, and cooperation instead of isolation and divergence. Once again, Vietnam affirms its solidarity with other countries, including Cuba, and urges the United States to put an end to its embargo against Cuba. Third, a whole population solution is to promote policies that identify the people as a center, the goal, the actor and driver, and the resource of sustainable development, while ensuring that no one is left behind. Development can only be truly meaningful when it brings about practical benefits to each and every person, particularly in such prioritized areas as investment in promoting education, creating jobs, make sure that the people will be the center of the policy-making process, and we need to enhance and strengthen investment in education, creating jobs, ensuring social security, providing healthcare, improving resilience and adaptation, preventing natural disasters and diseases. Fourth, essential to implement holistic political, economic, and social measures to ensure security and stability. We need to develop and transition into a green, digital, circular, sharing and smart economy, promote innovations and startups, reduce trade and investment barriers, facilitate market access, and conclude more free trade agreements. Vietnam supports the reform of international institutions. We need to expedite these reforms, particularly financial and monetary ones, towards greater equity and equality for developing countries and less developed countries, and improve their capacity to effectively manage risk. Fifth, we need to mobilize and effectively utilize resources in which self-reliance, resilience, and effective harnessing of our potentials and advantages are important factors underlying the success, prosperity, and strength of each nation, region, and the world at large. Developing countries, particularly least developed countries, are currently most vulnerable to the severe consequences of climate change, natural disasters, and diseases. They need to receive substantive and effective assistance in terms of finance, technology, human resources development, and governance coordination. Vietnam supports the Summit of the Future process to bring about important changes via a new mindset, new modus operandi, and new actions with a view to helping multilateral institutions operate in a more synchronized and effective manner and better respond to the needs and interests of own countries and peoples. Mr. President, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, President Ho Chi Minh, the beloved great leader of Vietnam's people, national liberation hero and great man of culture, once said, "A country is rooted in its people. Only when the root holds strong can the tree stand firm. We shall build the fort of victory on the foundation of our people's efforts and solidarity, solidarity, great solidarity, success, success, and great success." By building upon this philosophy, Vietnam has recorded important and historic achievements after nearly 40 years of đổi mới across the board, particularly in terms of socio-economic development and improvement of the people's living standards. Multi-dimensional poverty rate in Vietnam has dropped to below 2%. Vietnam steadfastly pursues a consistent foreign policy of independence, self-reliance, multilateralization, and diversification of external relations, and remains a friend, reliable partner, and active, responsible member of the international community for peace, cooperation, development, and prosperity of the countries worldwide. Vietnam will continue to be a reliable, responsible partner of the international community. Vietnamese men and women from the People's Army and police forces have been participating in the UN peacekeeping missions, conveying a strong message of peace, friendship, and cooperation and development. We also expediting energy transition to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Vietnam maintains food security for a population of 100 million people while striving to export around 7 million tons of rice this year, contributing to ensuring global food security. On this occasion, Vietnam would like to announce the national commitment towards SDG transition. Mr. President, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, from a region plagued with war and division, Southeast Asia has emerged as a region of solidarity, friendship, and cooperation, and an epicentrum of growth. Moreover, ASEAN matters, and ASEAN has affirmed its centrality in maintaining peace, security, and prosperity in the region. We wish to reaffirm our commitment to working with other countries within and outside the region to safeguard peace, stability, security, safety, and freedom of navigation in the South China Sea in accordance with international law and the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. It's also necessary to exercise restraint and refrain from unilateral actions and arrest disputes and differences by peaceful means, including diplomatic and legal processes. Mr. President, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, the late Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld once referred to the United Nations as the new Santa Maria that can help us brave tempestuous storms and explore uncharted seas of peace, stability, cooperation, and development. Let us be responsible sailors, stand united, uphold trust, and act in unison to steady our helm and take the UN vessels to new horizons of greater and more inclusive prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ntsokonne Samuel Matekane, Prime Minister and Head of Government and Minister for Defense, National Security and Environment of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ntsokonne Samuel Matekane, Prime Minister and Head of Government and Minister for Defense, National Security and Environment of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates. For the past 78 years, the world leaders have gathered together in this Assembly Hall in September every year because of their deep-rooted conviction that the nations of the world can and should cooperate to resolve conflicts peacefully and to change people's lives for the better. This vision of our forebears, that of a united, peaceful, and prosperous world, continues to resonate with us and shall indeed transcend countless future generations. This is so because the strides of the United Nations are too glaring to deny. From preventing the Third World War to buttressing the foundations of the global security, as well as advancing global economic development, the UN has left an indelible mark in the annals of history. Despite this remarkable achievement, the UN path towards full realization of its aspiration has always been beset by numerous challenges. The world is currently in a state of turbulence, with intersecting crises growing in scale and severity. With the conflicts and insurgency in the Sahel, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique and Ukraine, and the rising global tensions between nuclear weapon states, the UN's capacity to maintain global peace and security is put to the test. Climate change, poverty and hunger, diseases, lack of employment, mainly for the youth, and abuse of human rights threaten to overwhelm the international system. As if this is not enough, unconstitutional changes of government have resurfaced again, while unilateralism and terrorism continue unabated. This state of affairs, Mr. President, has given rise to perceptions that the multilateral system is no longer fit for purpose. The question now is, how do you restore confidence to the world population that the UN is still as relevant today as it was in 1945 when it was formed? And the answer to this question squarely rests on us as the current leadership of the world. It is up to us to make this decade a turning point or a decade in which multilateralism lost its way. It is in this context that we hail as most appropriate the theme chosen for our general debate, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, at the heart of our problems lies the challenge of an uneven and uncertain economic outlook. The report of the Secretary General on the work of the organization aptly captures that promotion is sustained, economic growth and sustainable development has remained a major challenge during the reporting period. It clearly indicates that progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, has not only stalled, but reversed in terms of poverty, employment, health, education, and other areas. Small and landlocked developing economies, such as Lesotho, bear the biggest brunt as they are yet to fully integrate into the global markets. Reversing the current economic trajectory requires us to be intentional about multilateral cooperation and to remain true to the principle underpinning the formation of the UN. We need to be purposeful in working towards leveling the playing fields with regard to the global financing architecture, and thus speak with one voice in calling for the democratization and reform of the Bretton Woods institutions. Moreover, Lesotho continues to fully support the proposal of the Secretary General on the SDG stimulus. At the same time, we would like to add our voice to the call for the G20 countries to provide the SDG stimulus to the tune of at least 500 billion per year, to be delivered through a combination of grants, concessional and non-concessional finance. International commitments undertaken must be fulfilled. We also welcome the recent G20 decision to accredit the African Union as its official member. Despite our challenges as least developed countries, we are not sitting back as spectators in the process of achieving the SDGs. Some of our efforts at the country level include the hosting of the high-level event on nutrition and food security in Lesotho in March this year by His Majesty King Letsie III. The aim of the event was to promote strong political momentum to mobilize commitments and investment in the fight against hunger and malnutrition to the continent. We are also making concerted efforts to sponsor the achievement of SDGs through our national fiscal allocations and actions. 2 months ago, and in collaboration with the UN Country Office in Lesotho, I launched the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which is aimed at the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. While we hail the UN for this gesture, we, however, wish to indicate that significant resources gaps still exist. We therefore call on our development partners to avail more resources towards this endeavor. Mr. President, climate change is also one of the formidable challenges of our time. This is evidenced by the changing weather patterns, hurricanes, storms, and catastrophic that we endure every year. The recent earthquake in Morocco and the floods in Libya are a case in point. Allow me at this point to pass our sincere condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones in these disasters. We also express solidarity and support to these sisterly African countries and their people as they recover and rebuild. In the midst of the climate change crisis, we believe that there's a silver lining on the horizon that may enable us to turn the fortunes of our people. In Lesotho, we have water, sunlight, and wind in abundance, which provide opportunities for innovation and partnerships in renewable energy generation and creation of jobs. In this regard, I wish to announce that on the 12th and 13th of October this year, Lesotho will host an international water and hydrogen conference and expo that will showcase the steps we are undertaking towards becoming the world's first sustainable digital hydro nation. We are open to investment in this sector. I, therefore, take this opportunity to invite you, Excellencies, and the private sector in your respective countries to attend this groundbreaking event. Our aim is to generate clean energy for domestic use and for export to the neighboring countries. At the same time, we urge developed countries to meet their financial commitments of providing $100 billion a year to developing states for the implementation of the Paris Agreement. We need to work for the implementation that puts people with disability, the youth, women, and other vulnerable groups at the center. We believe that the inclusion of all stakeholders in a and result-oriented action will bring about fundamental changes in the livelihoods and well-being of our societies. Mr. President, we live in a digital age that compels our countries to ensure wide access to digital tools. COVID has taught us that technology is key to fighting diseases and pandemics. The challenges besieging our health system require improvement in the use of telemedicine and technology. Global cooperation is key in this area. Even as we cooperate in this area, we need to ensure that access to health and medicine must continue to be a priority and adequately funded. We are gratified to share that in Lesotho, digital access has raised awareness in the youth, especially in girls and in women, of their rights. This is evident in increased civic engagement and expression of ideas and opinions by most Basotho women and girls in various sectors. This notwithstanding, full access to digital tools remain a challenge for our rural communities due to lack of infrastructure and affordability, further perpetuating inequalities that we strive to eradicate. This is one area that needs close collaboration and cooperation with member states. Even as we hail and support technological innovation such as artificial intelligence and social media, I must add, however, that we need not lose sight of the need to address clear threats to people's rights and to safety and privacy. In our quest to achieve our development aspirations, we are also taking initiatives to stimulate the medium, small and micro enterprise. This will help accelerate trade and industrialization as well as address the prevailing gender imbalances. Lesotho has also embarked on a comprehensive constitutional and legislative reforms process. While not being a one-stop solution for all problems, reforms nevertheless provide hope that people's life will improve due to a new order of public resources management, improved checks and balances, political stability, and a focus on the development agenda. As we transition into the implementation of the reforms, we shall continue to bank on the support of the UN and the international community. Mr. President, consolidation of peace shall continue to be a prerequisite to development, while access to small arms and light weapons that kill our people on a daily basis remain unfettered, peace will continue to elude us, while lack of political will to rid the world of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, including biological and chemical weapons, still exist. Global peace and security will forever remain fragile. We call for implementation of the Program of Action on illicit small arms and light weapons, and for the total elimination of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. In line with the international commitments and obligations undertaken as part of the global community, Lesotho shall continue to play a role in fostering global peace, including peace in our region. We are grateful to report to this August Assembly that our troops in Mozambique, under the umbrella of SADC, have made commendable strides in thwarting the threat of the deadly insurgency in that country. As we continue to ponder the most pressing issues and challenges facing the international community today, we should not forget the plight of Sahrawi and the Palestinian people who continue to live under oppression. Both the General Assembly and the Security Council have recognized their rights to self-determination and independence. Western Sahara should determine its own destiny and live in peace side by side with the Kingdom of Morocco. Equally, the solution to the Palestinian question is the implementation of the two-state solution with Israeli and Palestine living side by side in peace, security, and harmony. It would be remiss of me not to call for the uplifting of the economic embargo against the Republic of Cuba, as well as the remaining sanction against the Republic of Zimbabwe. At the same time, we call for the reform of the Security Council along the lines of the Esulwini Consensus and Zida Declaration. We deserve a council that is more transparent, representative, and democratic. We have learned a lesson from exclusion, intolerance, and war that selfishness in world relations is suicidal. We have learned a lesson in the value of collective decision-making and inclusive development. As I conclude my statement, allow me, Mr. President, to indicate that though the world may have changed since 1945, the UN, however, remains the only universal intergovernmental institution that unites us in a global community of states. Yes, the organization may have shortcomings, but it remains a beacon of hope for humanity. The responsibility to make the UN function optimally falls on all of us and must be discharged with a great sense of responsibility. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government and Minister for Defense, National Security and Environment of the Kingdom of Lesotho for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Samdech Moha Bowart Thipadey Mane Hun, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Samdech Moha Bowart Thipadey Mane Hun, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency Denis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates.
Denis Francis, on his elections as President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. Our debate is timely and very relevant to the current global context. Rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating actions on the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. It is my great pleasure to address this esteemed gathering today as the new Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. I am committed to working closely with all member states under this august body of the United Nations to realize our shared aspirations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I share the prevailing concern over the growing global instability and geopolitical tensions we all witness at present. The escalation of the war in Ukraine and its grave consequences reflects a significant erosion of trust among member states and lack of confidence in multilateralism. The competitions between super and major powers has diverted all available resources to expand security capabilities amid widening gaps in funding to address the lingering effects of COVID-19 and achieve the SDG 2030 agenda. Climate change is meanwhile threatening the existence of humanity. Without our bold and urgent actions, the world will see further increases in poverty, hunger, and risk of pandemics, and more entrenched cycles of instability and conflicts. It is now high time to restore the strategic security trust among all nations and trust in rule-based global systems, in which all states fully respect international laws and norms and principles enshrined in the UN Charter. We should strengthen and leverage the convening power of the United Nations systems to help reignite global solidarity to build a safer and more prosperous world for all. First and foremost, we must more strongly emphasize addressing development issues and preventing existing conflict from widening. In this regard, Cambodia highly appreciates the UN Secretary General's new agenda for peace with its ambitious recommendations for global stability and his vision for future of global cooperation as outlined in his report, Our Common Agenda. We strongly support his SDG and climate initiative. I am confident that his call for an SDG stimulus to invest $500 billion a year on sustainable development and climate action between now and 2030 will put progress on SDG implementation back on track. The Climate Solidarity Pact he proposed will lead to a reduction of emissions in line with principles of common but differentiated responsibilities. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, with enduring peace and stability, Cambodia continues to make notable progress on every front. Over the past 2 decades, poverty fell steadily at an average annual rate of 1.6%, and our economy grew by more than 7% a year until COVID-19 broke out. We were hailed as one of the most successful countries in controlling the pandemic and recovering from its impact. Economic growth returned to 5.2% in 2022 and is expected to continue growing at 5.6% in 2023. As highlighted in our second voluntary national review in July, 72.5% of Cambodia's SDG indicators and sub-indicators are well on track. The country is steadily transitioning from least developed to developing country status in 2027. This is thanks to sound government policies and our ability to maintain peace, political stability, high economic growth, equitable distribution of benefits from growth, and forging good cooperation with all stakeholders. Our democratic building process has steadily advanced. In July of this year, Cambodia successfully held general elections with 18 political parties contesting. Over 8.2 million people casted their ballots, a turnout rate of 84.59%. This is the highest since UN supervised election in 1993, and a clear indication of our people's greater political maturity and enthusiasm in exercising their democratic rights. The election has been widely assessed as free and fair, credible and just by thousands of observers, including 333 from abroad representing 65 countries. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Like many developing countries, Cambodia has a lot more to do to reach our goal of becoming an upper middle income country by 2030 and a resilient, vibrant, and prosperous high income country by 2050. To this end, and in line with Secretary General's call for member states to deliver a rescue plan for peoples and planet, my government is committed to taking transformative actions through our recently launched Pentagonal strategy for Cambodia's socio-economic development over the next 25 years. The Pentagonal strategy is being implemented from phase 1 in the 5 areas of growth, employment, equity, efficiencies, and sustainability. The 5 key priorities are people, road, water, electricity, and technology, especially digital technology to address the fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation of Cambodia economy. I would like to add that the main objective of this strategy include, on the one hand, maintaining the good momentum of peace, economic growth, and development in general. On the other, building and strengthening the foundation to accelerate national development through resilience in 5 years, in 5 areas: the public sector, the economy, the financial sector, human and social capital, and the environment, including climate change response. For the success of the Pentagonal strategies, Cambodia will accelerate its governance reform to ensure that our public administrations runs efficiently with a high level of integrity. We will safeguard peace, political stability, security, and social order, and maintain macroeconomic stability. To this end, Cambodia will further enhance partnerships and cooperations for development and keep welcoming the support of all friendly partners, both technicals and financials, to help Cambodia achieve its SDGs while continuing to deepen its regional and global integrations. Cambodia will continue on its present path of independence and neutral foreign policy based on the rule of law, equal mutual respect, and adherence to the principle of the UN Charter, to promote its national interests, strengthen existing friendships, and build more amicable ties. Cambodia remains resolute against the threat or use of force in international relations, interference in the internal affairs of and aggression against other independent nations. Cambodia shall not authorize any foreign military base on its territory, as clearly stated in its constitution. Cambodia will not allow any country nor any group to use its territory against another country. Cambodia will further endeavor to strengthen and expand good cooperations with nations around the world through bilateral, regional, and international frameworks to contribute to global peace, security, stability, sustainable development, and prosperity shared by all. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in addition to the SDGs under the global framework, Cambodia has added its own specific goals relating to mine actions, namely a mine-free Cambodia by 2025. In this effort, we call for continued financial and technical support. We also urge greater participation by the international community to raise awareness of the dangers of landmines and unexploded ordnance, the hidden killers that threaten human security even after armed conflicts end. Cambodia welcomes the Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protections for Just Transitions, initiated by His Excellency Antonio Guterres. We are proud to be selected as one of the 10 potential Pathfinder countries. To achieve the SDGs, Cambodia calls on international community to intensify efforts, strengthen cooperations, and rebuild trust and confidence to end wars, address the root cause of conflicts, and reinvigorate solidarity for SDG achievement. As a troop contributing country, Cambodia fully supports increasing the portion of ODA for peace building. Cambodia remains steadfast in its commitment to PKOs in contributing to international peace, security, stability, which are crucial for sustainable development. To further contribute to this process, Cambodia has decided to stand for membership of the Organizational Committee of the Peace Building Commission for the term 2025 to 2026. We seek your invaluable support for our candidature to this body. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in conclusions, despite many challenges and instability, we can build a better world for all by working together towards our common goals with reinforced mutual trust and global solidarity. Cambodia fully supports the adoption of the SDG Summit political declarations and the draft decisions of the Summit of the Future. These documents will help keep the SDGs on track and ensure their achievement by 2030. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, dear colleagues, dear friends, it is an honor to address the United Nations General Assembly once again. I represent Georgia, a strong nation that values freedom, cherishes its rich heritage, and embraces progress amid an ever-changing geopolitical landscape. As you are aware, my country experienced a full-scale military aggression in 2008 and continues to endure its destructive consequences. This is still evident in the occupation of 20% of Georgian territory by the Russian Federation and the displacement of hundreds of thousands of people from their homes. I confidently state that despite the devastation we've endured, we have not hesitated to pursue our ambitions. We have transformed Georgia into a dynamic society, fully committed to the realization of the fundamental principles and values enshrined in the UN Charter. Georgia understands the cost of war and recognizes the value of peace. Since 2012, our government has built and maintained an uninterrupted decade of peace and stability. I would like to take this opportunity to express our deep appreciation to the international community for the unwavering support to Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. To ensure our continued peaceful existence, I call on the international community to persuade the Russian Federation to engage with the Geneva international discussions and fully implement the EU-mediated 2008 ceasefire agreement. Thanks to our pragmatic foreign policy, we have sustained economic growth over the past decade. We continue to make critical investments to improve the quality of life for all Georgians. We have experienced double-digit economic growth for 2 consecutive years, with a GDP growth rate of over 10% in 2021 and 2022. This positive growth trend has continued in 2023 with an average economic growth of 7%. A substantial increase in GDP per capita is among my government's most significant achievements. Since 2012, GDP per capita has nearly doubled. We expect that this positive trend will continue. In addition, in July of this year, our official reserve assets reached a historic high, representing nearly a 90% growth in July 2023 compared to 2012. The unemployment and poverty rates are also at historical lows. The World Justice Project's 2022 Rule of Law Index places Georgia as the top-ranking country in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia regions regarding the rule of law. According to the Fraser Institute's report, Economic Freedom of the World 2022, Georgia is among the top 15 countries within the freest economies, while the Heritage Foundation Index of Economic Freedom 2023 places Georgia 21st in Europe, ahead of 11 EU member states. The Crime Index 2023 positions Georgia as one of the safest countries in the world, ranking 18th in the world and 8th in Europe. My government developed and approved Vision 2030, development strategy of Georgia, our country's first long-term policy framework. The document outlines a comprehensive set of reforms, covering areas like economic functions, social progress, good governance, justice, and human rights protection to implement by 2030. While we work towards comprehensive, multifaceted progress, we also place significant emphasis on education and social welfare. The importance of robust education systems cannot be overstated, since they serve as the cornerstone for empowered, prosperous, and productive societies. We embrace education by allocating resources to enhance digital literacy and bridge the digital divide. Our efforts extend to all levels of education. We have allocated up to $1 billion to rehabilitate and construct schools and kindergartens across the country. We have increased investments in healthcare and social welfare. Currently, 95% of our population benefits from universal healthcare, and we are continuously improving the quality of these services. We are determined to ensure the best possible care for all citizens. Dear friends, these successes are just a fraction of the progress my country has made, but they clearly demonstrate our efforts to create opportunities for all citizens, including those residing in the occupied territories of Georgia. To our Abkhazian and Ossetian brothers and sisters, it is our common adversary who opposes our unity. We are an ingenious people, capable of incredible accomplishments, but only together we can ensure lasting stability, attract increased investments, and reach our full potential as a united nation. We must not let this opportunity for a peaceful, stable, and prosperous future together slip through our grasp. Each step we take seeks to bring Georgia back into the European family where it belongs. The remarkable achievements of our government since 2012, including the European Union Association Agreement, the Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement, and the visa-free regime with the European Union, demonstrate our geopolitical priority to become an EU member state. The recognition last June of Georgia's European perspective has opened a new chapter in our relationship with the European Union. Recent surveys show nearly 90% of Georgians support EU membership, and we have demonstrated unwavering commitment to address the 12 priorities set forth for EU candidate status. Through a rigorous, inclusive, and transparent domestic implementation process involving all stakeholders, we are on track to complete them this year. Our achievements deserve a favorable decision from the European Union. As a front-runner among the so-called associated trio countries, Georgia has earned EU candidate status. We anticipate that Georgia's performance and the current geopolitical context in the region will be fairly evaluated. Granting Georgia the candidate status is the only course of action. Considering recent developments, I would like to emphasize the importance of the rules-based international order and the fundamental principles outlined in the UN Charter. Georgia is a responsible member of the international community, actively contributing to global peace. For more than 2 decades, we have made substantial contributions to NATO missions worldwide, making Georgia one of the largest per capita contributors to the NATO missions in Iraq and Afghanistan. 32 brave Georgian soldiers made the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan, while hundreds of others suffered injuries in the pursuit of freedom and peace. Georgia sacrificed greatly to protect our shared values and common interests. And Georgia reiterates its unwavering commitment. We significantly contributed to the EU-led missions and honor that commitment. Dear friends, as we strive for peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, it is disheartening to witness aggression against a UN member state. The war in Ukraine reawakens the trauma of the 2008 war in Georgia. We feel the pain and hardships that Ukraine currently faces and stand in full solidarity with the Ukrainian people. We have sponsored, joined, and supported more than 500 resolutions, statements, joint statements, and other initiatives by major international organizations and institutions to support Ukraine and Ukrainian people. Our Western partners, including the United States, European Union, and United Kingdom, have repeatedly praised our compliance with all international financial sanctions. My government has been providing substantial humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and to Ukrainian people since the beginning of this war, both in the country and to those currently residing in Georgia. Georgian schools have welcomed more than 2,200 Ukrainian students, ensuring that most of them receive education in the Ukrainian language while following the official Ukrainian curriculum. Let me be clear, the fundamental philosophy of our government is to avoid war and secure peace. Despite the challenges posed by our geographic location, we have managed to keep our people safe, while supporting Ukraine and the international community through prudent policies and close coordination with our partners. Through my government's Peaceful Neighborhood Initiative, we are prepared to engage with our neighbors and friends from Armenia and Azerbaijan to finally bring lasting peace to the South Caucasus. Dear friends, Georgia is emerging as a multi-dimensional regional hub. Our financial services sector has garnered global recognition, and we are attracting international investors, infusing additional capital into our economy. We have also prioritized investment to our infrastructure to enhance connectivity, successfully harnessing logistics and energy sectors. We are developing strategic transport corridors to establish crucial connections between Asia and Europe. Georgia's participation in various international initiatives and infrastructure projects enhance connectivity, facilitating trade across the Black Sea region. The Middle Corridor has been emerging as a secure and reliable route connecting east with west. We signed comprehensive roadmaps with Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan to eliminate bottlenecks and enhance the Middle Corridor from 2022 to 2027. These roadmaps provide for specific actions related to transport and logistics, infrastructure development, operational optimization, the implementation of a unified tariff policy, corridor digitalization, and improvements to the regulatory framework. In pursuit of enhancing east-west connectivity, Georgia established the Tbilisi Silk Road Forum in 2015, creating an international platform for dialogue among senior policymakers, businesses, and community leaders. The upcoming Silk Road Forum is scheduled to take place in Tbilisi this year on October 26th and 27th, bringing together approximately 2,000 delegates, including high-ranking officials and business representatives from more than 60 countries. Georgia has launched significant infrastructure projects, including the railway modernization project. Upon its completion by the end of 2024, the throughput capacity of Georgian railways will double. The construction of a new Anaklia deep sea port, which is expected to start soon, is a top priority for my government. This greenfield PPP project will create a state-of-the-art deep sea port on the eastern coast of the Black Sea. And our government is improving air connectivity by building a new international airport in Tbilisi that will serve as a world-class transportation hub, cementing Georgia's status as a prominent player in global aviation. Furthermore, the EU flagship Black Sea submarine cable project, initiated by Georgia, is currently underway. This project involves the installation of a high-voltage submarine transmission grid to connect the South Caucasus region to Southeast Europe through the underwater cable. The implementation of the project will strengthen energy security in Europe and the South Caucasus region. It will foster the development of renewable energy sources and create new opportunities for transit between these two regions. While recognizing the increasing demand for energy, as well as the need to address climate change, we are actively pursuing new ventures in the field of renewable energy, including hydropower, wind, solar, and other sustainable sources. Our objective is to attract investors and create a favorable environment for the establishment of innovative power plants, utilizing Georgia's abundant green energy potential. All of these transformational, ambitious projects will bring jobs, economic growth, and prosperity to our people and the entire region. Dear friends, Georgia has made significant progress since regaining independence. We remain dedicated to achieving even greater results for the Georgian people, while making significant contributions to the global community. We stand ready to strengthen international partnerships and collaborations to ensure a more peaceful and sustainable future. And our shared humanity brings us together, binds us together, and it is our collective responsibility to uplift one another and leave a lasting legacy for generations to come. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Georgia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Leo Varadkar, Taoiseach of Ireland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Leo Varadkar, Taoiseach of Ireland. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much, President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, delegates, Akarja, friends. 100 years ago, on Monday, the 10th of September 1923, a year after Ireland became independent, we were admitted to the League of Nations. It was an early signal of what would become our unwavering commitment to multilateralism. 100 years on, we are facing a moment of exceptional crisis. The threat of famine and food insecurity persists around the world. Increased conflict, insecurity, and violence affects the most vulnerable people on our planet. The devastating effect of climate change is contributing to increasing numbers of humanitarian crises, with record numbers of people in need of humanitarian assistance. We're experiencing deep gender inequality, with more than 130 million girls out of school, and less than 20% of the world's landowners are women. We've seen the stalling, and in some cases the reversal of progress towards the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that we collectively agreed to implement. The goals represent a high point for international cooperation and the promise of a world that we can securely pass on to the next generation. Ireland is deeply proud of the role that we've played. In 2015, with Kenya, we led the negotiations that created the SDGs. And this year, at the halfway point, we worked with Qatar to bring about the SDGs Summit's political declaration, the declaration that we unanimously approved in this hall on Monday. Presidents, delegates, it is beyond time for us to demonstrate that the SDGs are more than a set of aspirations. It is time for all of us to turn our collective commitments into reality. In July, we presented our second voluntary national review to the UN High-Level Political Forum, and 80% of our SDGs are fully achieved. In respect of our international contribution, I'm proud to confirm Ireland's commitment to provide at least $225 million annually in climate finance for developing countries by 2025. And this year alone, we'll spend $149 million on climate finance. Recalling our own Great Famine, our particular focus on food, agriculture and nutrition will see almost $300 million for programs in these areas in 2023. We allocate over 90% of our country-specific humanitarian expenditure to the most severe crises. And we've increased our expenditure on global health by over 15% in the past 3 years. We are also consistently among the top 3 donors in the proportion of official development assistance allocated to promoting gender equality. Earlier this year, the UN Secretary-General spoke of a world hurtling towards disaster with eyes open. We know that those who have done the least to cause the climate crisis are those most vulnerable to its effects. It is also clear that much of this is now irreversible, particularly for the least developed countries and small island developing states. In responding to this crisis, we cannot leave behind those who are already at the front line. Adequate levels of finance for adaptation are urgently needed, and it's essential that discussions this week on the Loss and Damage Fund should make real progress. We need to be ready to take a definitive step at COP28 in Dubai later this year. President, Excellencies, from our admission to the UN in 1955, Ireland has committed to unequivocally uphold the UN Charter and to maintain a position of independence at the United Nations. Our term on the Security Council in 21-22 saw grave breaches of that charter, none more flagrant than Russia's imperialist and brutal invasion of Ukraine. It was an act of unprovoked, unjustified aggression by an expansionist power against its smaller, weaker neighbour. The brutality of those actions has caused unfathomable suffering for the people of Ukraine. And as I stand on this most global of stages, I'm deeply conscious of the wider suffering it has caused, increasing global food, energy, and economic security, particularly in the global south. Russia's inexplicable decision last month to collapse the Black Sea Grain Initiative has only made this bad situation worse. For many, including some here today, the war on Ukraine might seem like a European problem, a regional conflict in which there is little stake for the rest of the world. But I've no doubt each of us in these United Nations has a deep interest in ensuring that Russia's attempts to move borders by force should not succeed. For when one aggressor prevails, their peers elsewhere will take note and be emboldened. We know this from our history. When Europeans draw attention to the profound injustice of what's happening in Ukraine, there can be criticism, some of it justified, of the developed world's failure to respond with the same intensity, feeling and action to conflict and suffering elsewhere. We must acknowledge that while we have fallen short, the people of Ukraine should not be the ones asked to pay the price for this. They have done nothing to bring this war on their heads. They deserve the right that we all claim to determine their own future in peace and security. And they deserve the unqualified support and the action to back it up of every single member state of these United Nations. Equally, the Russian Federation and its leaders deserve our utter condemnation for what they've done and are continuing to do, and they must be held accountable. This week, the Irish government announced additional humanitarian assistance for Ukraine and Moldova, bringing our total so far this year to almost 40 million.
President, Excellencies, it is a matter of real pride to the Irish people that Ireland stood firm, consistently, independently and impartially in defence of human rights, humanitarian principles and gender equality during our time on the Security Council. We are concerned at the ongoing threats to peacekeeping operations. We see even national authorities seeking the withdrawal of UN peacekeepers, compromising the security of their own people, and creating further conflict. These decisions fly in the face of the anniversary that we mark this year, that of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 75 years ago, we created the Declaration, which recognized the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all persons. All of us in this room have the duty to recognize that dignity and to keep it at the heart of policy making. And we need the active engagement of civil society to fulfill this duty. As we mark the 25th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, Ireland urges all states to promote a safe environment, both online and offline, for civil society.
Finish my speech in English. President, Excellencies, among the many horrors of the situation in Ukraine has been the threat, and indeed multiple threats, to use nuclear weapons. Such threats are in themselves outrageous. Russia knows, as we all do, that their use would result in devastating humanitarian and environmental disaster. Ireland has long been committed to building a world free of nuclear threats, but we see a world in which their place in security doctrines is growing rather than diminishing. This must be reversed. The stark alternative is a new nuclear arms race. That must not pass. The devastation on innocent civilians of the use of explosive weapons in populated areas cannot continue to echo down generations. We must never witness that again. That's why Ireland led negotiations on a political declaration to respond to the humanitarian consequences arising from their use. We're pleased that 83 states have adopted that declaration in Dublin last year, and we urge all states here to join. President, Excellencies, delegates, as we look at today's world, there are sadly too many areas of conflict. But there are few in respect of which we in the international community have failed so recurrently as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It should not be so. We have known for decades the parameters of the only just solution, a two-state solution with a viable Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders, living in peace and security alongside the State of Israel, whose own right to exist should be accepted and respected by all of its neighbours. We've affirmed and reaffirmed this many times, yet day after day, developments on the ground take us further from this vision and make a two-state solution much harder to achieve. We see acts of terrorism perpetrated against Israeli and Palestinian civilians alike, increasingly dangerous and provocative rhetoric, and clear violations of international law. The political space and civic space for those who promote peace and reconciliation is rapidly diminishing, and the consequences are stark. My country, along with many others, wholeheartedly agreed with the resolution passed by this Assembly, seeking an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the legal consequences arising from Israel's prolonged occupation. Alongside many of you here today, we've submitted a statement to the court. To those who argue that having recourse to the court undermines the search for a political solution, I can only ask, how does the clarification of international law do anything other than strengthen international peace and security. A just and sustainable peace can only be based on international law, on accountability, on human rights, on the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. President, Excellencies, during Ireland's recent term on the Security Council, we saw firsthand the positive effect that its work can have. But we also saw its efforts stymied, its mandate undermined, crucial decisions and actions blocked by the use of the veto. Our future requires a UN with a reformed Security Council without the anachronism of the veto. It has no place in the 21st century. And we also need a UN Security Council that properly reflects the world's demography and politics as it is now, not as it was in the 1940s. We know what can be achieved through cooperation at the UN. We've seen it, we've lived it, and we've participated in it. This is our institution, and it's a system that has real value. And my country is proud to hold the longest unbroken record of service in peacekeeping missions by the UN. We're proud that women and men of the Irish Defence Forces, who work to protect civilians and sustain peace around the world in UN, EU and NATO-led missions, operate with the mandate of this organisation. Some have paid the ultimate price. And we remember today, in particular, Private Sean Rooney, who was killed in Lebanon while serving with UNIFIL last December. We think too of his family and his comrades and all of the women and men who've lost their lives in the pursuit of peace. No one can doubt the need for the UN and the multilateral system to be reformed. Ireland fully backs the Secretary-General's Our Common Agenda process. We've contributed ideas and have listened to those of others. Our common agenda can be successful if we collectively make it so, and I urge the Secretary-General to keep our ambition high and to challenge us as Member States as we prepare the Summit of the Future next September. As you may know, this year also marks the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, the agreement that helped to secure peace and power sharing in Northern Ireland. It was the culmination of years of brave leadership, brave political leadership and civil leadership in Northern Ireland. That of the Irish and UK governments working in partnership, of steadfast backing from friends and partners abroad, and a sustained commitment to peace and a better life by the people of Northern Ireland. An entire generation on the island of Ireland has now grown to adulthood, free from the shadow of violence. We know that peace is hard won and can never be taken for granted. We do not presume to know the solutions to conflicts faced by many nations around the world, but we strongly believe that this body that we all belong to, this body that encapsulates hope and ambition, compromise and dedication, has given us the ability to build peace, just, lasting, and inclusive peace. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Taoiseach of Ireland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. I invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Dennis Francis, President of this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, heads of state and government, heads of delegations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, please accept my warmest greetings and congratulations on your election to the presidency of this 70th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I take this opportunity to commit my delegation's fullest support and cooperation with you and your office as you work towards fulfillment of the 4 priority areas that you have identified. The same being peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability, all of which I also view as important areas in this challenging and dynamic global agenda. I also commend and thank your predecessor, Mr. President, His Excellency Kabasa Korosi of Hungary, for his leadership and guidance of the last session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, it is my privilege once again to speak from this center podium where 1 year ago I addressed the Assembly Hall for the very first time as Prime Minister. It was exactly 15 months ago when the people of Grenada, Carrick, and Petite Martinique, exercising their democratic right through free and fair elections, voted my government into office on a transformation agenda that promised to bring about fundamental change that would have a discernible and positive effect on the daily lives of all our citizens. So here we are, Mr. President, exactly 1 year ago, removed from my own inaugural address to this Assembly, and against the backdrop of this year's 70th session's theme of rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. But what does this all mean, Mr. President? Excellencies, friends, when we continue to live in a global environment and context where citizens are still plagued with issues such as hunger, poverty, gender-based violence, climate-related disasters, and other such issues that affect our planet, but especially those that touch and concern such aspirations as achieving all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Against this backdrop, Mr. President, I'm pleased to take this opportunity to announce that Grenada will soon be celebrating its 50th anniversary of national independence on the 7th of February, 2024. In this regard, it could not be a more fitting occasion for my government and citizens to not only celebrate the upcoming Jubilee's milestone, but also to take the occasion to reflect and look ahead with respect to Grenada's continued role in the United Nations, where we must have a reimagined and renewed commitment to upholding the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter and international law. The post-COVID pandemic world. Further to Mr. Speaker, and looking ahead, Mr. President, and looking ahead, particularly in the post-pandemic world, we can report that Grenada, like many others, was not spared the devastating and blunt force trauma effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, coming to our shores and which took a deadly toll through the loss of many lives of our citizens in our Spice Island. Still, and notwithstanding the many traumatic experiences of that period, Mr. President, a period which saw the tragic loss of lives, lockdowns, mandates, and ultimately some relief through vaccine development, relief and its administration, the resilience of the Grenadian people rang true, and we ultimately prevailed as a people against an invisible enemy who, during its reign, took the lives of those whom we knew and called family, and friends and loved ones. But we, as a people, survived. In that regard, Mr. President, and as the world and international community continue on its way to recovery and rebuilding, and as Grenada reflects on this particular experience, it would be remiss of me if I did not emphasize and remind us all of how important it is to have international cooperation with each other, along with the sharing of resources, information, and having continued dialogue through such multilateral forum as we find ourselves gathered here today. To that end, Mr. President, it cannot be overstated how much these last 3 years have allowed us to hopefully learn from the tragedy and adversity as seen during the crisis of the pandemic. We all must never forget that whenever and wherever there are severe challenges and especially human suffering, the United Nations and its members must come together and respond to such crisis with the greatest urgency through its multilateral efforts and cooperation, so that we can all come together in the aid of our neighbors and citizens in the time of their need. In that regard, Mr. President, and as Grenada looks towards its future and casts its eyes upon our own embrace and pursuit, with hopes of achieving all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, I'm indeed pleased to highlight and speak briefly on SDG 4, quality education. On this front, Mr. President, Grenada, under my government's leadership, has made significant advancements in improving access to quality education for all of its citizens of Grenada. Further to Mr. President, and to ensure that no one is left behind, our premier community college for youth exiting the secondary school system in Grenada, the TMR Community College, has implemented skills to access the Green Economy Project in partnership with a significant member of this body to allow many of our youth to receive the acquired job-related education and training in a variety of identified vocational disciplines. Additionally, Mr. President, my government has developed and commenced a free tuition policy which allows all students access to a post-secondary school and tertiary level education at no tuition cost to them as part of our commitment to a good quality education to as many a cross-section of our student population and wider population as possible. SDG 5, gender equality. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Grenada can also speak to its engagement and implementation work with respect to SDG 5 and the very important issue of gender equality. In this regard, my government continues to make numerous advancements towards achieving gender equality, including, but not limited to having gender themes reflected in several policy frameworks, including our medium-term action plan. We have implemented the Spotlight Initiative, which aims to end violence against women and girls, and which highlights the all-of-society approach required to advance the attainment of this very important SDG 5. This initiative has come with the assistance from the United Nations Development Programme, whom we thank, and which is designed to focus attention, coordinate human effort, and strategically apply resources to the implementation of a well-conceived, comprehensive national program to contribute to ending family violence and all forms of violence against women and girls in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. With respect to SDG 8, Mr. President, as it pertains to decent work and economic growth for our citizens, and given what we have seen and experienced during the pandemic, and now a post-pandemic world, where there were disruptions to supply chains, economic inflation, and recession in many parts, we do acknowledge and recognize that our unemployment rates remain a challenge, and there remains much work to be done. However, and notwithstanding, Mr. President, Grenada has sought to mitigate against these harsh realities and push back against these shocks, with several projects being implemented, including our Land Bank project, the Grenada Climate Resilient Water Sector project, and the UNDP Climate Resilience Agricultural Program. These initiatives and projects, Mr. President, have served as critical activity areas that have created many forms of employment for our citizens, especially our young people, giving them a renewed sense of hope that they too can have equal access to employment and economic opportunities. SDG 14, Life Below Water. Mr. President, as another example, the 14th SDG goal, Life Below Water. Grenada understands all too well how important our oceans are to countries like Grenada, who are big ocean states, where many of our citizens rely on the ocean, especially the fishing community. They heavily depend on the ocean for their daily sustenance and livelihoods. As such, my government has embarked on the Fiscal Resilience and Blue Growth Development Policy Credit Project, which aims at giving support to Grenada's transition to a blue economy. Additionally, Mr. President, Grenada has embarked on the creation of additional marine protected areas, legislative and policy frameworks, including the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan. These are all geared towards protecting the integrity and lending support to marine areas management on our island. SDG 15, Life on Land. Mr. President, with only 35% forest to total land ratio, Grenada has made advancements in the measures that we have taken to protect our forests. Our forest policy provides the overarching framework to ensure the resilience and sustainability of this finite and precious green resource through a number of strategic directions. Which leads me, Mr. President, to perhaps the equally important SDG number 17, Partnership for the Goals. In this regard, Mr. President, I'm pleased to state that multi-stakeholder partnership has proved invaluable and have paved the way for SDG advancement in Grenada, as stakeholders recognize the need for an all-of-government and all-of-society approach to advancing and attaining Grenada's progress towards sustainable development. Finally, Mr. President, allow me to further address the one subject that is perhaps arguable the single most encompassing and prevailing issue of our time. And it relates to SDG 13, climate action. Mr. President, every year, we, the leaders of these 193 member states of this august institution, gather here in New York to give a status update as to the progress that we have made in our respective countries and the future that we would like to see, as viewed through our own lenses coming from the various regions of our international community. In that context, Mr. President, if there is one thing that we can all be certain of, it is the likely occurrence of a climate disaster of some kind among one or several of our member states, and which will have devastating impacts on our citizens, our economies, and inevitably affect the state and progress of that country's development. Mr. President, last year I called for the escalation of the urgent action that is required by our community of nations to give specific focus to redoubling our efforts on climate action. In this regard, at this year's Climate Ambition Summit, the summit was an opportunity for government leaders and other partners to present credible and concrete actions to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal of the Paris Agreement alive and deliver climate justice to those on the front lines of the climate crisis. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change confirmed that global emissions are at their highest levels in human history and only continues to rise. Such increases, Mr. President, will only continue to wreak havoc on communities, economies, businesses, and create a severe strain on public finances. Mr. President, the states that contribute least to the climate crisis are the ones bearing the heaviest burden. And without immediate and deep emissions cuts across the board, I'm afraid that we are on a trajectory for far worse outcomes if we don't take significant action today. Mr. President, as we look forward to the upcoming COP28, my own region and colleague CARICOM heads of government have emphasized the critical importance of urgent efforts to address financing to address the impact of climate change. These heads of governments also agreed on the need for strong political advocacy from the region on key action areas to keep the 1.5 temperature goal within reach, focusing on areas of finance for adaptation and loss and damage, improving access to finance for SIDS, de-risking, debt sustainability, and innovation as key points. Grenada shares these concerns on these important issues and continues to be and remain vulnerable to the harsh climate crisis and its devastating effects. Grenada has implemented several policy frameworks, such as the National Climate Change Policy and the National Adaptation Plan, which are geared towards assisting in advancing the country's strategic approach to climate adaptation and building resilience. Adaptation efforts will be scaled up through initiatives such as the Climate Smart Agriculture Program and our second nationally determined contribution, which has set an emission reduction target of 40% below 2010 levels. Against this background, and further to our own efforts in Grenada, Mr. President, last year at this time, I said this, and I quote, "I call on all young people to take action. It is not yet too late to do what is necessary to safeguard our planet for future generations. But the time for action is now. We cannot continue to give lip service to climate change when climate change is showing us every day what it is capable of doing. The reality is, the leaders of today will not be around to feel the consequences of their decisions. It is therefore up to our youth to lead the charge for the future they want to see. This remains true today as it was last year and will remain true for many years to come. Today, Mr. President, I make the further clarion call for all member states, through their leaders and high-level representatives, to take decisive action and do what is necessary to safeguard our planet for future generations. But the time for such action is now, Mr. President. Now is the time for global country leaders to follow through on those commitments made at the multilateral level. Our goal as responsible citizens should be to leave this planet in as good a condition, if not much better, than we actually found it. Finally, Mr. President, on issues concerning those of us in the global south of the Caribbean archipelago. Mr. President, being conscious of your first priority pillar, that of peace, we renew our call that the Caribbean region continues to remain a zone of peace and an environment that contributes to social, economic, and environmental development of all Caribbean states and the world at large. In this regard, and in light of the just concluded successful G77 and China summit in Havana, Cuba, Grenada reiterates its call for the removal of the US-imposed economic, commercial, and financial blockade against Cuba, and a further call for Cuba to be removed from the US State Department's list of countries that are co-sponsors of terrorism, and that it be allowed to rejoin and be renamed among the peaceful, loving nations of the international community. Still in our Caribbean community, Mr. President, Grenada remains deeply concerned and must also raise awareness over the deteriorating situation in the rule of law in Haiti and the very troubling escalation of violence in our fellow CARICOM member state. The urgent support of the international community needs to be ramped up, in particular in the humanitarian and security areas where the needs are greatest. The need for robust security assistance to counter the rampaging armed gangs is clear. Yet the decision to enable this is meandering slowly through the Security Council. CARICOM welcomes the government of Kenya's willingness to lead such a multinational force and the offers of support from Rwanda, the Bahamas, and Jamaica to contribute personnel. The Caribbean community hopes that the establishment of a multinational force will receive endorsement by the United Nations Security Council as a demonstration of the commitment of the international community to support the restoration of law and order and to improve the humanitarian conditions of the people of Haiti. Inter-Haitian dialogue is also key to any progress in addressing the multifaceted crisis. CARICOM, for its part, is providing its good offices through an eminent persons group consisting of 3 former prime ministers of the region to facilitate these efforts. A resolution of the political crisis in Haiti is also key to free and fair elections to place the country back on a constitutional path and to open the door to an improved future for its citizens. The people of Haiti deserves no less. In that regard, Mr. President, Grenada calls on all friends of Haiti and the good offices of the Secretary General to continue to support the people of Haiti. With respect to the Republic of Venezuela, Mr. President, we further reiterate and also remain resolute in our call for an end to the imposition of unilateral coercive measures against Venezuela, contrary to the rules and principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. In conclusion, Mr. President, with a challenging, complex, yet dynamic global agenda, it is still incumbent upon us as global leaders to still look to a world with a renewed sense of hope and sincere optimism. It is with that renewed sense of hope that we must continue to press forward and aim to achieve not just the 17 SDGs of this multilateral forum, but we must seek to dramatically affect the greater good, the human lives that we have been entrusted to lead. It is a position that I do not take for granted, Mr. President, but envision, along with my government, that the pursuit of those goals pursuant to the 2030 Agenda can be met and will be met. With steadfast commitment and a shared vision and cooperation from all of us, so that we can indeed achieve, Mr. President, peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all our citizens and all peace-loving nations represented and assembled in this great Assembly Hall. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Canada for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kauseo Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Kauseo Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, I extend commendations to the President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Dennis Francis, Ambassador of Trinidad and Tobago, who takes on the helm of this distinguished body in the 78th session. Tuvalu has its full confidence and trust in your leadership to steer our canoe through the rough seas ahead of us. At this juncture, I acknowledge the outgoing President, His Excellency Saba Kolosi, for his stellar presidency, dedication, and service to this esteemed body throughout the 77th session. Mr. President, in less than 2 weeks, my island nation of Tuvalu will be celebrating a momentous occasion, its 45th anniversary of independence. This event holds great significance in the history of our nation, symbolizing our journey through self-governance and sovereignty. It is with a deep sense of gratitude that I express my people's heartfelt appreciation to the United Nations and its member states for their unwavering support in recognizing Tuvalu as an independent state. This recognition was further solidified 23 years ago when Tuvalu officially became a member of this esteemed organization in September 2000. Tuvalu's membership in the United Nations serves as a more than a symbolic gesture. It represents a beacon of hope for our country, assuring us of the international community's commitment to safeguarding our sovereignty, even in the face of multifaceted challenges and existential threats. The United Nations, with its noble values centered around peace, security, and prosperity, radiates hope and assurance to small and vulnerable nations like Tuvalu. Being a member of this esteemed organization gives us confidence in our ability to navigate these uncertain times and reinforces our belief that we are not alone in our pursuit of a prosperous and secure future. Mr. President, I would like to take a moment to express Tuvalu's heartfelt condolences to all those who have been affected by recent natural disasters. Our hearts go out to the victims of the earthquake in Morocco and the flash flooding in Libya this month, as well as the wildfire in Hawaii in August this year. We also extend our sympathy to those who have suffered as a result of conflicts in Africa and the war in Ukraine. Mr. President, turning now to the theme, Tuvalu wholeheartedly embraces these powerful narratives put forth by the 78th President of the General Assembly, as it aligns perfectly with our goal of creating a sustainable future for our nation and the world at large. It is imperative that we demonstrate unwavering commitment to the principles set forth in the UN Charter and prioritize the well-being of our planet and all its inhabitants. To fulfill this theme, we must first focus on rebuilding trust among nations and international institutions. The erosion of trust has embedded global cooperation and stymied progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. We must work towards repairing relationships, promoting transparent and accountable governance, and fostering an environment of collaboration and mutual respect. By doing so, we can restore faith in international institutions and cultivate partnerships that will enable us to effectively address the challenges of our time. Similarly, reigniting global solidarity requires us to prioritize peace-building efforts. Peace is a fundamental prerequisite for sustainable development. As conflicts and instability hinder progress towards the SDGs, we must invest in conflict prevention, peacekeeping, and post-conflict reconstruction to ensure that communities can thrive and effectively work towards achieving the goals outlined in the 2030 Agenda. And to accelerate action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals, it requires collective efforts and collaboration on a global scale. We must recognize that we are all interconnected, and the prosperity and well-being of one nation ultimately impacts the entire planet. Tuvalu, therefore, welcomes the theme because it entails rebuilding trust, promoting global solidarity, prioritizing peace building, fostering prosperity, and advancing sustainability, which can make significant strides towards a more equitable, peaceful, and sustainable future for all. Mr. President, let me now make some reflection on the important events of the high-level week that took place concurrently to the general debate this week. Tuvalu applauds the two-day SDG summits, which served as an important platform for member states to collectively assess the progress made towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It provides an opportunity to recognize and address the specific challenges faced by each country in their pursuit of these goals. Tuvalu, as a small island developing state, faces unique and pressing issues in meeting the targets set forth in the SDGs. Fundamentally, the threat of climate change and the rising sea levels poses the greatest challenge to the sustainable development we strive to achieve for our people. As a low-lying island state, Tuvalu is particularly vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change, such as extreme weather events, which affect our ability to achieve our SDG targets. In light of these challenges, Tuvalu remains fully committed to the SDGs and acknowledges the importance of forging strong partnership, particularly through SDG 17. Collaborative efforts with other member states, international organizations, and stakeholders are vital in mobilizing support and resources to address Tuvalu's unique contextual challenges and achieve the shared objectives of sustainable development. By focusing on these central issues and utilizing the SDGs as a guiding framework, Tuvalu aims to build a resilient future while preserving its culture, environment, and ensuring the well-being of its people. Mr. President, we commend the Secretary General for convening the Climate Ambition Summit, a pivotal moment for global climate action. We need not call for sympathy, rather we call for solutions. In hindsight, climate justice should be at the forefront of our efforts as we address the urgent needs for mitigation, adaptation, and support for the most vulnerable nations. We embrace the efforts and collective support for the UN resolution championed by Vanuatu for an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice to reinforce the responsibility of states under the international law to safeguard the climate system. It is the hope of Tuvalu that international law will provide the moral punch to phase out fossil fuels and confront polluters to become responsible. Furthermore, I would like to mention at this juncture that just last week, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda and I had the privilege of appearing before the esteemed judges of the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, ITLOS, in Hamburg, Germany. Our purpose was to present our arguments and submissions regarding an advisory opinion, similar to that of Vanuatu, but relating to the obligations of state parties under Part 12 of the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, specifically in terms of protecting and preserving the marine environment in relation to climate change impacts, including ocean warming and sea level rise and ocean acidification. Tuvalu urged all UN members to support Vanuatu and us, Antigua and Barbuda and Tuvalu, by submitting the endorsement for the advisory opinions, objectives. It is crucial for us to come together in pursuit of climate justice, as the urgency of the matter cannot be overstated. We eagerly anticipate swift actions from these judicial branches of these esteemed organizations, because justice delayed is justice denied. Mr. President, we applaud the Secretary General for organizing the Summit for the Future, as it highlights the immense importance of ensuring a prosperous future for everyone. The world is witnessing a rapid and transformative shift towards a digital era. And we believe that embracing this digital transformation is crucial for the progress of both the global community, particularly small island developing states like Tuvalu. The vision of digital transformation under our Future Now project advocates the idea of creating a digital nation that maps and preserves Tuvalu's identity and values for us and our generation to come. This digital revolution ensures that no one is left behind, as it empowers individuals and communities with knowledge, connectivity, and access to essential services. For Tuvalu, the adoption of digital nation approach can have a profound impact on addressing resource and geographical challenges. It will enable Tuvaluans to access education, health care, and economic opportunities that were previously out of reach. By embracing digital technologies, Tuvalu will equip itself with the tools to implement innovative solutions that address climate and environmental concerns. Overall, the concept of digital nation and the digital transformation It entails are pivotal to harness progress, inclusivity, and sustainability of Tuvalu and the world over. Despite our vision of a digital nation, it is crucial to acknowledge that our ultimate future as a recognized sovereign state depends on our ability to strengthen our resilience. In pursuing this goal, Tuvalu has developed a comprehensive long-term adaptation plan known as the LTAP. Serving as our flagship survival adaptation project, the LTAP aims to address the imminent threat of rising sea levels by reclaiming and elevating our land territory. This ambitious endeavor is crucial in ensuring that Tuvalu can provide a sustainable habitat for our population well into the next century and beyond. By prioritizing the LTAP, Tuvalu is taking proactive steps to secure our nation's survival and create a resilient future for our people. Mr. President, at this juncture, allow me to highlight our specific aspirations and initiatives. As a country whose physical existence, lives and livelihoods are at stake, Tuvalu cannot afford to take the back seat and spectate while others maneuver their own interest in a multilateral process to address climate change, particularly sea level rise. On the heels of the successful Rising Nation Initiative, the RNI, that launched this time last year, we propose to establish a coalition on sea level rise and existential threat known as CSET initiative. This initiative aims to bring together like-minded states and stakeholders to collectively address the pressing issues of protecting statehood, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and livelihoods in the face of rising sea levels. Tuvalu believes that the coalition has a unique role in highlighting and addressing the impact of climate change and sea level rise on vulnerable nations. The aim is to attract greater attention and action from the international community by amplifying the voices of small island developing states and other nations facing similar challenges. Tuvalu expresses gratitude to countries and stakeholders, in particular Germany, who have already shown interest in joining this important endeavor. In addition to the CSET initiative, Tuvalu calls for stronger global action on phasing out fossil fuel production and consumption. At the Climate Ambition Summit on Wednesday this week, Tuvalu made a call for countries to join us, alongside Vanuatu and other Pacific nations, to negotiate a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, a new instrument that would reduce reliance on fossil fuels, promote sustainable development through accelerating the just transition to renewable energy sources, and curb greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. President, Tuvalu, as an island state surrounded by the ocean, is fully committed to the signing and effective implementation of the Biodiversity National Jurisdiction, the BBNJ agreement. Our unison with others to sign the BBNJ agreement this week is testament to our genuine commitment to the values and purpose of this international legal instrument. Given our heavy reliance on fisheries and marine resources, through signing this agreement, Tuvalu pays tribute to the importance of preserving the health and diversity of the ocean ecosystems for both its own sustainability and the well-being of the global community. Mr. President, the preamble of the UN Charter begins with "We the people." It's a powerful statement by this august body to underscore human dignity and human rights as equal people, men and women, boys and girls of all races and colors. It entails inclusivity, non-discrimination, and oneness of humankind that the United Nations must uphold. Sadly, many people and communities have not been given the same treatment. Tuvalu therefore calls for this esteemed body to ensure the participation of everyone worldwide, including the people of Taiwan. We must make the necessary arrangement for Taiwan to meaningfully participate in relevant UN specialized agencies and mechanisms. Taiwan must be allowed to participate in key UN organizations because Taiwan is widely known for being an able, trustworthy, and willing partner, greatly contributing to collective efforts that address pressing global issues under the purview of these UN agencies. It is unfortunate that the people of Cuba still endure the economic hardship imposed by long-standing unilateral economic blockades. These blockades not only disregard human rights, but also go against the principle of cooperation emphasized in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The decision to maintain these measures has deprived Cuba of much-needed international development assistance and partnerships crucial for its recovery and future development. Mr. President, for Tuvalu, peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice, equality, and opportunity. It is giving hope to our people through securing a prosperous future and prosperity for us, Tuvalu. It's not just economic growth. It is the ability to protect the well-being of our people and our planet through social and environmental sustainability. To achieve these noble goals, Tuvalu is unyielding its commitment to dialogue that entails representations and coalitions. We look at partnerships through this August body for international cooperation that can establish tangible outcomes for the most vulnerable. By pooling our resources, sharing knowledge, and standing in solidarity, we can overcome obstacles and accelerate meaningful progress. I would like, Mr. President, to conclude by presenting a compelling challenge to this esteemed organization. It is not enough for us to simply acknowledge our unique role. We must also actively demonstrate our commitment to defending and promoting the core values and principles enshrined in the UN Charter. It is of utmost importance that we remain unwavering in our dedication to collective action and inclusivity, embodying the Tuvalu cultural principles of Kaitasi and Falipiri, the concept of caring, sharing, being good neighbors, and leaving no one behind, all for the sake of sustainable and secure future we envision to have for our young generation and their children. By embodying these noble concepts in our actions, we have the potential to create a brighter and more promising future for humanity and our planet. Let us always bear in mind that the choices we make and the actions we take today will echo through countless generations to come. Time is of the essence. The clock is ticking. The sun is setting. It is now or never. I thank you, Madam Chair.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ariel Henry, Prime Minister and Minister of Culture and Communication of the Republic of Haiti. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ariel Henry, Prime Minister and Minister of Culture and Communication of the Republic of Haiti. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Heads of Delegations, distinguished delegates, compatriots. First of all, I'd like to congratulate
my Caribbean brother, His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, on his election as the President of the 78th Ordinary Session of the United Nations General Assembly. I take this opportunity to also commend the Secretary General. I thank him on behalf of the people of Haiti. We very much appreciated his recent visit to our country and his unwavering support to Haiti in the Security Council and its robust support to the National Police of Haiti. President, I commend the choice of theme to guide our statements during this session, namely rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. We must therefore consider and propose solutions to the main global challenges in order to move us towards peace, security, and sustainable development. Indeed, it's difficult to think or imagine sustainable development without peace and security. We need solidarity and determination in order to overcome these challenges. The world, ahead of the 2030 deadline, is in a poor state. The outbreak of several conflicts with disastrous consequences for civilian populations, the multiplication of security, health, and food crises remind us that we are moving further away from the lofty ideals of the UN Charter. By way of example, food insecurity caused by conflict and violence. The Global Report 2023 on food crises states that 258 million people were in a situation of acute food insecurity and needed emergency food assistance in 2022. That is why my country took part in the high-level open debate on conflict-induced global food insecurity, which was organized in August by the Security Council in order to sound the alarm. The global economy, since the COVID-19 crisis, has been stagnant. Inflation is striking several economies, and the prospects of growth are not encouraging. President, this situation indeed has consequences on less developed countries, especially Haiti, which is always facing price volatility and a serious crisis exacerbated by the deterioration of the security situation of the country. I should also note, against this alarming backdrop, the issue of climate change, which, for small island states like Haiti, is a constant danger. It seriously tests us. With every hurricane, economies in the Caribbean region suffer huge losses, and this challenges the significant progress that has been made in socio-economic and political terms due to the destruction of economic, educational, health, and energy infrastructure. As the head of the government of Haiti, this is an opportunity for me to set out the situation in my country, which has been in the middle of a crisis for years, and we need to find tangible, lasting solutions to this. This is a structural, multidimensional crisis which has impacted institutions and is hindering economic development and social progress. It has now reached a critical point. With the deterioration of the security situation, on a daily basis, people are facing violent attacks by armed gangs which control various areas in the capital and some provincial towns. They assassinate, they set fires, they pillage, steal, and abuse with particular cruelty. They drive citizens from their homes, they block roads, and they force schools and hospitals, as well as businesses, to close their doors. The deterioration of the security situation in recent weeks has led to a new humanitarian crisis, with displaced persons spontaneously occupying various sites to escape gang violence. More than 25 schools in the capital are used by internally displaced persons, to an estimated sum of over 16,500 people. They face serious difficulties and they are experiencing subhuman conditions. The health threat is also present, with cases of cholera being detected in certain areas. This increases the risk of transmission and is a real public health issue for the population. Abuses, systematic human rights violations caused by gang violence compromises peace, stability, and the security of the country and the region as a whole. Kidnappings, pillaging, fires, the recent massacres, sexual and sexist violence, organ trafficking, human trafficking, homicides, extrajudicial executions, the recruitment of child soldiers, the blocking of main roads. This is but a non-exhaustive list of crimes perpetrated by armed gangs. As a result, there are serious consequences, such as poor economic performance. We have seen 5 years of contraction with a negative growth rate and increased inflation of over 50%. Moreover, the humanitarian crisis is exacerbated. According to estimates, 4.9 million people in my country face food insecurity. This is about half of the population living below the poverty line on less than $2 per day. President, we are not here to make up for or justify the past. We are here to ask our friendly countries to understand that there is something urgent to be done to benefit the people of Haiti and to help us to create a better future for the children of Haiti by re-establishing security and stability. The Republic of Haiti has seen many successive shocks over the last 15 years. 3 major earthquakes, several cyclones, and the awful assassination of President Jovenel Moïse in 2021. It's impossible today to invent a peaceful story about Haiti. The reality is there, and it calls on us all. Many poor decisions and inappropriate behaviour, as well as various instances of radicalisation, has brought us to this stage. Today, once again, at this rostrum, I am asking for help to allow Haitians to stay in their homes. We are seeking tranquility that their homeland can remain that. In particular, given economic crises and the climate crisis. I reiterate, on behalf of the people of Haiti and the government, the request to help bolster the National Police of Haiti so that it can truly respond to the challenges it faces in its mission to protect the lives of those in the country. Some countries have seen similar situations as Haiti faces right now. Criminals feel that they are all-powerful, and this is unacceptable. They must not evade the law, and the will of our citizens exists to once again have freedom of movement. Haitians today very much hope that they can return home. We are very grateful to countries who have helped us. However, I'd like to also say that it's also very important to engage in reconstruction.
President, I have come here today on behalf of the people of Haiti to tell you that we are ready for that change which we have been waiting for almost 2 centuries now. Freedom can only be complete if it enables each citizen to live in dignity and decent conditions. I have come here today on behalf of my people to raise our security question, which remains the key priority of my government, to highlight that the circulation of arms, massacres, kidnappings are major concerns for my administration. President, the daily lives of the people of Haiti is very difficult. That is why the Security Council, which has the power and the necessary authority under Chapter 7 of the Charter, must take urgent action by authorizing the deployment of a multinational support mission to underpin security in Haiti, consisting of both police and military personnel to support Haiti's national police force to combat the gangs and restore peace and order. The use of force as an initial step remains essential to create an environment in which the state can function properly again. It is a necessary initial stage, but it is not enough in and of itself. Social and economic development must also be addressed in order to find a sustainable solution to the extreme poverty, which is the origin of all of the ills facing my country. Social inequalities and the very unequal distribution of wealth in Haiti has caused a huge gap to exist between the poor masses and a small minority which possesses and controls 90% of the country's riches. The extreme poverty in my country accentuates unemployment amongst the youth, marginalizes poor communities who are then easily tempted into a life of crime. That category is fertile ground for recruitment by gangs. Once again, from this rostrum, I send out a call to all Haitians of good faith, those living in the diaspora and those still within our borders, to all actors in political life, whatever their persuasion, to work hand in hand with the government to combat the gangs, restore security, and, as true democrats, to seek power via the ballot box. My interim government is determined to hold elections as soon as practically possible. In the days to come, despite the situation in the country, I will finalize an agreement with the High Authority for the Transition, setting down the steps necessary for an electoral consensus with the support of the international community. The government intends to continue dialoguing with all political actors and civil society stakeholders in Haiti in order together to find a patriotic, historical consensus necessary to find a way out of this crisis. Democracy is at peril. Our country needs a return to normalcy in order thereafter to be able to address the major challenges it faces. I also wish to see women and young people play a major role in civil society as well as all other actors in order to get our country back up on its feet. Only a legitimate government elected in free, honest, democratic and transparent elections will have the strength to tackle the economic, territorial, social and institutional challenges we face. President, I wish to bring to the attention of the international community a situation which has been emerging in recent weeks on the border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, causing unnecessary problems between the two republics which share the island. I wish to state that the Republic of Haiti is not at war with anyone. Haitians are a generous people who have always shown solidarity and who believe in dialogue and the ability to fairly share shared resources in full mutual respect.
Je suis venu vous dire
I came here today to let you know that we have no intention of any form to prejudge the neighbours with whom we share our island and with whom we must coexist and advance. History teaches us day in, day out that violence with a brotherly country can only lead to regrets and leave behind bitterness and remorse handed down from generation to generation. I have come here today to say, and above all, to pass on the message of the entire Haitian people. The river known as the Rivière Massacre a background of friction between Haiti and the Dominican Republic means that we must do our very best to ensure that old demons do not break free again, that we do not open old wounds or cause new ones. Haiti reaffirms the sovereign rights of the Haitian people to use binational water resources, just like the Dominican Republic does. And we call for an equitable sharing of the river's resources. The Haitian people chooses the path of dialogue and negotiation to peacefully resolve any differences, any conflicts under the auspices of international agreements signed in good faith between the two states in 1929 and again in 2021. President, before concluding, I take this opportunity to send my best wishes to the brotherly and friendly countries as well as international organizations for their commitment and expressions of solidarity towards Haiti. In particular, I highlight Kenya, who has taken on the leadership of the security force and has already, in August last, conducted an evaluation mission in our country. We wish to also express our thanks to CARICOM and a number of eminent individuals. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the course of history, Haiti has been an emblematic example of freedom and solidarity. We have always been there to help brotherly countries in their legitimate struggle for freedom and self-determination, including here within the United Nations. The Republic of Haiti identifies with the universal principles for which it fought in the 18th and 19th centuries. Despite the many sufferances and distress of my country, we remain hopeful. The Haitian people continues its quest for a better future of dignity. The people of Haiti, just like it showed the world in 1804, changing radically its status from slave to freeman, can once again and wishes once again to rewrite its future. I call for support, fraternal solidarity, so that we may turn the page on this dark time in our history. I call on the international community to take action quickly. We hope to long live good relations with our brotherly people in Africa, with our international partners. Long live Haiti.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Culture and Communication of the Republic of Haiti for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Siaosi Ofakifaha Folau Sovalene, Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, and Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Tonga. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Siaosi Ovakivaha Folau Sovaleni, Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, and Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Tonga. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Tapu mo do mafi. Hufangangai whakatapu, whawhaki. All protocols observed. Mr. President, malo elelei. I bring warm greetings from the Kingdom of Tonga and congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of the 70th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I thank your predecessor, His Excellency Kasapa Korosi, for his able stewardship in driving solutions built on solidarity, science, and seeking sustainability. Our delegation fully supports your vision for the 70th session: peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. The General Assembly's essential work is in the expert hands with your leadership, and we hope it will continue and improve. The theme for this session of rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals toward peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, is more urgent than ever. I thank the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his stewardship of the UN during this most challenging time. I offer my heartfelt condolences to the government and the people of Lahaina, Hawaii, Morocco, and Libya. The people of my country feel for the families of the victims, for the tragic loss of lives in the recent disaster that occurred in their countries. Mr. President, we convene at a time where people, countries, regions, our world confront a quick succession of multiple challenges. Climate change threats have reached an existential level. The heightened frequency and severity of cyclones, rising sea levels caused by melting polar ice, plastic, and pollution in our ocean, as well as heat waves and fires, are causing suffering in my country, our people, and our Pacific region. There are many related consequences. We are confronted with ever-increasing rates of non-communicable diseases, persistent inequalities, declining basic living conditions, and mounting violence against women and girls. Furthermore, there has been a substantial surge in trafficking and utilization of unlawful narcotics and cross-border criminal activities, disinformation, and cybercrime. Many of these are borderless challenges concerning us all and calling for cooperation. The increasing geopolitical mistrust and conflicts are worrisome, particularly given the pressing need for multilateral action. This disruption affects the lives of millions, provokes excessive inflation, hiked food prices, and raises food costs. A sense of uncertainty arises among individuals worldwide on how to fulfill their fundamental requirements. Our window to discuss past talk is closing rapidly. Our responsibility is to act. This means of retaining people's trust and inspiring hope is through taking action and achieving results. Mr. President, this session demands our collective and pressing action. However, this can only be achieved in the presence of trust and enduring peace. Trust is the foundation for any productive and sustainable human interaction, including international cooperation. Trust and respect are the drivers for thriving and sustainable change. Without trust, or worse, its erosion, our joint endeavor to foster peace, security, and sustainable development is rendered futile. It becomes unattainable. It is therefore our duty to rebuild that trust upon which the United Nations was founded. It will take more than dialogue. It calls for concrete action that demonstrate our commitment to shared values. Mr. President, Multilateralism has proven to be and must continue to be our most cost-effective instrument for fostering global solidarity and tackling global challenges. Mr. President, we must reflect on whether we are truly serving the intended goals of the Charter. Why have we fallen so far behind? What have we not done right? My forthcoming remarks will delve into the SDGs. The challenge at hand is to prevent the SDGs from being relegated to another unattainable goal. Despite the difficulty, it is imperative that we investigate the root causes of our significant lack in attaining our development targets. Mr. President, the SDG Progress Report tells us that more than half of the world is left behind. We deny people, we deny kids, we deny hope. Over 50% of the SDG targets are considered weak and insufficient. Gender, poverty, hunger, and climate targets make up a portion of 30% that are either stalled or reversed. This is not acceptable. One key aspect, of course, relates to financing for development. Tonga supports the review of the international financial architecture to ensure it is fit for purpose. It is imperative that we promptly provide predictable, stable, and substantial support for nations struggling with financial difficulties. Tonga and other small island developing states require greater access to concessional finance to support our development endeavors and strengthen our resilience against external shocks. Tonga fully supports the call for debt relief for countries that find themselves in dire circumstances, particularly those that have been severely affected by natural disasters or other external shocks. We are firmly convinced that addressing the underlying reasons for debt vulnerability in small island states is critically important. This is particularly relevant because states are acutely vulnerable to the multifaceted and urgent challenges posed by climate change. We have raised this issue over decades. The dangers are more pressing than ever, putting at risk not only lives and livelihoods, but also our economies and our fundamental identity. We are running out of time. We call upon the international community, comprising both public and private sector, to collaborate with us in identifying sustainable solutions to these problems. Our collaboration is crucial, as it is only through it we can achieve the commitment of a more sustainable and robust future for all. Day by day, climate change becomes more of an existential menace to Tonga and the Pacific. Tonga has been making genuine efforts to combat the effects of climate change on our means of subsistence for a very long time. Our goal is to decrease reliance of the electricity sector on fossil fuel by 70% by the year 2025, planting 1 million plants by this year, and joining the 30 by 30 initiative. Mr. President, the IPCC 6th annual report underscores that 1.3 degree goal is achievable if emissions peak by 2025 and a half by 2030. So it can be done, but do we have the will? We urge all of you to do your utmost to keep emissions below 1.5 degrees, and we strongly encourage the completion of the first global stock take. Here and there with glimpses of hope. The decision on the loss and damage fund announced at COP27 was historical. Yet it is now with a sense of urgency that we must operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund. We urge that the vulnerable SIDS country must be provided with increased and streamlined admission to the loss and damage mechanism. While upholding complete accountability, we must establish more efficient and swift means of accessing standard operating procedures. Due to the magnitude and urgency of this matter in our region, we wholeheartedly back the formation of a Pacific Fund to offer direct assistance to Pacific small island states in the endeavor to tackle climate change impact. Indeed, my country is determined to take a lead on the issue, having been appointed the champion on climate financing for the Pacific. I can only say it again, the Pacific leaders for decades now call upon the international community for urgent climate action. Have our voices been acknowledged and our pleas earnestly addressed? The climate finance commitment made by developed countries falls significantly short of the promised $100 billion per year starting in 2020. This brings me to climate justice. Tonga felt encouraged by the historic adoption by consensus of the General Assembly resolution led by Vanuatu and a core group of countries to call on the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion on the obligation of states regarding climate change. This marked an important milestone in our decades-long struggle for climate justice. Earlier this year, I attended a midterm review of the Sendai framework. Again, as has already been reiterated by colleagues from the Pacific, our countries need more progress and remain at the forefront of battling climate-related hazards. Again, timely access to finance prevents small island states from making progress. So today, as we have done frequently, I call for action to review the largely uncoordinated funding mechanism to prioritize short-term post-disaster financing need and to address long-term risk reduction. I also call for the investing much more into increasing resilience, especially in the education and health sectors. Possessing the tools to demonstrate resilience is a significant part of the preparation. Long-term risk mitigation and reduction are also intrinsically linked to early warning systems. We acknowledge the UN Secretary General's Early Warning for All initiative, announced at COP27 last year. We affirm Tonga's commitment to its implementation. We affirm the resolution that strengthening multi-hazard early warning system is more relevant for implementing the Sendai Framework 2015-2030. Tonga has taken on a lead in this area for our region by implementing a nationwide early warning system throughout Tonga with communication and siren systems. Mr. President, has been said often, we are a small land state and vast ocean nations. In fact, our very being, our identity, cannot be separated from our precious ocean. The Secretary General's report reiterates that ocean remains under significant threat from human activities. Marine biodiversity is disturbed due to overexploitation and ocean acidification. Over 1/5 of fish stocks are being harvested at unsustainable levels, and coastal waters are polluted with chemicals, plastic, and human waste. Urgent remedial action are imperative to minimize the imminent threat and mitigate the damage we are currently facing. We are encouraged by the adoption of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, the BBNJ agreement. We now have a foundation to ensure our work on the conservation and protection of marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction continues into the future. Tonga looks forward to joining state parties in its implementation. We are pleased that the new agreement recognizes the special circumstances of SIDS like those in the Pacific. It is now imperative that this recognition is translated into tangible capacity building, transfer of marine technology, and sufficient support to enable the Pacific to emerge as an even more proactive leader for initiatives that safeguard, preserve, and sustainably utilize the ocean and its resources. Mr. President, Tonga, in support of the Pacific Island Forum Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zone in the face of climate change-related sea level rise, commits to securing the limits of the blue Pacific continent. We do so to promote stability, security, certainty, and predictability of maritime entitlement, irrespective of the impacts of climate change-related sea level rise. Mr. President, Tonga has the honor of co-chairing, along with Finland, the 23rd meeting of the informal consultative process on ocean and the law of the sea. Its theme of new maritime technologies, challenges, and opportunities highlighted the potential benefit of new maritime technologies. New technologies ought to help address threats facing the ocean, building resilient ocean and coastal communities, mitigating the impacts of climate change. This is a condition to achieve the goals of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. It is essential for accomplishing the aims set forth in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, notably Sustainable Development Goal 14. Mr. President, Tonga continues to be fully committed to the effective implementation of UNCLOS and the 1994 Agreement on implementing Part 11 of the Convention. Tonga reaffirms the sovereign rights of states recognized and enshrined within UNCLOS and the 1994 Agreement. Tonga attaches the greatest importance to the sustainable use of ocean resources by the living and non-living. Tonga recognized the important role played by the International Seabed Authority in administering and managing the area in line with its legal mandate under Part 11 of UNCLOS. As one of the evolving organs of UNCLOS, it is vital that state parties avoid instances of arbitrary interpretations of the Convention. Tonga is committed to engaging in good faith in the negotiation of the exploitation regulation to ensure its embodiment of good industry practices and best environmental management practices. We acknowledge the contribution of ISA towards the advancement of the 2030 Agenda, contributing to 12 of the 17 SDGs. Pacific small island developing states, through better access to critical data and support in consolidating national frameworks and regulation related to activities in the area. Mr. President, Tonga was honored to host the Small Island Developing State of the Pacific region in Nuku'alofa to prepare for the 4th International Conference of SIDS to be held in Antigua and Barbuda in 2024. Mr. President, we live in times of profound paradigm shift. Uncertainty characterizes the global political, financial, and economic situation. The last year have brought about multiple crises having a disproportionate impact on the scope for sustainable development in SIDS over the next decade. We as a region and as a country are united and determined in our pursuit of inclusive, sustainable development for our citizens. It is a cause we seek to pursue together with you, and we invite your partnership. We are grateful for this Assembly's resolution to develop an index capable of capturing our special circumstances and vulnerabilities on our road to resilient and sustainable development. We must ensure that the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, or MVI, is not another academic exercise. Foremost, the MVI tool must be regarded as an action tool, focusing primarily on ensuring a more comprehensive understanding of vulnerability. We need a tool that can provide meaningful and effective assistance where and when needed. We therefore call on the adoption of the MVI by this Assembly and its operationalizing incorporating a criterion for access by Pacific small island states to low-cost and long-term financing. At a high-level event this week on Unblocking Blue-Pacific Prosperity, co-chaired by the leaders Palau, Tonga, and the Peso F Fund, the conference called for the development partners and stakeholders to transform the Pacific region with 3 key goals. First one, effective ocean management. Second, healthy, happy communities. And lastly, fit-for-purpose, sustainable financing. I stress the vital role of political champions and support in this journey for securing the Blue Pacific continent's contribution to global stability, biodiversity restoration, promoting healthy food system, and improving people's well-being. Mr. President, my term as President of the 6th session of SIDSTOC Assembly ends in December of this year. I express my profound gratitude to our members for the confidence placed in me and for the support provided during my tenure. Mr. President, the essence of life, existence, and advancement lies in hope. Our young generation must be given more than the bleak outlook of over 50% of our SDG targets being weak and insufficient. Today's young people are the future custodians of the planet. We must actively promote and engage youth in a substantial manner to propel the attainment of the SDGs. Mr. President, in commemoration of the United Nations Day on October the 24th, the Kingdom of Tonga and the Family Office for Sustainable Development will host the Environmental Symphony here in the General Assembly Hall. The purpose of this event goes beyond celebrating and reaffirming the principles of the UN Charter, which have guided humanity for the past 78 years. We wish to mobilize partners for the goal in the lead up to the 2023 UN Climate Change Conference in Dubai. And may I add, we hope to welcome you to our region for the COP31, where we fully support Australia's bid for a 2026 Pacific COP. Mr. President, this century is still young, but never has it more urgent in this century to rekindle our commitment to the values and principles upon which the UN was founded. We must live up to our pledge to uphold the United Nations Charter and demonstrate through action the timeless relevance of its purposes and principles. This is what I call living by example, global solidarity. Unless we breathe life and vigor into the Charter, we are helpless and condemned to reenact the mistakes and horrors of the past. Let us draw inspiration and fortitude from the courageous action of the founding members who established this esteemed institution that we are now entrusted with for prosperity. Mr. President, the theme peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all is our roadmap for what we must deliver. This is about a world where every person can live with dignity, free from fear and discrimination. This requires courage, commitment, cooperation, and recognizing with humility our shared humanity. Allow me to conclude by reminding this August Assembly of how it was founded. The heart of the United Nations Charter rests in the determination to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. We therefore have to do our utmost to build trust in multilateralism through action. We must maintain and disseminate our commitment to the principle of the Charter. History will judge us by this. Our greatest achievements are from unity. For united we stand, divided we fall. God bless you. God bless the United Nations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, and Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Tonga for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency Oliver Dowden, Deputy Prime Minister and Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and Secretary of State in the Cabinet Office of the United Kingdom.
Mr. President, as we meet here this evening, millions of people in Morocco and Libya continue to struggle with the aftermath of a devastating earthquake and catastrophic flood. Let me extend the sympathy of the British people to all those who have lost loved ones. Our search and rescue teams have been deployed in Morocco, and we have increased our humanitarian support for Libya. We will continue our support alongside many other nations represented here in the weeks and months to come. This week, nations have gathered here to recommit to addressing the biggest challenges we face. Climate change, with catastrophic weather events telling us to act now. The Sustainable Development Goals and how to get them back on track after COVID. Migration, with millions crossing borders and dangerous seas at the mercy of human traffickers. And Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, an attack on a sovereign member of the United Nations by a permanent member of its Security Council. The most heinous assault imaginable on everything this organization stands for and was founded to prevent, with consequences felt not just by the brave people of Ukraine, but by millions across the globe. Those hit by food shortages, particularly in developing countries, are Putin's victims too. Russia could end this war tomorrow. Putin could end this war tomorrow. That is what the world demands, but until that happens, the United Kingdom will stand alongside Ukraine, whatever it takes, for weeks, for months, if necessary, for years. Because if these United Nations, in which the United Kingdom believes and helped to found, are to count for anything, it is surely for the cardinal principle that aggression cannot and must not pay. These are the issues of the moment. But I want to focus on another challenge, a challenge that is already with us today and which is changing right now all of our tomorrows. It's going to change everything we do: education, business, healthcare, defense, the way we live. And it's going to change government and relations between nations fundamentally. It is going to change this United Nations fundamentally. Artificial intelligence, the biggest transformation the world has known. Our task as governments is to understand it, grasp it, and seek to govern it. And we must do so at speed. Think how much has changed in a few short months, and then think how different this world will look in 5 years or 10 years' time. We are fast becoming familiar with the AI of today, but we need to prepare for the AI of tomorrow. At this frontier, we need to accept that we simply don't know the bounds of possibilities. We are as Edison before the light came on, or as Tim Berners-Lee before the first email was sent. They could not surely have respectively envisaged the illumination of the New York skyline at night or the wonders of the modern internet. But they suspected the transformative power of their inventions. Frontier AI, with the capacity to process the entirety of human knowledge in seconds, has the potential not just to transform our lives, but to reimagine our understanding of science. If, like me, you believe that humans are on the path to decoding the mysteries of the smallest particles or the farthest reaches of our universe, if you think that the Millennium Prize problems are ultimately solvable, or that we will eventually fully understand viruses, then you will surely agree that by adding to the sum total of our intelligence at potentially dizzying scales, frontier AI will unlock at least some of those answers on an expedited timetable in our lifetimes. Because in AI time, years are days, even hours. The frontier is not as far away as we might assume. Now that brings with it great opportunities. The AI models being developed today could deliver the energy efficiency needed to beat climate change, stimulate crop yields required to feed the world, detect signs of chronic diseases or pandemics, better manage supply chains so that everyone has access to the materials and goods they need, and enhance productivity in both businesses and governments. In fact, every single challenge discussed at this year's General Assembly and more could be improved or indeed even solved by AI. Perhaps the most exciting thing is that AI can be a democratizing tool open to everyone. Just as we have seen digital adoption sweep across the developing world, AI has the potential to empower millions of people in every part of our planet, giving everyone, wherever they are, the ability to be part of this revolution. AI can and should be a tool for all. Yet any technology that can be used by all can also be used for ill. We have already seen the dangers that AI can pose. Teens hacking individuals' bank details, terrorists targeting government systems, cyber criminals duping voters with deep fakes and bots, even states suppressing their peoples. But our focus on the risks has to include the agentic frontier AI, which at once surpasses our collective intelligence and defies our understanding. Indeed, many argue that this technology is like no other, in the sense that its creators themselves don't even know how it works. They can't explain why it does what it does, and they cannot predict what it will or will not do. The principal risks of frontier AI will therefore come from misuse, misadventure, or misalignment with human objectives. Our efforts need to preempt these possibilities and come together to agree a shared understanding of those risks. This is what the AI Summit that the United Kingdom is hosting in November will seek to achieve. Despite the entreaties we saw from some experts earlier in the year, I do not believe we can hold back the tide. There is no future in which this technology does not develop at an extraordinary pace. And although I applaud leading companies' efforts to put safety at the heart of their development, and for their voluntary commitments that provide guardrails against unsafe deployment, the starting gun has been fired on a globally competitive race in which individual companies as well as countries will strive to push the boundaries as far and fast as possible. Indeed, the stated aim of these companies is to build super intelligence. AI that strives to surpass intelligence in every possible way. Now, some people working on this think it is just a few years away. The question for governments is how we respond to that. The speed and scale demands leaders are clear-eyed about the implications and potential. We cannot afford to become trapped in debates about whether AI is a tool for good or a tool for ill. It will be a tool for both. We must prepare for both and ensure against the latter. The international community must devote its response equally to the opportunities and the risks, and do so with both vigor and enthusiasm. In the past, leaders have responded to scientific and technological developments with retrospective regulation. But in this instance, the necessary guardrails, regulation, and governance must be developed in a parallel process with the technological progress. Yet, at the moment, global regulation is falling behind current advances. Lawmakers must draw in everyone, developers, experts, academics, to understand in advance the sort of opportunities and risks that might be presented. We must be frontier governments alongside frontier innovators. And the United Kingdom is determined to be in the vanguard, working with like-minded allies in the United Nations and through Hiroshima G7 process, the Global Partnership on AI, and the OECD. Ours is a country which is uniquely placed. We have the frontier technology companies, we have the world-leading universities, and we have some of the highest investment in generative AI. And of course, we have the heritage of the Industrial Revolution and the computing revolution. This hinterland gives us the grounding to make AI a success and make it safe. They are two sides of the same coin, and our Prime Minister has put AI safety at the forefront of his ambitions. Now, we recognise that while, of course, every nation will wish to protect its own interests and strategic advantage, the most important actions we take will be international. In fact, because tech companies and non-state actors often have country-sized influence and prominence in AI, this challenge requires a new form of multilateralism, because it is only by working together that we will make AI safe for everyone. Our first ever AI summit in November will kickstart this process with a focus on frontier technology. In particular, we want to look at the most serious possible risks, such as the potential to undermine biosecurity or increase the ability of people to carry out cyber attacks, as well as the danger of losing control of the machines themselves. Now, for those that say that these warnings are sensationalist or belong to the realm of science fiction, I simply point to the words of hundreds of AI developers, experts, and academics who have said, and I quote, "Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war." Now, I do not stand here this evening claiming to be an expert on AI. But I do believe that policymakers and governments ignore this expert consensus at the peril of all of our citizens. Our summit will aim to reach a common understanding of these most extreme risks and how the world should confront them, and at the same time focus on how safe AI can be used for public good. The speed of this progress demands that this is not a one-off or even an annual gathering. New breakthroughs are happening daily, and we need to convene more regularly. Moreover, it is essential that we bring governments together with the best academics and researchers to be able to evaluate the technologies. Tech companies must not mark their own homework, just as governments and citizens must have confidence that risks are properly mitigated. Indeed, a large part of this work should be about ensuring faith in the system. And it is only nation states that can provide the most significant national security concern reassurance that that has been allayed. Now, that is why I am so proud that the United Kingdom's world-leading Frontier AI Task Force has brought together pioneering experts like Yoshua Bengio and Paul Cristiano with the head of GCHQ and our national security advisors. It is the first body of its kind in the developing world that is developing, and the developed world that is developing the capacity to conduct the safe external red teaming that will be critical to building confidence in frontier models. And our ambition is for the task force to evolve to become a permanent institutional structure with an international offer. Building this capacity in liberal democratic countries is important. Many world-beating technologies were developed in nations where expression flows openly and ideas are exchanged freely. A culture of rules and transparency is essential to creativity and innovation, and it is just as essential to making AI safe. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the task that confronts us. It is, in its speed and its scale and its potential, unlike anything we or our predecessors have known before. Exciting, daunting, inexorable. So we must work alongside its peers to understand it, to govern it, to harness its potential and to contain its risks. We will have to be pioneers too. We may not know where the risks lie, how we might contain them, or even the fora in which we must determine them. What we do know, however, is that the most powerful action will come when nations work together. The AI revolution will be a bracing test for the multilateral system to show that it can work together on a question that will define the fate of humanity. Our future, humanity's future, our entire planet's future depends on our ability to do so. That is our challenge, and this is our opportunity to be truly the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and Secretary of State in the Cabinet Office of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Mr. President, I congratulate His Excellency Dennis Francis on assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly. We are delighted that a fellow member of the Forum of Small States has been elected to the highest office in the General Assembly. I also thank His Excellency Sabah Qureshi for his adept stewardship of the 77th session during a very challenging year. Our world is a troubled place. COVID-19 pandemic was a global test of equity, of governance, and of preparedness. But quite frankly, our world came up short. We're still dealing with its sequelae in healthcare, in education, and the long-term impact on our world economy and on global solidarity. The recent natural disasters, in fact, underline our common vulnerability as nations on the same planet. Nature is a force that does not respect borders. Our hearts go out to the victims of the earthquakes in Morocco and Turkey and the floods in Libya. There are looming food and water crises, and if we miss our climate change targets, we will heap even more misery upon ourselves and on future generations. Beyond the devastation caused by pandemics and natural disasters, we have created purely man-made tragedies as well. The Russia-Ukraine conflict continues to rage on. It is a full frontal assault on the UN Charter and a flagrant violation of international law. Global food security has been aggravated by the war in Ukraine, as well as by climate change, which will add to inflationary pressures everywhere. In ASEAN, in my part of the world, the violent coup in Myanmar has deprived the people of Myanmar of the peace and development that they so richly need and deserve. Our hearts go out for our brothers and sisters in Myanmar. This perfect storm is aggravated by political dysfunction almost everywhere. Fractious, hyper-polarized domestic politics, the disillusionment with globalization and multilateralism, and the lack of strategic trust between countries, and, if I may add, especially between the superpowers. This dysfunction hobbles our ability to deal with the planetary crisis that go beyond the ability of any single superpower or even blocks of countries to overcome. In fact, all countries need to work together to build coherent and realistic multilateral solutions. Singapore is a tiny, vulnerable, open island city-state, and therefore we have to strongly support the United Nations and the indispensable rules-based multilateral system. It provides a stable framework for us to thrive, to exercise our autonomy, and to chart our own future for our own people. I was glad to see the urgent focus on these issues during this year's high-level week. The SDG Summit shows that we have fallen behind our targets. The Climate Ambition Summit, the 3 high-level meetings on health, and the preparatory meeting for the Summit of the Future help us to recalibrate the multilateral system. I wish to put forward 3 principles that should guide our collective efforts to make our multilateral system more resilient and ready for the future. First, we should reaffirm our commitment to building a multilateral system that reflects our enlightened long-term interests as a global community. Unfortunately, the world today is marked by even sharper geopolitical rivalry. Free trade is in retreat, and supply chains are being fragmented. This unravels the gains that we have painstakingly made over many decades by competing and contributing to a common global technology stack. We must avoid turning competition into a zero-sum game. Whether we are addressing climate change, outer space, or technology standards, it is important for all countries to balance our national interests with the collective long-term interests of our global community. This means that member states need to work constructively and in good faith within the multilateral framework, keeping our enlightened common interests in mind. The need for compromise and mutual understanding is a feature, it's not a bug of the multilateral system. And in the face of the planetary challenges that we face, there is no winner who can take it all. Second, UN member states should accept and respect the diversity of experiences, systems, concepts, and ideas within the multilateral system. And this is born out of our rich tapestry of cultures, religions, and social norms. We must recognize that there is no one-size-fits-all template for how a country should organize itself. No one has a monopoly on culture or wisdom. And we should resist the arrogant temptation to remake others in our own image. The rich diversity of peoples and nations everywhere, in fact, can lead to fertile cross-fertilization of ideas and development of even more policy options, and to deal with the many challenges that we face. The UN is an indispensable platform for countries to share our experiences in areas from sustainable development to human rights, and where we can learn from one another. The Summit of the Future gives us an opportunity to strengthen the multilateral system by taking into account diverse points of view and building a common framework for our future. The third point I want to make is that in the midst of the digital revolution, and especially the advent of artificial intelligence, we must prepare for both the risk and also distribute the benefits of these technologies more fairly. In the past year, generative AI, ChatGPT, has captured popular imagination. But actually, we are already on the verge of the next stage. AI agents with the ability to negotiate and transact with each other and with humans. And often you won't be able to tell the difference. This has profound implications on all our societies, on our politics, and our economies everywhere. And autonomous weapon systems without human fingers on the trigger are already with us. Witness the wars around us. And as Secretary General Antonio Guterres said at the opening of the General Assembly this week, quote, "Generative AI holds much promise, but it may also lead us across a Rubicon and into more danger than we can control," unquote. And this is especially so in the theater of war and peace. AI will fundamentally disrupt our assumptions on military doctrine and strategic deterrence. For example, the speed at which AI-enabled weapon systems can be almost instantaneously deployed and triggered will dramatically reduce decision times for our leaders. And there will be many occasions when humans may not even be in the firing loop, but we will be on the firing line. This would inevitably heighten the risk of unintended conflicts or the escalation of conflicts. During the Cold War, the sense of mutually assured destruction imposed mutual restraint although we now know, in fact, there were several close shaves. This specter of nuclear escalation has not disappeared. And yet, the advent of artificial intelligence in conflict situations has actually increased the risk exponentially. So we must start an inclusive global dialogue, and we must start it at the United Nations. We need to urgently consider the oversight of such systems and the necessary precautions to avoid miscalculations. And in fact, this is just one facet of many as we focus our minds on how to harness the potential and to manage the risk of AI. Singapore welcomes the Secretary General's decision to convene a high-level advisory body on AI to explore these critical issues. Singapore actually is optimistic that the UN and the multilateral system will be up to the task of establishing norms on these fast-emerging critical technologies. The UN Open-Ended Working Group on ICT security, which happens to be chaired by Singapore, has made steady progress, and this offers some useful lessons for other areas, including AI. Singapore commits to continue to support all efforts to promote international cooperation and to strengthen global rules, norms, and principles in the digital domain. We also look forward to the adoption of the Global Digital Compact at the Summit of the Future in 2024. The reality is that many nations are not ready for the wave of digital transformation sweeping our world. We should not forget that even today, more than 2 billion people still have no internet access, and we need to work far harder to bridge that digital divide. As a tiny city-state, Singapore is committed to supporting other small states by raising awareness, sharing experiences, and building human capacity everywhere. In 2022, Singapore launched the Digital Force, a platform for members of the Forum of Small States to learn from and to mutually support each other in the area of digital technologies. There is no doubt that these technologies are a powerful accelerator for sustainable development in developing countries, and all the more so in small states like us. But many developing countries and small states will need help to deploy and to harness the benefits of these technologies. Mr. President, as the most inclusive and universal body in the world, the United Nations has to be at the center of our collective efforts to address these global challenges. We can do so, as shown, in fact, by the recent adoption of the legally binding instrument on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. I'm referring to the BBNJ agreement. Singapore is honored that Ambassador Rina Lee served as the president of the BBNJ Intergovernmental Conference. She worked tirelessly and closely with all delegations to bring that ship safely to harbor. And this week, I was proud to sign the BBNJ agreement on behalf of Singapore, and Singapore intends to ratify this as soon as possible. We call on all UN member states to sign and to ratify the BBNJ agreement so that it can enter into force early. And I'm glad that as of today, I believe 81 member states have signed the BBNJ agreement. We need to bring the same constructive spirit to the other areas of the global commons: AI, cybersecurity, digital technology, even outer space. We do not lack policy ideas on strengthening multilateralism, but we need commitment and action. The High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism has put forward 6 transformational shifts which will make the UN and the multilateral system future-ready. For many small states, our survival, our very success, requires a strong United Nations and an effective multilateral system founded on the UN Charter and international law and complied with by all states in the world. The Forum of Small States, chaired by Singapore, will continue to work with all states, large and small, to make the UN stronger and ready for the future. Mr. President, the Summit of the Future next year will be a crucial milestone to reposition the United Nations and the multilateral system for our future. This summit is also an opportunity to further accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. Singapore will work closely with all UN member states, and we will contribute constructively to this process. We call on all delegations everywhere to take a pragmatic and action-oriented approach towards the summit. It is not too late for us to work together to build a better, safer, and fairer world for all countries and especially for our future generations. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia.
President, we created this institution recognising that while our interests as countries may differ, we have shared purpose as people. Because we can only solve our biggest problems together. Because we determined after the last World War to prevent it ever being repeated. Because all of us can see the world as it is, and by listening to each other and by acting together, all of us can choose to shape it for the better. Australia is home to people from all nations of the world, and we draw on the knowledge of First Peoples carrying forward the oldest continuing culture on Earth. We know that at this time, when its success has never been needed by more of the world's peoples, this institution and our shared multilateral system is falling short of the commitments we have made together. And we are collectively falling further behind. There are more people displaced, more people hungry, there is more conflict, and greater risk that a nuclear weapon could be used. The climate is changing faster than our combined efforts to stop it. Already, African agricultural productivity has dropped by 1/3. Within just 22 General Assemblies from now, more than 900 million additional people in sub-Saharan Africa will have less water than they need. In many countries, including my own, floods or fires have overwhelmed communities. The most tourism-dependent region in the world, the Caribbean, faces the loss of half its tourism revenue because of extreme weather. And nowhere is the climate threat more profound than in the Pacific. Kiribati, Tuvalu and Marshall Islands are only a few metres above sea level. Friends, the first article of the UN Charter speaks to maintaining peace and security, but there can be no security if the sea itself closes in. This is why the voices and experiences of the Pacific matter. Australia, as a member of the Pacific Islands Forum, believes in Pacific sovereignty and solidarity. And the connections between the First Peoples of our lands and waters and the peoples of the Blue Pacific stretch back through time. We share the Pacific Ocean, custodians of 1/5 of the Earth's surface. So we understand our duty to amplify the collective Pacific voice and to act. We are determined to make Australia a renewable energy superpower. Within this decade, 82% of Australia's electricity generation will be renewable, a huge transformation from the 32% when our government came to office just last year. Australia is supporting the region's transition to renewable energy, helping countries build climate resilience and access our increased climate finance contributions. like in Palau, where up to a fifth of the country's energy needs will be provided by new solar and battery storage through our infrastructure financing facility for the Pacific. And Australia is sharing our innovations in climate adaptation in the Pacific and beyond. We are supporting improved food security in some of the most vulnerable communities in the world, including with irrigation technology that has improved crop yields and reduced water usage by 30% for farmers in countries including Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania and Zimbabwe. Climate is far from the only crisis the world faces. The COVID-19 pandemic propelled 124 million people back into poverty, and humanitarian needs are burgeoning, and Australia is part of the global response. In the last 12 months, we provided humanitarian assistance for more than 20 crises where the UN requested international support. These crises are making it harder to achieve our 17 shared sustainable development goals, but they are not the only reason we are falling short. And many developing countries are rightly frustrated. Through the 2030 Agenda, the world committed to a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. At the halfway point, we have seen stagnation or regression in nearly a third of the targets, and we are not on track to meet any of them. But we ought not be tempted to abandon some goals so that we might concentrate on others. You see, the great wisdom of the 2030 Agenda is recognising the connection between different aspects of social and economic development and environmental protection, and how together they enable prosperity and peace. We all invested years in negotiating this agenda. It provides an irreplaceable framework for collective global action, and all member states must protect it and deliver on what we have agreed. All UN officials, from the Secretary-General down, must guard against dilution. Because the approaching climate tipping point means we simply cannot afford ongoing unsustainable development, and nor will we ever maximise our development while leaving people behind, or if we pick and choose between universally agreed human rights as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The drafters of the Universal Declaration, people like Bertha Lutz of Brazil, P.C. Chang of China, Minerva Bernardino of the Dominican Republic, H.J. Mehta of India, Eleanor Roosevelt of the United States, and Jessie Street of Australia, all were seized of this simple fact: human rights apply equally to all people, no matter who you happen to be or where you happen to be born. This was a global charter for the whole human family across east to west, north to south. And that was 75 years ago and reaffirmed 30 years ago in the Vienna Declaration. Yet today, around 2.4 billion women of working age do not have equal opportunities. When we know if we close the gender gap in economic participation, we would add at least $12 trillion a year to global GDP. In other words, generating 3 times more than the cost of fully achieving the SDGs. But to deliver the SDGs, we must address systemic shortcomings and funding needs. Small island developing states, including Cabo Verde and Samoa, have advocated for reforms to international development financing to reflect the reality that income per capita is an imperfect predictor of development need. The tragic fact is that development gains can be quickly reversed by shocks like extreme weather events. We still need income measures such as GNI, but we also need to listen to what many countries are saying about other growing vulnerabilities they face, especially as a result of climate change. So Australia commends the work of the high-level multi-dimensional vulnerability index panel led by the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda and the former Prime Minister of Norway. This is but one tool that can be used to improve what the international development financing architecture delivers for the most vulnerable countries in the world. The world needs more from international financial institutions, especially the multilateral development banks. Their institutional capacity, their direct contributions, and the multiplier effect of those contributions could be propelling the world much closer to realising our shared development goals. As the G20 Independent Experts Group has highlighted, to transform development, the MDBs will have to transform themselves, and the window for action is closing fast. Australia welcomes the leadership of the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, and we are looking at how we can partner on the Bridgetown Initiative. With 22 of our 26 nearest neighbours being developing countries, we want to contribute to a region where all our countries and peoples can thrive. So we have instituted a new development policy and rebuilt our ODA program with nearly 1.7 billion additional Australian dollars over 5 years, and providing for ongoing growth over the long term. And we have rechanneled $3 billion of our IMF special drawing rights allocation to support vulnerable countries. So today, I call on all developed countries to increase their rechanneling of special drawing rights to boost concessional long-term investment critical to resilience building and disaster response. Australia also recognises that the multilateral development banks and bilateral donors need to do more to harness the capital, innovation and energy of the private sector. So last month we launched Australia Development Investments, a $250 million Australian dollar impact investment fund to do just that. And we have launched Invested, Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040, responding to calls from our regional partners for Australia to play a bigger role in their pursuit of economic opportunity, development and growth, which will support our shared security and prosperity. All our efforts aim to help countries build their own resilience and sovereignty, to ensure countries are not held back by unsustainable debt. Australia's investments are a statement of our belief that social and economic progress are preconditions for peace, just as peace is a precondition for progress. Friends, peace is not a gift, and it is never a given. It calls us to play our part in diplomatic reassurance, economic development and military deterrence, all acting to play our part in keeping and building peace. Australia has always pursued a world where differences and disputes are settled through institutions, agreed rules and norms, and not by power and size. We have been active in the UN's peacebuilding agenda since its inception, focused on addressing the underlying factors that contribute to conflict. And we are proud of our peacebuilding reform work with Angola in leading negotiations for parallel Security Council and General Assembly resolutions that shaped the Sustaining Peace agenda. We look forward to 2025, when Australia will have a seat on the UN Peacebuilding Commission, coinciding with the review point for those resolutions. Since the creation of the UN Peacebuilding Fund, we have been a consistent partner and we are a top 10 donor. Our commitment to international peace and security is reflected in our history of involvement in peacekeeping, some 62 operations over more than 75 years. We remain the 11th largest financial contributor to the overall UN peacekeeping budget, in addition to operational support and regional troop training. We support a strong role for regional leadership on peacekeeping. We welcome Fiji's proposal to establish a new Pacific peacekeeping network to strengthen our region's capacity and cooperation, just as we welcome the call from African states for UN-assessed contributions for African Union-led peace support operations. Our commitment to international peace and security is why Australia seeks a seat on the Security Council for 2029-30. And it is why we pursue Security Council reform. We must ensure greater permanent and non-permanent representation for Africa, for Latin America and Asia, including permanent seats for India and Japan. And we must demand more of permanent members, including constraints on the use of the veto. With its special responsibility as a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia mocks the United Nations every day it continues its illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine. Just as Russia mocks the international community with its cynical games on food security that leave millions hungry, promising grain to vulnerable nations, yet at the same time destroying Ukrainian grain silos along the Black Sea coast. The rest of the permanent members and all member states must be unyielding in our response to Russia's grave violation of Article 2 of our shared UN Charter. If we waver in our response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we would be validating the most fundamental of breaches of international law, who might be the next victim of state-based aggression. But, President, even with all the conflicts on the UN agenda, even as we face the existential threat of climate change, the world faces another existential threat, one risk that is consequential for every member state of these United Nations, and that is the risk of conflict between great powers. This great assembly of nations knows that strategic competition is not new. Through the course of history, it has played out across the globe. Often small countries, vast distances from major powers, have borne the brunt of a race for dominance, with legacies of those contests casting shadows across generations. But the modern arms race forever transformed the scale of great power competition and pushed all of humanity to the brink of Armageddon. In 1962, one of those close calls spurred the construction of conflict prevention infrastructure between the US and the Soviet Union, guardrails that responsibly managed Cold War competition and kept it from careering into conflict. Today's circumstances mean we need to commit anew to building such preventive infrastructure to reduce the conflict, to reduce the risk of crisis, conflict and war by accident. The Indo-Pacific is home to unprecedented military build-up, yet transparency and strategic reassurance are lacking. Tension is rising between states with overlapping claims in the South China Sea, and disputed features have been militarised. And North Korea continues to destabilise with its ongoing nuclear weapons program and ballistic missile launches, threatening Japan, the Republic of Korea and the broader region. And when you add dangerous encounters in the air and at sea, including between nuclear powers, we are faced with a combination of factors that give rise to the most confronting circumstances in decades. In short, military power is expanding, but measures to constrain military conflict are not. And there are few concrete mechanisms for averting it. So it is up to all of us to act to deploy our collective statecraft, our influence, our networks, our capabilities to minimise the risk of misunderstanding and miscalculation, to prevent catastrophic conflict. Peace building today must rise to this challenge. This is why Australia is contributing to a strategic equilibrium, to help maintain the conditions for peace through our diplomacy, while playing our part in transparent collective deterrence of aggression. We seek to ensure that no state concludes that the benefits of conflict outweigh the risks. And we seek new measures for conflict prevention that reinforce the region's existing economic and security architecture. President, the desire for peace is seen across our region. ASEAN is determined to develop practical ways to implement the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific and play a leading role in promoting peace, security, stability and prosperity in our region. And we support their aim. ASEAN is right to affirm that disputes must be resolved peacefully in accordance with international law, including the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the ASEAN Charter and the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia. Consistent with this architecture and the need to address the growing risk of conflict, Australia welcomes President Widodo's statement as chairman of the East Asia Summit, noting that the recent leaders' meeting reaffirmed the need for all EAS participating countries to promote open channels of communication to reduce risks of misunderstanding and miscalculation and prevent conflict in our region. New measures to prevent great power conflict are an Australian priority, and we hope they are a priority shared by member states throughout this General Assembly. Strategic trust is clearly in short supply. We would be wise to encourage modest steps focused on mutual strategic reassurance, military risk reduction measures, and on opening lines of communication at all levels. Communication should never be withheld as a punishment or offered as a reward. And given how conflict could be sparked, there would be benefit in pursuing clearer arrangements among maritime countries, all maritime countries equally, to prevent unsafe actions at sea. And given that it is nuclear weapons that most risk catastrophe, we must work harder to achieve a world free of nuclear weapons. Our government is renewing Australia's enduring commitment to a world without nuclear weapons. We will continue to work with others to strengthen the NPT, the cornerstone of the global nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament regime, despite those who seek to damage it for their own gains. And this week, Australia joined Japan and the Philippines to urge progress on a fissile material cut-off treaty. This would address a critical gap in our disarmament architecture by stopping the production of material needed to create nuclear weapons. Australia is also working with the IAEA to ensure the peaceful use of technology and combat proliferation and nuclear security risks. President, Australia wants a world where no country dominates and no country is dominated. We want a world where we achieve our shared sustainable development goals for people, planet, prosperity, peace and partnership. We also see how all of this could be destroyed by crisis, conflict and war. So friends, which path we choose is up to all of us. It's up to all of us to have the humility to listen. It is up to all of us to act and act urgently on what we hear. We must recognise that many developing countries are inadequately served by too much of the international system, a system which must be reformed as a matter of urgency. And we must take these steps because we need everyone to know they have a stake in the success of these United Nations, our United Nations. All countries must have a stake in the UN Charter and exercise their agency to uphold it. Because in today's world there is no zero-sum game. In today's world there can never be just one winner. In this age of existential threats, there is either a shared future or no future. We can only choose between shared failure or shared success. Friends, let us all choose success. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdul Latif bin Rashid Al Zayani, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bahrain.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Majesties, Highnesses and Excellencies, Your Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, distinguished delegates, may the peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you. Mr. President, I would like to congratulate you on your election as President of the General Assembly in its current session. We wish you all the success in conducting its work. I would also like to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Chaba Kurachi, for his outstanding effort in leading the previous session. I would also like to extend my thanks to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations for his continuous effort to achieve the noble objectives of the United Nations. At the outset, I would like to express the condolences of His Majesty the King, the government and people of the Kingdom of Bahrain, to the Kingdom of Morocco and the state of Libya, over the victims of the earthquake that struck several regions in Morocco and the floods that swept through the Libyan city of Derna. We ask Almighty God to grant the deceased His mercy and wishing a speedy recovery for the injured. Mr. President, the general debate of the current session is held amidst global challenges and crises that threaten the development of countries. It affects the life, security, stability, and safety of peoples. Foremost, the escalation of wars and armed conflicts, the dangers of extremism, terrorism, and organized crime, the cybersecurity threats, food and water security, climate change, and the natural and health disasters. Under the leadership of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa and the guidance of the government headed by His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, the Kingdom of Bahrain has demonstrated in all its diplomatic positions and practical effort its adherence to its deep-rooted human values. These values are in line with the objectives and purposes of the UN Charter, as well as the principles of international law. It's also in synergy with our commitment to build synergies and cooperation with countries to ensure peace, security, and stability, and provide a safe, prosperous, and sustainable environment which is in the interest of the peoples of the world. The Kingdom of Bahrain has taken confident steps at key historical milestones to strengthen alliances. These alliances have helped consolidate an international system based on the freedom of trade, ideas, and individuals in a way that support individual freedoms and responsibilities. My country has continued to strengthen its diplomatic relations with brotherly, friendly, and allied countries with common interest. Under the leadership of His Majesty the King, it has been keen to deepen bilateral relations at all levels. It has also played an important role in effort to promote international cooperation. The signing of the Comprehensive Security, Integration and Prosperity Agreement by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister a few days ago in Washington with our friend country, the United States of America, is a testament to the Kingdom of Bahrain's firm strategic approach that supports peace and stability in the region. It is based on the close link between security and prosperity to achieve the desired progress in all aspects of development. This comes in a world where challenges are on the rise day by day. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain has recognized the fact that international cooperation based on mutual trust, good faith, and mutual understanding is the best way to overcome common challenges in all their aspects. Thus, our top priorities were, first, prioritizing dialogue and a peaceful and civilized approach to end wars and settle all regional and international differences and disputes. Foremost, advancing a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace process in the Middle East, supporting the rights of the brotherly Palestinian people to establish their independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital, strengthening peaceful coexistence among the peoples of the region. And we stress that we support the extension of the UN humanitarian truce in Yemen, achieve sustainable peaceful solutions to the crises in Syria, Lebanon, Sudan, and Afghanistan in a way that preserves the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of these countries. We must support their development process and alleviate the suffering of their people. We also support all international mediation efforts to achieve peace all over the world. In this context, we reiterate our call to end the war in Ukraine through peaceful negotiations. We must avoid escalation in a way that is in the interests of the two neighboring countries. We must also ensure the protection of civilians, respect international humanitarian law. This is necessary to maintain peace and security in Europe. We must contain the devastating humanitarian repercussions of this war and address its global impact on global food security, energy supplies, the environment, and nuclear safety. Second, developing international relations based on the principles of good neighborliness, respect for international law, respect for the sovereignty, stability, and territorial integrity of states, as well as the religious and cultural values, and on the principle of non-interference in their internal affairs. In this vein, we underline the principled position of the Kingdom of Bahrain, supporting the unity, cohesion, solidarity, and unified path of the Gulf Cooperation Council. We commend positive regional developments, namely the return of Syria to the League of Arab States and the resumption of Saudi-Iranian diplomatic relations. Third, promoting the values of tolerance and the culture of peace and dialogue between religions, cultures, and civilizations. These are essential pillars to achieve peace, security, and development with the respect of human rights. We call upon the international community to actively respond to the call of His Majesty the King to adopt an international convention to criminalize religious, sectarian, and racial hate speech. We must prevent the misuse of freedoms in media and digital platforms for religious contempt or to incite extremism, terrorism, and intolerance. 4. We must galvanize international effort to address common security challenges. This would come through cooperation and coordination in the fight against terrorism while drying up the sources of financing and countering their ideologies. We need to intensify effort to prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, or WMDs, and ensure that the Middle East is a region free from WMDs. We must cooperate in protecting the security of commercial shipping and energy supplies in the Gulf region and combat cybercrime. 5. We must deepen international partnerships and strategic dialogues towards building a more just global order, be it politically secure or on the realms of security and economics, to achieve the aspirations of the people to consolidate international peace and security. We call upon the international community to shoulder its responsibility by intensifying effort and channeling investments and financial resources towards achieving growth and prosperity. It must eliminate hunger and poverty, counter water and energy crises, support the least developed countries. It must open markets for their export without restrictions and alleviate their debt burden. This would ensure prosperity for all peoples without leaving anyone behind. In this regard, the Kingdom of Bahrain welcomes and endorses the Economic Corridor project that will link India with Europe through the Middle East region. We look forward to this ambitious strategic project contributing to the development and prosperity of the region, which is in the interest of all the peoples of the region. My country also welcomes the announcement of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to establish a global water organization that aims at developing and integrating states' efforts and the effort made by organizations to address water challenges in a holistic manner. Mr. President, my government is keen to promote effective partnership with the United Nations and its specialized agencies to support our common development goals. Thus, we submitted and discussed the fourth national report in line with the Universal Periodic Review Mechanism for Human Rights. We also submitted the second report on progress made in implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at the High-Level Political Forum of the Economic and Social Council. Bahrain presented a model of political development. It has consolidated the rule of law and institutions within the framework of the separation of power and cooperation under its constitution. The Kingdom is proud of its Council of Representatives exercising its legislative and oversight powers. It expresses the will of citizens following the success of the parliamentary elections in 6 successive sessions. The most recent was held last year. It had a turnout rate of more than 73%. We have established justice within the framework of an impartial and independent judiciary, supported by independent human rights institutions. The latter include the National Institution for Human Rights, the Ombudsman, the Prisoners and Detainees Rights Commission, and the Special Investigation Unit of the Public Prosecution. We also promoted freedom of press and media and encouraged the role of trade unions and the civil society through 660 civil and political associations. The Kingdom of Bahrain is proud to have established a modern, pioneering legislative system that promoted respect for human rights and championed political and civil liberties. Most notably, we've implemented the Penal Code and alternative measures and Open Prisons project. We have replaced prison sentences with non-custodial penalties. These are in line with the most modern criminal justice systems to reform convicts so that they can be reintegrated in society. In addition, these programs have benefited more than 5,500 individuals. We've also adopted the restorative justice law for children and their protection for maltreatment, through which a judicial committee, courts, and specialized prosecution office for children were established. Within the framework of coordination between the legislative and executive authorities, my country is working to implement the government plan for the 6th legislative term. Its top priority is promoting security, stability, and justice and supporting the economic recovery plan. It also provides quality and competitive government services. It attempts at integrating them all with the objectives of the Sustainable Development Plan. The government has presented an amazing example of fighting the COVID-19 epidemic through turning challenges into sustainable achievements. We provided comprehensive programs and tests to all those who inhabited the kingdom. As was stated by the WHO, Manama was the first healthy city in the Middle East. We have implemented 5 financial and economic packages through 40 initiatives that provided support to individuals, to the private sector, and the most affected sectors at a value of $12 billion. This is equivalent to 1/3 of the kingdom's GDP. My government is continuing the implementation of the economic recovery plan and its programs to accelerate job opportunities for citizens. We have built 5 new housing cities. We modernized trade and financial legislations and procedures. We ensured economic openness and economic diversity. We've also implemented health education, tourism, and technical development strategies and projects. Over the past year, we ensured net economic growth that was close to 5%. The contribution of the non-oil sector to GDP reached 83%. The growth of foreign direct investment reached $35.5 billion, according to a report by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the UNCTAD. The kingdom has also seen a rise of its prestigious international standing in international indicators by moving to 2nd place in the Arab world and 35th place internationally in the list of countries with very high human development index. This is based on the report of the United Nations Development Programme. It was also ranked 21st Internationally, according to the 2022 World Happiness Report issued by the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, it was ranked 34th globally in the Logistics Performance Index of the World Bank. It is the first in the Middle East and North Africa region, according to the Economic Freedom Index issued by the Fraser Institute. It is also sharing its entrepreneurial experience with 48 countries in collaboration with UNIDO. The Kingdom has made great strides in the field of digital transformation by assuming the presidency of the Digital Cooperation Organization. It has also become a member of the Council of International Telecommunication Union. It was classified among the leading countries in digital government, ranking first globally in the distribution of the Internet according to the World Bank. It has also witnessed a high development rate in e-government according to the United Nations. It provided more than 600 government services through online platforms. It provides 100% coverage of fifth-generation networks. The Kingdom has adopted a national strategy to support the transformation of the fourth industrial revolution as well as a digital economy. It's also investing in future sciences by establishing the National Space Science Authority and launching the first completely Bahraini-built satellite. In this regard, we are pleased to congratulate the United Arab Emirates, the sister country, on the remarkable progress in the space domain. We would like to congratulate the successful return of UAE astronaut Sultan Al Niadi to Earth. He has achieved a significant scientific milestone as the first Arab to complete a spacewalk outside the International Space Station. The Kingdom of Bahrain has maintained its first-place rank among Arab countries on the Basel Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Index. It continued its active role in establishing and hosting the Middle East and North Africa Financial Action Task Force, the MENAFAT. It maintained its prestigious Chair 1 status for 6 consecutive years in the U.S. State Department report on trafficking in person. It has also garnered excellent international acclaim thanks to its human rights record and cybersecurity readiness, combating illicit drug trafficking and addressing various economic and cyber crimes. The Kingdom of Bahrain is proud of the advancement of women and her contribution as active partner in the process of comprehensive development. She is a minister, a parliamentarian, a judge, and an ambassador. Bahraini women represent 22% of the cabinet, 23% of the members of the legislative authority, 56% of the national workforce in the government sector, 35% of the private sector, and 34% of the diplomatic corps. There are other positive indicators that reflect the effort of the Supreme Council for Women and its initiatives in the context of the National Plan for the Advancement of Bahraini Women. We have so many national plans, strategies, and legislations that aim at protecting the rights of women, the family, and children. It also aims at providing care, rehabilitation, and employment for the disabled, promoting the rights of the elderly, and protecting against domestic violence, and promoting the system of social protection. Proceeding from our belief in the people's right for a healthy, clean, and sustainable environment, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirmed its support for international initiatives in the field of climate change. We are committed to achieving net zero carbon neutrality by 2060. We're aiming at reducing carbon dioxide emissions by 2035, doubling the number of trees, and in particular, quadrupling the number of mangroves by 2035. We're attempting at improving energy efficiency by relying on renewable sources of energy. We're also protecting biodiversity. On that note, we would like to wish the UAE all the success in organizing and chairing COP28 at the end of this year. Mr. President, peace is our strategic choice for a safer, more stable, and more prosperous world. We firmly believe that peace is the way for constructive cooperation and peaceful coexistence among nations and peoples. We recognize the need to live together and to enhance dialogue and coexistence based on our belief in the right of all human beings to freedom, justice, prosperity, and human dignity without any discrimination based on race, origin, language, religion, or belief. In this regard, the Kingdom of Bahrain, in light of the noble initiatives of His Majesty the King, is proud of its success in sharing its pioneering experience with the world in tolerance, peaceful coexistence, respect for human rights, and encouraging the values of solidarity and international humanitarian and development work on different levels. First, the inauguration of the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration on Freedom of Religion and Belief. We have established the King Hamad Global Center for Peaceful Coexistence. This comes in addition to the continued wise initiatives of His Majesty the King to promote tolerance, dialogue, and religious and cultural rapprochement. Second, the Kingdom has hosted regional and international conferences to promote regional security and dialogue among religions, sects, and cultures. The last of which was the Bahrain Dialogue Forum, East and West for Human Coexistence. His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar have participated in this forum. We've also hosted the General Assembly meeting of the Interparliamentary Union on promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, combating intolerance. It reflected the firm and deep-rooted principles of the Kingdom of Bahrain and respecting cultural, ethnic, and religious diversity. It also demonstrated its historic and cultural heritage spanning more than 5,000 years. Third, the Kingdom continues to actively contribute in supporting the objectives of the United Nations by offering international awards for dialogue and peaceful coexistence, as well as awards for the service of humanity, digital transformation in the field of education, the empowerment of women and youth in achieving the goals of sustainable development, with the adoption of its initiatives for International Days of Conscience and Islamic Art. This comes in addition to its delivery of humanitarian and relief assistance to many countries affected by the repercussions of war, conflicts, and natural disasters through the efforts of the Royal Humanitarian Foundation and the Bahraini Red Crescent. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain, under the reformist, humanitarian, and diplomatic approach of His Majesty the King, and with the support and follow-up of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and the commitment and dedication of its loyal people, is continuing to maximize its developmental and civilizational gains. It is reinforcing its noble values and achievements. It is promoting its active role to strengthen international solidarity towards a stable and secure world free from tension and hatred, a world that advances with affection, tolerance, brotherhood, and cooperation for the benefit of humanity. We hope to build a bright future for the generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Bahrain. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tobias Billström, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Mr. President, Excellencies, looking back, we, the international community, did not acknowledge the signs for what they were. The war in Georgia in 2008 and the aggression in Ukraine since 2014 and in Syria since 2015 clearly shows that Russia has no scruples about using military force to reach its political ambitions, recreate its former colonial empire, and undermine the European security order as well as the UN Charter. Mr. President, we opened this year's General Assembly at a time when a permanent member of the Security Council, a body tasked with the maintenance of international peace and security, has proven its complete disregard for human life in Ukraine and globally. Russia is weaponizing food and aggravating the global food crisis, most recently by reimposing its blockade against grain deliveries across the Black Sea, deliberately destroying Ukrainian grain and port infrastructure. In doing so, Russia is limiting the supply of food to many, including the world's most vulnerable. Meanwhile, the EU's solidarity lanes, the efforts to build alternative export routes for food from Ukraine, have become a lifeline. Ukraine exports more than 3 million tons of grain every month through the solidarity lanes. Sweden and the EU have also increased our humanitarian food aid globally and boosted support for local food production. In blatant violation of international law, Russia is attempting to deny Ukraine its right to exist as a sovereign nation. If we allow this to happen, Russia will only continue its imperial ambitions. This will not stop with Ukraine. Ukraine's soldiers are fighting not only for Ukraine's survival, but also for our security and for the respect of territorial integrity. It is the sovereign right of every state to make its own security policy choices. Exercising this right, Sweden has applied for NATO membership, a historic decision that ends Sweden's military non-alignment, which dates back to 1812. Our NATO membership will increase the security of our country and, together with Finland's membership, improve the stability in the entire Euro-Atlantic area. Sweden will fulfill its commitments under the North Atlantic Treaty and to all other allies. Mr. President, this Assembly has repeatedly condemned Russia's blatant violations of international law, including the UN Charter. The Ukrainian people have suffered from attacks against schools, hospitals, and civilian infrastructure. Russia has abducted thousands of Ukrainian children. The list of Russia's crimes against international law in Ukraine is long. Russia must and will be held to account. Accountability, including for the crime of aggression, is a condition for justice to the victims and a deterrent against future violations. Sweden supports the establishment of a tribunal for the crime of aggression committed against Ukraine. The UN Charter also forms the basis of Ukraine's peace formula, which is receiving support from a growing group of countries in all regions. And we welcome initiatives that will contribute to just and lasting peace based on international law. This is in the interest of all of us. Mr. President, the world is indeed in a very different place compared to when the 2030 Agenda was adopted 8 years ago. Pace of poverty reduction has slowed down, humanitarian needs are rising, and climate change is accelerating. The SDG summit earlier this week was a much-needed opportunity to regain momentum towards achieving the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Sweden is a committed partner of and contributor to the UN Development System and a substantial donor of humanitarian assistance. It is imperative that the UN Development System continue to strive for increased effectiveness and efficiency, especially at country level. Swedish official development assistance is generous. We are one of only a handful of countries in the world that reach the UN target of 0.7% of gross national income in development assistance. Development assistance must work catalytically alongside trade, private investment, improved access to capital, and domestic resource mobilization. Strong national institutions remain a precondition for development. Multilateral development banks play a critical role in achieving the SDGs, working with innovative financing and mobilizing financing at scale, both private capital and domestic resources. We support the adaptation of their business model to better address global challenges while keeping poverty reduction and climate change at the core of their mandate. Sweden's international development assistance responds to the multiple challenges the world is confronting today and contributes to positive developments. Sweden's development assistance is relevant, long-term, efficient, and transparent. The Swedish government focus on poverty alleviation and health interventions for the most vulnerable, providing democracy assistance to defenders of human rights and democracy on all continents. We invest in women's and girls' rights and opportunities across the globe. Mr. President, climate change is accelerating. This July was the hottest month on record, with the extreme weather causing widespread damage. When the world meets for COP28 in Dubai in November this year, we must unite around higher ambitions. Sweden welcomes the Secretary General's strong personal commitment to push the global climate agenda forward. We are pleased that the incoming United Arab Emirates presidency is framing climate action as a driver for prosperity and growth. We must mobilize more climate finance, both public and private, and enhance support to local resilience and climate adaptation. Sweden will continue to do its part, and we call on all other countries to increase their contributions. Climate finance is a key element of Swedish development assistance. The groundbreaking solutions provided by Swedish businesses in areas such as battery production and fossil-free steel are driving climate action in Sweden and supporting the climate transition globally. The synergies between innovation, trade, and the private sector are fundamental to achieving the green transition and reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, are transforming our world. They offer unprecedented possibilities, including to accelerate our efforts on climate change, global health, and the Sustainable Development Goals. This fast-moving development also entails challenges for international security and human rights. Shaping a shared vision of new technologies based on the values of the UN Charter will be key to harness their potential and mitigate the risks. Together with Rwanda, Sweden is co-facilitating the process in the General Assembly of developing a global digital compact that will outline shared principles for an open, free, and secure digital future for all. Mr. President, 75 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted. We know for a fact that human rights, democracy, and the rule of law are determinants of development. Countries with high levels of democracy have 94% lower infant mortality and provide 40% more electricity and have 23% more access to safe water than autocracies. Building societies that are democratic, respect human rights, and uphold the rule of law will be crucial for how fast we achieve the 2030 agenda. And let me particularly underline that women's and girls' enjoyment of human rights, including sexual and reproductive rights, is a key condition for development and a prerequisite for democracy. Human rights are and must be universal. They are not a privilege for a few. They belong to everyone, everywhere. Mr. President, In recent months, Sweden has witnessed disrespectful burnings of the Quran. These desecrations are being carried out by extremists and provocateurs that seek to sow division between Muslims and non-Muslims. We must not let these provocateurs succeed. The Swedish government is firm in strongly rejecting any act of intolerance. These offensive acts committed by individuals at demonstrations in Sweden do not reflect the opinion of the Swedish government, nor that of a majority of the Swedish people. Over the years, Sweden has received a great number of Muslims and has strived to integrate the newcomers and their children into our society. Sweden remains in close dialogue with the Muslim world and has invited the Secretary General of the OIC to visit Sweden. The rights to freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, and freedom to demonstrate are constitutional rights in Sweden. These freedoms have served our society and our social cohesion well and made us an open and free society. The Swedish government has decided to carry out an inquiry to review the Public Order Act, which governs the Swedish police authorities' scope to deny a permit application to hold a public gathering. We must stand together to combat all forms of racism, intolerance, and hatred. Mr. President, Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine jeopardizes nuclear safety and security in Ukraine and beyond. Russia's threats to use nuclear weapons, its declared readiness to conduct a nuclear test, and its announcement about deploying nuclear weapons in Belarus are all deeply irresponsible. The expansion of nuclear arsenals without transparency, the abandonment of arms control agreements, and regional proliferation threats give cause for serious concerns. Multilateralism is our best chance to address these challenges and realize the objectives enshrined in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. All states must help drive progress. Mr. President, our geographies are linked, our challenges are shared, and as much as our challenges are shared, so are also our opportunities, and we must strive to fulfill them together. This is not the first time the world is faced with numerous and difficult challenges. They will demand a lot from us: extensive collaboration, pragmatism, and hard work, compromises, and a shared determination. History shows us that dark times can be overcome. Next year's Summit for the Future provides us with an opportunity to confirm our commitment to the UN Charter and a rules-based international order as we tackle the challenges ahead. Future generations should, to a greater extent, be able to live in security, enjoy human rights, and live in prosperous societies. It is our job and our responsibility to make it happen. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. I now give the floor to His Excellency Frederick Audley Mitchell, Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Public Service of the Bahamas.
So, Mr. President, it is an honor and privilege to return to this podium this year. This is my 10th appearance here, and I'm proud to be back to this most important forum but doubly so because a son of the CARICOM and wider Caribbean region sits as its president. So Ambassador Dennis Francis, I wish you well, and suffice it to say, the Bahamas stands ready to assist and support. So the Bahamas National Statistics Institute reported this year in the national census that there are now 399,314 people living in the Bahamas. So let's call that 400,000. We're small, that's clear. We're 700 islands, keys, and reefs, that's clear. We have 4,000 square miles of land and 100,000 square miles of ocean, that's clear. We're therefore a small island developing state, that's very clear. The Prime Minister, Philip Edward Brave Davis, says that the #1 foreign policy issue for the Bahamas is climate change. He's expressed the existential fear we face along with other island peoples, whether in the Atlantic or the Pacific. Will we be climate refugees or will we face a watery grave? And tonight I'm wearing a gift from the people of the Marshall Islands to share our solidarity with those in the Pacific. Having expressed that sentiment in many fora throughout the world, though, over the years, that the Prime Minister's been in office, it was actually shocking to us to hear one of our developed nation partners and their position on climate reparations for loss and damage on the part of his country. Their response was that under no circumstances would there be reparations for loss and damage from climate change. Mr. President, small island developing states like the Bahamas have been negotiating for loss and damage for over 30 years. So it begs the question, how much are 399,314 lives worth? The word reparations means so much in another context as well. Millions of African peoples were ripped from the continent of Africa, brought to the West, and worked for free for 200 years. In the British Empire, they were so-called freed in 1834, worked for another 4 years in an apprenticeship scheme for free. The British government paid £20 million to the slavers for the loss of their property. That was then 40% of their national budget. This is, in today's money, £17 billion. And we're advised that the bonds were just paid off in 2015. Yet, not one penny was paid to the slaves or their descendants. And not even an apology is being offered for the moral tragedy which slavery represents. So, no to reparations on climate change and no to reparations on slavery. No, over and over again. The generation of our leaders that came before us, though, did not accept no for an answer. And that is why we are freer today than we were a generation ago. And they were freer than the generation before them. When Michael Manley, the Jamaican Prime Minister, stood at this very podium after his historic victory at the polls in 1972 and demanded a new world international economic order, his call for economic and social justice did not at first succeed, but it has been taken up by his successors who continue this call throughout the Caribbean. Mr. Manley was taking up the call by Marcus Garvey of Jamaica before him and Robert Love of the Bahamas, the generation before Mr. Manley. And Marcus Garvey was taking up the calls of W.E.B. Du Bois and James Weldon Johnson of Bahamian roots before him. Lyndon Pindling, our founding Prime Minister, did not accept no when the Nassau Accords were forged to say, "Let Nelson Mandela go." Clearly then, no is not an acceptable answer to an unfree people. We in this generation take up the call for this generation's call, and Brave Davis and the Bahamas says no is not an acceptable answer. So the Bahamas wants the world to know that whether on reparations for slavery or on climate change, no is not the correct answer. We must use our collective voices to reject the gospel according to no. So long as we have our voices, we will pass our message to the next generation and so on until we succeed and justice is served. We do not accept the gospel according to no when it comes to Haiti. As the first black republic and the first independent Caribbean state, Haiti has paid dearly for daring to declare and assert their independence from colonial rule back in 1804. First, they were forced to pay some $20 billion in today's money to be let alone by by their former colonial masters. Then they were, in the 20th century, ruled by an invading military for 2 decades that took all the wealth from their treasury and forced the payments back to Washington, D.C. And today, we wonder why the situation is as dire as it is. So the Western world owes Haiti and the Haitian people, and we must fight to help them resolve their issues. The security situation in Haiti today is untenable, and I thank all the governments in both the developed world, the United States and Canada, and in CARICOM for their work in trying to resolve the political and security issues there. I urge the people of Haiti, especially the leaders of Haiti today, to do all that they can to continue to work toward a Haitian-led political settlement, and it will take compromise to do so. Mr. President, this is a humanitarian crisis in our region, which the UN has received many, many humanitarian pledges that can barely meet the on-the-ground humanitarian needs of the Haitian people. We must approve with haste a UN Security Council-backed resolution on a multinational force for Haiti. So first, I'd like to thank the government of Kenya for pledging to lead a multinational force to improve the security issues in Haiti. We in the Bahamas plan to join them, as does Jamaica, and other Caribbean countries have pledged humanitarian support. They, along with all other states, have pledged support to require, but it does require this UNSC resolution to take action. As I said, both Bahamas and Jamaica have pledged troops, other CARICOM states humanitarian support. A geopolitical settlement must also be possible in Cuba. What a magnificent country with a rich heritage and a smart people who've suffered from economic measures which seem imposed upon them externally grounded in ideology. But if you can do business with Vietnam, there's nothing in logic which prevents doing business with Cuba. The irony of the situation is that money in US dollars is difficult to process across Cuban borders. Yet, 9 or more flights per day leave Miami for Havana and fly back again. And the largest embassy in Havana is that of the United States. We appreciate all the steps that have been taken by the present US administration to revert to the status quo ante to 2016 as a starting point. But the most sensible thing to do is to drop all the restrictions and normalize relations with Cuba post-haste. The continuation of the status quo represents a security problem for the Bahamas. Finally, I wish to repeat a favorite theme of our Prime Minister, and it is this: the pathologies resulting from the asymmetrical relationship between our trading partners in the EU and the Americas on the question of financial services. The OECD and the EU have arrogated unto themselves to be the moral police of the world on issues of taxation. The result is that free trade no longer exists, but a tax process is being imposed by our former colonial masters so that it makes banking so difficult within our domestic spheres, and international trade is made even more difficult. And they've gone one step farther by imposing the requirement now for what they call an electronic travel authority for you to enter their countries, even when they say there's no visa required to enter. The Prime Minister therefore joins other developing states in supporting a UN Convention on Tax which will govern standards on taxation frameworks, including financial services. The OECD cannot declare legitimacy for developing universal outputs while decision-making and membership remain exclusive. So in our view, the UN is the appropriate and universal body to design and build an equitable and inclusive international tax administration architecture with equal-footed representation. So 1973, the Bahamas is 50 years old this year. It's the 10th July 1973, we became independent. And this year, 50 years later, it was a very proud moment for our citizens. So if you go to the Sandlands Primary School in my constituency in Nassau, and you say the words of a popular song, even the little children know the song, and the members of the delegation who are here today, I'll bet they know it as well. It's a man named Elkin Outen who sang this song. And he says, Nassau is the capital, and the children say Bahamas. Bimini is the gateway, and the children say Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed, and the children will say back Bahamas. 1973, we were free. Bahamas. And so, happy anniversary, Bahamas, Golden Jubilee, Bahamas. We're proud of our country. I leave the song with you and invite you to come visit us. 8 million people will join us as tourists this year. We are 400,000 strong. Stay and enjoy our beauty. Understand our climate vulnerability. In our work, we ask you to join us to help reverse the tidal rising. God bless you. Thanks for listening, because now, more than ever, we need the United Nations. Thank you. Good night.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Public Service of the Bahamas. I now give the floor to His Excellency Arnoldo Ricardo Andre Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Señor Presidente.
President, Excellencies, Costa Rica wishes to express its congratulations for your election to the presidency of the the General Assembly, and reiterates its willingness to work with you for the goals set for this session. We face new and old challenges. Challenges in the form of conflicts which are expanding and spreading like fire to the four corners of the world. On the war against Ukraine, Costa Rica makes an urgent call for concrete and immediate action to be taken for a ceasefire and to draw up a peace plan so that the Russian Federation can withdraw its troops and respond for its actions in front of international courts. We condemn Russia for suspending the Black Sea grain deal. This conflict has implications far beyond the borders of Ukraine, including food insecurity for those states who depend on Ukrainian wheat and Russian fertilizers. In a world as interconnected as ours, it is essential to recognize that geographical borders no longer have meaning when it comes to conflicts or for climate catastrophe. The poorest, the most vulnerable, are those who bear the greatest burden. However, we are still in time to change the direction of our inaction. That is why I'm here to propose that this new session is time to take action in 4 areas. Number 1, strengthening the collective security architecture. Number 2, a new social pact for the world. Number 3, reform of the international financial system. And number 4, reconsidering our relationship with the planet. President, extraordinary circumstances require bravery and leadership to change our collective security architecture, which is falling apart like a house of cards. We need to be brave to achieve consensus and agreement so we can overcome the status quo and take the route of positive reform. Not only are we faced with paralysis in the Security Council, but the clear violation of the United Nations Charter by one of the permanent members of that body, and the almost generalized non-compliance with international treaties on disarmament, non-proliferation, and weapons controls by those who are meant to be the guarantors of our security. At the same time, we urgently need new governance frameworks for cybercrime and artificial intelligence, as well as cybersecurity. The militarization of new technologies raises specific problems and challenges. Therefore, as per the content of the Belen communique and along with Austria and Mexico, we will be presenting a resolution to the General Assembly on the matter of autonomous weapons systems. For Costa Rica, it is clear that the responsibility for the sustainability of the financing of peace should be most on the shoulders of those who break the peace. That is why almost 15 years ago, or rather 15 years ago, around $1 trillion went into military expenditure. Global military expenditure now has more than doubled, exceeding over $2 trillion, despite the fact that Article 26 of the Charter of the United Nations prescribes the quest for international peace and security via minimum expenditure in weapons. Costa Rica calls for Article 26 to be honoured and calls on all member states to commit to reducing over the long term their military expenditure. Our only weapon should be international law. To that end, Costa Rica celebrates the fact that this General Assembly has taken on board the functions assigned to it in the Charter with a more active role in international peace and security. My country is proud, furthermore, to be at the leading edge of this trend and commits to continuing on this path, as we cannot afford to wait for a dysfunctional Security Council to live up to its obligations. President, human security is the foundation for a new global social pact, a pact which should guide our efforts on development and international cooperation towards the needs of people. That means that additional and concerted effort has to be made to overcome transnational challenges such as migration, organized crime, policies which are at the root of inequality and environmental degradation. Solidarity, shared responsibility, and respect of human rights should be our guiding light. In Costa Rica, 11% of our inhabitants are migrants. We are the Latin American country with the highest proportion of migrants as part of its total population. According to the data from the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, we are number 3 in the world when it comes to total requests for asylum, over 270,000 by September of this year. But as a medium income country, our resources are limited. Our needs at the current time and moving forward have been rendered invisible. In this regard, Costa Rica makes a call on the international community to take immediate action so that we can manage migrant flows in an orderly and secure way. We require financial support for the effective integration of these people in our social fabric. Multilateral organizations and international financial institutions must recognize that medium and upper medium income countries cannot be excluded from international cooperation and aid. A fair distribution of resources based on the need of countries is necessary. President, my third call to action has to be reform of the international financial system. Redesigning the international financial system should have the aim of achieving peace and security as well as sustainable development for all, beyond simply a geopolitical reorganization. This change is required throughout all of the financial institutions at the international level, including the regional development banks, which should be aligned with this shared objective. This is no more and no less than a systemic reform. That's what we need. There can be no reform without a radical reconsideration of the criteria of access to official development aid, under which sustainability and peace would be given priority, alongside new mechanisms to close the gaps and asymmetries. We need counter-cyclical solutions to the systemic shortcomings which force us to choose between human security and the payment of our debts. We need more investment, more cooperation, more financing now, when we are still in time to take transformative decisions that can support the most vulnerable. President, number 4, time is running out to save our home planet. We have to reconsider our relationship to the planet. Costa Rica is an example that it is possible to foment and encourage development while also protecting the environment. These two things can be in unison. We face interconnected climate crises. That is beyond doubt. This requires action, firmness, and dedication in order to achieve the 30-30 goals and not exceed the 1.5 degrees C of global heating. We continue being pioneers in reversing deforestation through our Protected Areas program and environmental payments system, whereby through new modalities resources are made available and agreements are put in place under the REDD+ program to recognize all of our 22 indigenous territories for their guardianship of our forests. However, due to our geographic location in one of the most vulnerable regions in the world in the face of extreme climate impacts, we are concerned about prevention and preparation in order to ensure that natural disasters, when they happen, have the smallest possible human cost. That being said, the economic cost, and in particular the impact on infrastructure, remains devastating and disproportionately affects the poorest and the most vulnerable, including rural and coastal communities. For these reasons, Costa Rica has always seen resilience as a smart investment when it's based on prevention, preparation, and rapid response that is inclusive. That should be our guiding light when we move to renew our relationship with the planet. As a major ocean state, we also make a call on the health of the ocean and for better governance. The ocean is affected by global warming, increasing sea levels, and an alarming increase in marine pollution, overexploitation of fish stocks, decreasing marine biodiversity, and the loss of coral. For this reason, it is an honor for me to be for us to be the next co-host, along with France, of the United Nations Conference on the Oceans, to be held in June of 2025 in Nice. Costa Rica, for its part, will organize a high-level event on 7 and 8 June of 2024 in order to raise our level of ambition and also to look at the implementation and commitment to the ocean. It will be a forum for integration where all parties can share best practices and successful examples of conservation and sustainable use. We are proud to be the second country to sign the agreement on conservation and sustainable use of marine biological biodiversity, the BBNJ agreement. We will continue to lead the call for a protocol on the use of undersea mineral resources. President, Costa Rica is an example that dialogue can be more powerful than guns. When it comes to fair competition criteria, these are more important than selfish criteria. Our people have no fear when it comes to countering those who think that might is right. We depend on the international system, and those of us who do depend on that system understand the need to have a global system in place which meets the needs of the most vulnerable. The proposals that Costa Rica has made seek to accelerate the decision-making process so that we can get out of the stupor that our organization has fallen into. We find ourselves at a turning point. If ever there was a time for a call to action, it is now. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for the meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made from delegations from their seat. First, I call on the representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take the floor to exercise my delegation's right of reply to the statement delivered earlier in the general debate by the representative of Pakistan. Pakistan has become a habitual offender when it comes to misusing this august forum to peddle baseless and malicious propaganda against India. Member states of the United Nations and other multilateral organizations are well aware that Pakistan does so to deflect the international community's attention away from its own abysmal record on human rights. We reiterate that the Union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh are an integral part of India. Matters pertaining to the UTs of J&K and Ladakh are purely internal to India. Pakistan has no locus standi to comment on our domestic matters. As a country with one of the world's worst human rights records, particularly when it comes to minority and women's rights, Pakistan would do well to put its own house in order before venturing to point a finger at the world's largest democracy. A glaring example of the systemic violence against minorities in Pakistan was the large-scale brutality perpetrated against the minority Christian community in Jaranwala in Pakistan's Faisalabad district in August 2023, where a total of 19 churches were gutted and 89 Christian houses were burnt down. Similar treatment has been meted out to the Ahmadiyas, whose places of worship have been demolished. The condition of women belonging to minority communities in Pakistan, notably Hindus, Sikhs, and Christians, remains deplorable. According to a recent report published by Pakistan's own Human Rights Commission, an estimated 1,000 women from minority communities are subjected to abduction and forced conversion and marriage in Pakistan every year. Pakistan has been the home and patron to the largest number of internationally proscribed terrorist entities and individuals in the world. Instead of engaging in technical sophistry, we call upon Pakistan to take credible and verifiable action against the perpetrators of the Mumbai terror attacks, whose victims await justice even after 15 years. In order for there to be peace in South Asia, the actions that Pakistan needs to take are threefold. First, stop cross-border terrorism and shut down its infrastructure of terrorism immediately. Second, vacate Indian territories under its illegal and forcible occupation. And third, stop the grave and persistent human rights violations against the minorities in Pakistan. I thank you, Mr. President.
I next call on the representative of Japan.
Thank you, President, for giving me the floor. In the previous statement by Solomon Islands, there were some references that were not based on fact about the discharge of the Alps treated water into the sea. The government of Japan has always provided detailed explanation on this matter to the international community, including PIF members, based on scientific evidence in a transparent manner. the government of Japan has continued these efforts while undergoing the review by the IAEA, which is authorized to establish or adopt and apply international safety standards in the field of nuclear energy under the IAEA statute, and is recognized as the authority on nuclear safety by the PIF Foreign Minister's statement on 15th of September. The IAEA positively noted that Japan has provided information and has engaged in consultations with the interested parties, including in Japan and abroad, and has conducted significant outreach activities to ensure transparency. The government of Japan has never allowed and will never allow the discharge of the water into the sea that would endanger human health and the marine environment. The government of Japan has been taking measures strictly abiding by relevant international law while giving the due consideration to international practices and will continue doing so. The government of Japan has never discharged and will never discharge, quote, nuclear wastewater, unquote, that exceeds regulatory standards into the sea, as Solomon Islands mentioned. The water being discharged is water that is further diluted from ALPS treated water, which has been sufficiently purified until the concentration of radioactive materials other than tritium is far below the regulatory standard. As for tritium, which is found in water discharged from nuclear facilities around the world in normal operation, the concentration level will be 1/7 of the WHO drinking water standard after dilution. To avoid public confusion, it is important to have a correct understanding of the terminology. Since February 2022, IAEA officials and international experts selected by the IAEA visited Japan and have conducted a series of safety review and regulatory review on the ALPS treated water based on the TOR between Japan and the IAEA. On July 4th, the IAEA published its comprehensive report summarizing the outcome of the review missions from an objective and professional standpoint based on scientific evidence. In the report, the IAEA has concluded that, first, the approach to the discharge of the ALPS treated water into the sea and associated activities are consistent with relevant international safety standards. And second, the radiological impact on humans and the environment will be negligible. The report also states that additional review and monitoring by the IAEA will continue after the start of discharge. The discharge of ALPS treated water started on August 24th. The government of Japan and TEPCO, with the involvement of the IAEA, are conducting monitoring but not found any anomalies. If an event occurs, such as detection through monitoring of radioactivity levels exceeding standards, appropriate measures will be taken, including not discharging or suspending the discharge. The IAEA has confirmed and publicly stated that the level of tritium in the discharged water is below the standards. The government of Japan will continue to provide necessary information, including the result of monitoring, to the international community, which obviously includes PIF members, in a timely and transparent manner, and will continue efforts to gain further understanding from the international community regarding the handling of ALPS treated water. I thank you, Mr. President.
I now call on the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation is obliged to exercise its right of reply in response to the statement just made by India. What we have heard from India is pure political fiction. Let me list the lies. First, Jammu and Kashmir is not part of India. It never was and never will be. Just ask the people of Jammu and Kashmir. The Security Council done just that. It has decided that the final disposition of Jammu and Kashmir will be decided by its people through a UN-sponsored plebiscite. India accepted the Security Council resolutions. It is obligated to implement them under Article 25 of the UN Charter. It has failed to do so through fraud and force. Instead, India has sought to suppress Kashmiris' demand for their right to self-determination and freedom by imposing a cruel occupation. Since 1989, over 100,000 Kashmiris have been martyred. On 5 August 2019, India gave up all pretense and announced annexation of Jammu and Kashmir. It enlarged its occupation army to 9 lakh, imposed a complete lockdown, turning the beautiful valley of Kashmir into the largest open-air prison in the world. The entire Kashmiri population is the victim of India's brutal tactics. Innocent Kashmiris are killed routinely in fake encounters and cordon and search operations. Collective punishments are imposed with the destruction of entire villages and neighborhoods. The entire Kashmiri political leadership remains incarcerated. 15,000 Kashmiri boys have been abducted, many disappeared and tortured. An information blackout has been imposed by closing media houses and charging independent journalists with terrorism. Indeed, a classic colonial settler project is underway. And yet, the oppressed Kashmiris have not capitulated. They have not given up their demand for freedom from Indian occupation. At all political celebrations, they fly a flag of Pakistan, not India. They cheer the Pakistani cricket team and they shout, Pakistan Zindabad, long live Pakistan. India may forcibly occupy the land of Kashmir, but it has lost its people forever. The second lie is to describe the Kashmiri freedom struggle as terrorism. This is a familiar colonial ploy. Under international law, Kashmiri's resistance to foreign occupation is just and legal. It is India's occupation that is illegal. It is India which must be held accountable for its war crimes and human rights violation in the occupied territory. The 2 reports of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights documented these crimes and violations. Over a dozen special rapporteurs of the Human Rights Councils have called for the investigation of human rights violation in Jammu and Kashmir. India has consistently denied them access to the occupied territory. The third Indian lie is to portray itself as a victim of terrorism. On the contrary, India is a serial sponsor of terrorism. It has perpetrated terrorism against each one of its immediate neighbors. Now, India's terrorist franchise has gone global. Pakistan has solid evidence of Indian sponsorship of Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which has carried out repeated terrorist attacks against Pakistani civilian and military targets. The BLA, Baloch Insurgent, is also financed and operated by India. The captured Indian spy and naval commander Kulbhushan Yadav has fully enumerated India's terrorist activities in his confession. India must be held accountable for its terrorist activities. Mr. President, if a government is capable of brutally persecuting its own people, one can imagine what it is capable of doing to the people of other nations. The BJP RSS government, which has ruled India since 2014, is guilty of imposing a reign of terror not only against the people of Jammu and Kashmir, but also against its own 200 million Muslims, 2 million Christians, and millions of Dalits and other low-caste Hindus. India's crimes are well documented. These include pogroms in Gujarat, Mumbai, and Delhi, the frequent lynching of Muslims by cow vigilantes, the bulldozing of Muslim houses and shops, hate speech including calls by political leaders and Hindutva priests for genocide against Muslims. In orgy of Islamophobia, Muslims are forcibly converted or disenfranchise, bans imposed on the hijab, love jihad laws adopted, and hundreds of mosques